for you. Oh, I regret for losing the one who loved me, for who I can't go back to. Walking through all the dust.
Had the lows. How's his doings? Today, EDG will win, guys. I repeat, EDG 2-0. ये गया. अरे क्यों? अरे मैं क्या किया? भाई मैं तो ट्वीट किया ना. यार मैं ट्वीट किया. टी शर्ट चेंज करो भाई. कपड़े उतारने वाली बात कर रहे हो यार तुम लोग. शर्म है? ऑन स्ट्रीम कपड़े उतारने की बात कर रहे हो. क्या हो गया मेरे चैट को? मुझे लगा नहीं तू आएगा. क्यों रे? हाउस द हेल्थ इज द बंग्स बाय. आई नीड रेस्ट यार. किधर रेस्ट किधर है? मंडे और ट्यूसडे को है बस. कल और परसों है तो आज लेंगे रेस्ट स्ट्रीम के बाद. बट मच बेटर. सर्दी हो गई है थोड़ी सी.
A singular game.
He lost 0-2 in groups last year with Team Liquid. He was
शर्म बेच दी है.
Now I'm only one game away from playoffs, and that's a chance that I'm not gonna let slip.
Goal on King. What?
भाई आज क्या करे चैट? कोई बताएगा लेव इधर कैसे आया हुआ है? हाँ क्या करूं? जिंक्स वाला प्रेडिक्शन दूं या मेरा दिल वाला प्रेडिक्शन दूं यार? क्योंकि दिल वाला प्रेडिक्शन दिया तो लग रहा है जिंक्स होगा. हाँ चीन टपाक टम टम. वाइटलिटी जीता 2-0.
EDG, since we are getting them like every single international match, it's just like scream for us on international stage.
只是从我的视角来看的话 ，PR 叉最近的那一场比赛状态感。
क्या बोला स्मॉगी? ये
You
गया.
guys are too stiff right now. Everyone is waiting for someone to take the charge. None of you are leaders right now. You have to be more aggressive, more confident. We have to fight them, boys. Alright, let's go.
Kankan in real life, he's really cute. He friendly to every single person, but when it comes to the match, he becomes a demon.
सेंटी मत कर. लास्ट टाइम जर्सी पहनी थी तभी.
Yeah, progress again. 我们又遇见了这藤一小子，我们真有缘分。然后我觉得命中有他吧，可能真是缘分。
One of us needs to go home, so let's just put on the good show.
गोट बोलते. अरे मैं ट्वीट किया है चैट. भरोसा ही नहीं है मेरे पे. Let's go vitality baby.
It's the ambitious underdog versus the team forged to
Aesthetic तो
win
है.
championships. Neither squad.
अबे गेम तो
would have thought
चालू
they would
होने
be
दो.
in this position here and now, but there's one spot left in this group, and one of these two teams are going to grab it.
Knockout.
And Josh, we talked about this.
This
Both
is
these
the
teams have
last
really
knockout
similar
match.
strengths in their map pool, and we're starting off on two maps that both these teams have been very comfortable on. Sunset
इसके
in
बाद
particular
playoff चालू
interests
होएगा.
me, where they both picked up a very similar neon look, just the difference between that KO and the breach.
When we're looking at these maps and kind of the decision to go down this road of picking into your strengths, both teams have the same strengths, like you pointed out. So it's going to be
अपना इंडिया वाला
Icebox
4
and
सेकंड था
Sunset,
ना, हाँ
the
वही
first
है.
two opening maps, and you know, Vitality is not even a stranger to Ascent, so leaving that as a decider,
हाँ.
they were 3-0 on the map until
कुछ
they
क्वेश्चन
just
पूछ
narrowly
के
lost their
सारा
50
अंदर का एनर्जी
just
ड्रेन
earlier
हो
this
जाता है,
week.
पता है.
So even though that's kind of the go-to map for Leviathan, you know, Vitality could still have them there. So it's anyone's game
Hold.
up until
डाल रहा हूँ.
I think if yeah, Vitality looking good on Sunset too.
Icebox to start off, though. This is one of the maps where Leviathan is still playing that Harbor Viper comp that a lot of teams have moved away from. It's a little bit more common in Americas, but not a lot of teams are playing it over in EMEA. And for my money, they have one of the best implementations of this comp.
अरे वो
In
जर्सी
particular,
वाला
their
मैच तो चालू
attacking
होने दो.
sides, their site executes. I think Mizzino's utility on the Harbor is always really well timed, and they know that
जर्सी उतारने का कितना likes लगेगा? 10K likes.
And I think this is a tough comp to play against if you're not used to it.
करके
It's a
बताओ,
very
मैं मान
difficult
जाऊंगा.
comp to play against because
अब भी निकालूंगा.
and especially in EMEA, I
हाँ?
don't think I've seen
1500 लोग में 10K likes करोगे, इतने बड़े हो गए हो.
Koi did play the composition,
But
in
it's not
split
common
one.
in there.
जर्सी
It's not
उतारो वो
common
भी
in there.
hashtag के साथ
I
excuse
don't
me.
even think they ran in split two. And so when it's up to Vitality, yeah, and we're gonna see it coming out here.
Nothing changes.
पास सॉन्ग
changes.
आ गया
It's all
लेट
it's
गया
safe to be
ये
able to get ahead of
demon
this stuff.
लेट गया.
It's only just the Sova to clear him out. He needs to get that op up. He needs to get it fast, but he's on attack at the start here.
Yeah, he has such a chip on his shoulder as a player. He's been to
रुक, लोगों को बुला
multiple
के लाया.
international events. He's only gotten 2 wins on
Excuse
the
me,
global
इतना?
stage. His last
इतना
win
मेहनत?
was his second in a long, long time. And facing up against Aspas and the incredibly strong side anchors of Leviathan, King and Tex. I think he has a lot to do on this attacking side, especially with that Harbor util we're talking about in front of him.
ये क्या है यार राकेश भाई, ये क्या समरी है?
But it's going to be an exciting matchup. It's now time for map one. Let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. Always ready for a solid fit check. It's my boys, Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, Shibi. Dre, we bring and we get to see the conclusion.
ये भी मस्त caster है, dog.
I think Mimi mentioned it on the desk. She was the one who brought it up, and I think Steel made a lot of really good points too. This is not a comp. This double wall comp that Vitality are about to have to reckon with is not something that's common in EMEA.
Yeah, and maybe they've scrimmed against it, but in terms of matches, the only thing that they've played against recently is the solo Smoke Harbor.
अरे मैच चालू होने दो, 3 घंटा है.
But it's so different when you have firepower behind this harbor wall like Aspas and
अगर पहला मैप हारा तो मैं चेंज कर दूंगा, ठीक है?
for the side of Leviathan on
शांति, शांति बनाए रखें.
Icebox, their stomping grounds.
It's a map that they are comfortable with, a map that is a strength of theirs.
शांति बनाए रखें.
Yeah, they're already moving up
10K
across
likes
the middle of
में
the map.
1K tweets से हो
Tex is
जाएगा.
first of
मत
all.
करो ना लेमन.
The desk was mentioning
सारे
Zayn in
लेमन लोग
particular
ऐसे ही
needing
रहते.
to be the one to get Vitality online. That's a great start.
And that's something you see Tex do quite a bit on this map. He plays that Killjoy mainly like a duelist, and a lot of the times it's to control all that mid space. Aspas is going to take some pop shots, have to fall
Chip
on that
damage
angle,
पड़ी है
but
सबको.
he's got to
Chip
get something
damage.
working for his team right here.
He is by himself so far. We're starting to see the Harbor utility go up. Aspas posted up behind it. The dart's really nice to make sure that there's no one who's disrespected the wall, so they can play ahead of it. They can play a little
Whoa,
bit
whoa,
more
whoa,
aggressively.
whoa,
Really nice
whoa,
shots on
whoa,
Calm already.
whoa,
The team
whoa,
safe. He cleans
whoa,
two up.
whoa,
What great
whoa.
awareness from him to just spat and track him through the
Jersey,
wall like
GG,
that.
PRX.
It's almost like he had X-ray vision in that moment. What a
तेरा
prediction from Calm already early
गाइस
on.
का स्पेलिंग थोड़ा सा कैजुअल
It's
है.
going to force
40
Vitality
बर्बाद.
to take a step back.
गयूस हो गया वो.
The movement from Leviathan, the proactivity, they're meeting him.
They're a step ahead of it. Calm's got to be careful though. Crosshair's facing the wrong way. And that will be a punish from Sender.
Oh, double.
At the exact best time.
Oh my
3 for
god.
King, 2 for Calm, the pistol
That
for
is
Lev.
2v5 right there,
What a play
guys.
from the IGL. He was the solo warrior on A, pushing through by his lonesome. Everybody else
Umu
meeting
support
the
Lev or
face of Vitality's
VIT
fighting squad
by
in
आज
mid.
Vitality है.
And it was looking really good for
Vitality
Vitality
2-0 already
from start
बोल
to
दिया.
finish of that round until King got that flank and just got the job done. Look at this tracking through the wall. Just what a prediction from Calm. That's so impactful.
पहला वॉच पार्टी रहेगा
And the
जिसमें मैं
poise
मेरे
from King.
पावर्स का यूज कर रहा हूँ ना.
Oftentimes,
2 दिन से.
we talk about King a lot in terms of his macro, IGLing. It's great, but his individual performances on this roster, it's also something that is shining for the squad.
Priyansh bhai, thank you for the membership. कोई बिना कॉन्टेक्स्ट का आपका चैट देखेगा डबल मीनिंग मैसेज आ रहा है बंस भाई.
Playing a jet on this map, you can
बात तो है. कोई नया आएगा तो क्या गाली देगा ना?
Is aware that Safe is going to have an outlaw of his own with light armor.
अपने ईमान बेच दिया पर 200 गिफ्टेड नहीं दिख रहे. वो पूरा एंड में आएगा. एंड में अभी 100 गिफ्टेड पे हो. 100 में हार गया था 200 मिला. तो मैं 100 पे हूँ. टेंशन ना लो.
Yeah, he's just going to be trying to get a pick while the main focus of Vitality.
अगर नहीं मिला तो मेरे को पता है क्या करने का. सपोर्ट करेंगे गाइस.
Or bait out a re-clear peek of Vitality.
जरा भाई टेंशन मत लो. अपना पावर स्ट्रांग है.
It shouldn't be a full commitment for
Vitality.
Vitality.
Thank you for the membership.
I think they're going to just put a lot of pressure on it, a lot of utility, a lot of noise.
Ooh. The dart goes off, but it doesn't tag anybody, and they don't clear it either. So it was wise timing out from Com.
आज लास्ट डे तो अगला साल भी तो होएगा ना.
Tex gets 2, the third will fall.
भाई क्या सीन है.
And so things
पहले
really
कॉम ने
kind of
मारा, फिर किंग ने मारा, अभी टेक्स ने मारा.
will not find a kill.
वो लोग भूल गए क्या आसपास टीम में.
Flawlessly cruising their way towards their second.
And that's tough now because that's an upgrade actually for the side of Leviathan. That's not something you say every day going into an anti-eco round that you can get an upgrade. Dropping the Spectre for that gun, you're going to take that any time of the day. It's way more impactful on gun rounds.
आ जाऊंगा मुंबई.
It seems like it could be, especially on a map like this with such large sight lines. Icebox is such an aim dually type of map. And look, there's 2 members of Vitality that have light armor. If they're the forefront, if they get caught out, it's going to be bad.
You wouldn't expect them
no
to be the forefront, to be the ones pushing forward, given who they are and the agents that they're playing, but you're right. Losing them would be so painful. Again, the refreshing of the harbor utility, the wall going up towards A. Vitality. Expecting some of that mid-pressure.
Actual में आज अच्छा
They're pinning this. This is all spots that Tex likes to
मैंने
push
कल ही बोल
down
दिया था.
on his lonesome often. But this time, just more standardized team play from Leviathan. Aspas versus Sender. This is that lineup I was talking about earlier.
Really nice pathing and timing from Sender, though. Tucking behind the box as this wall goes down. Does Aspas know?
I mean, he has an idea. Can't quite connect. Gets some nice damage, though. Sender sitting at 50 HP now.
Rotate back towards A. Remember, this would be a bonus converted if Leviathan are able to pull it off, and it's not a weak one either. Especially in these tight fights on A with how chaotic the site can be. You've got the Stinger, you've got the Spectre.
Yeah, and you just cycle walls infinitely, it feels like.
Yeah, you're forced to challenge these walls. With 30 seconds left, I don't know if there's much time to go elsewhere. You've got Sender who's tried to post up across the middle of that combo. Texto posted up close. That's now 15 seconds left. The clock continues to tick. Really nice open frags up from Kicks and Runner, but with 13 seconds left, the spike's still not planted. A little bit of space taken now. So Spike finally does commit. They've got the ult to play around too.
bonus में ulti मारना पड़ा उसको.
It's a very quick thrash. King is definitely going to get detained here. Oh wait, he wraps it back around, but he can't pick that up now. These Outlaws, they're going to be holding that line.
Here.
Vitality, they're all in one-shot range right now. These Outlaws could do some serious damage.
Aspas creeping forward. No dash. This feels very difficult. It feels very labored.
Good discipline from Vitality in this post plant so far, not giving an inch.
Yeah, I like that a lot. You're right. Aspas now pushing forward, Kicks taken care of, dealt with, but instantly responded.
It
was a very cool timing that Sender took all the way up middle on his
lonesome after taking
that 1v1 against Aspas, who just couldn't connect. He got a couple classic shots, some damage onto him, but that timing made it so there was an A split in full effect.
And
the approach from Vitality, I like how they're working the entirety of the map.
ये recon भारी पड़ा.
Dart, late
वरना
dart on Tommy,
शायद जीत
ready for
जाता.
that. And yeah, the gun advantage working fully in favor for Vitality.
Recon थोड़ा सा भारी
We
पड़ा.
were talking about how with these walls, they're kind of forced to, you're going to have to flash through it, you're going to have to get past it and disrespect it in some way. And it just so happened that in that round, the gun duels were the ones that made the difference.
Yeah.
Aspas has an op online. With Goop in his face, has to take a step back and reposition.
कुछ तो करेंगे नहीं रुकेंगे.
Meanwhile, again, Leviathan encroaching up across the rest of the map. You've got Calm who's taking space mid. Safe is already dead.
This is one of the first rounds Aspas has been geared up towards A site. A lot of the times when he has the operator online as well, when you do prep work against Leviathan, you see him towards B main. He'll take that whole entire line, and then, you know, Leviathan will stack A site. So that's why Vitality was trying to contact all the way up, but they got met by the operator. Aspas is not going to whiff shots like that.
Top कितने
%
there's
so much on the line.
0.1%.
This attack side for Vitality has been
मेरा अभी तक सब right है.
slow, and I don't even necessarily say that in a bad way. I just think the approach that they've had to this has been very tempered, very methodical.
They've been doing a good job of trying to bait out the timings of the harbor walls and the Viper
Mortal
walls.
by OG को नहीं लेकिन
then executing right after that.
team को जरूर support करेंगे.
Thing is, you cannot wait forever. That's another kill found for the op. King is denying a lot of this space B. Not that there's really any time to rotate away, but they're going to have to deal with the crunch. The alarm bot will keep them back if he decides to commit to this full rotate.
Spike planted.
King is taking so long on his way back, deciding not to flank.
And it's leaving things in a 3v3 on the side. Remember, Aspas this week with the op in hand is going to go traded 1-for-1 Sender, dealing with the turret, but not able to deal with Tex. And now it's Trex who's left in a 1v3. King has finally joined the fray. Trex has way too many things to deal with here. Yeah, there are a couple of members weak, but this feels like a really difficult task. One member over the top, and that was a one given. Perhaps ill-advised, but the spin cleans it up.
Yeah, the numbers game, it was
It's
just
a good start. It's a good start. अभी वो लोग eco है. It's a good
they're
start.
They're going to play like this a lot in this half. Be looking forward to every time they get a first blood. They'll play on that second, maybe even third layer, and play like a retake style. The Harbor and Viper combo, it's so good, especially if Mazzino is still alive for the retake. You can isolate so many angles on A site, on B site with that Harbor wall. And Aspas, he's just going to hold a line for his team while everybody creeps up forward.
I think the difficult thing will be to continue to see how Vitality decides to play on the knife's edge of these walls. Right, because you see it, they creep up about as close as they can, and then it's like they kind of stumble, I guess, or indecisive on how they want to approach it. They try to play their timings as best as they can, and they just haven't found much success.
That's a tough one. That's your smoke splayer gone right off the rip. His intuition was on point right there, spamming away the drone to follow up. Safe, he has no dash because of that.
2 Guardians left for Vitality.
20 बार recon हुआ बेचारा. Safe.
They've gotten a little bit of space here.
Yeah, it's so awkward though. Everyone's just corralled in mid. Aspas just now picking it up. But Leviathan, they're aware of the gaps that they've created.
Yeah. They're just kind of leaning into the limits. They're okay. You're absolutely right. They're okay with giving this up because they know that they're still strong elsewhere. They can afford to give this area up.
Yeah, and even if Vitality make it all the way to B site, there's crossfires, right? A player in yellow, that's Mazzino, Calm, all the way in Snowman. And once a player makes contact, Aspas will come all the way back, pick this up. So many different crossfires in full effect here.
They just had to dart back spawn too. And so this contact style again will be the play for Vitality.
It's such a slow approach, but I really like it. Oftentimes in matches like this, in high pressure situations, that slow play can make mistakes from the opposite team.
Dude, this is just so tough. Again, they don't have any walls. They don't have any smokes.
That's a great pick, though.
That's one for a runner.
Aspas only has an op. Leviathan, they're so worried about all these different angles they have to clear.
Well, I think it's part of the doubt that's instilled when you've been sitting and staring at the map that's been quiet this whole time.
No way.
Oh
I thought Safe was going to get away. Aspas stashing forward through the window into kitchen. Concealed by the smoke, but Trex was waiting just on the other side. Really nicely done. King's got the defuse to have. Can he deal with the gunfire on the other side? Not yet. Kong's going to have to do it on his own. And it's going to have to be an ace if he can pull it off. Swings into 2, and he cannot. A MasterCard thrifty for Vitality.
That slow approach, I said it, right? Oftentimes in high pressure moments like this, elimination on the line, when you slow rounds down like that, it puts doubt in the enemy team. That retake was so slow from Leviathan. They didn't want to make any corners be unturned, and the time worked against them. Vitality were able to formulate a plan.
Nice. This is how we do
And
it.
that was
Good job.
taken
Voila,
out,
ulti
Tex,
tube from A.
and basically icing Aspas. The two
इसको
A
बोल रहा
players were
था
so
कुछ तो
isolated,
हुआ.
so worried about pushing up.
Good start बोला था यार.
I wonder how much longer this war
भाई
of
आसपास
attrition
के
can
तो
go
लग
on.
गए.
Who's going to get antsy? It seemed like it might have been Aspas there. Great response from Kicks.
What a shot. Looks like Vitality's warming up now.
With the attack side op in the hands of Safe. And Pistols attempting to stand strong on the other side.
Chat मेरे को ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है?
And then again, just a freeze to the round. Waiting for any
Vitality
mistakes
जीतने वाला
Leviathan
है.
are going to make. And this is good. They understand they
एकदम
have gun
slow
advantage.
clean game खेल रहे हैं वो लोग.
And Leviathan are most likely going to want to push and try to even up the score.
Especially given the weaponry that they have.
होता
I
है
mean, yeah, why
था.
not?
ले.
Got an attack operator in play for Safe. He'll probably transfer that once the site exec comes through.
The thing is here, though, for Vitality is, you're right, as Safe hands over the weaponry, they're pushing into all four. They're going to find one. That's a jump scare moment.
Yeah.
But that's all it is. A Safe dashes forward. Mizzino will fall as well. These Pistols just
Heavy
really not able to
recon,
stand up to the
heavy
firepower on the
recon.
other side. Of course, it's a classic.
Yeah.
Heavy recon.
In the face of everything else. But Vitality ties us up at 3. And I think as we continue to see how this will play out, Dre, 4 ults on the side of Vitality and the op still. Sorry, make that 5. They've got a full house.
Vitality
That's so crazy. This is Kick's second ult. Remember, he used it in that first
Bro,
run that
5
they had.
ulti है
And they
bro.
converted
5
that.
ulti. क्या करेगा लेव? खुद देख तू.
What's impressive to me so far from
कद्दू
Vitality is the
करेंगे.
approach and the game plan. They understand that they have to go in waves and layers. Once that harbor wall comes up, we have to freeze, wait for our utility. But they understand their win condition. That's how you have to play against the harbor comp. It's a time game.
Yeah, and it definitely seemed like all the conversations that we had about would they be prepared to deal with this double wall comp, it seems like the response is to burn down the clock as long as they can. To play around those timings, as you were just mentioning.
And that's the thing, right? When you're running this double controller comp, you can almost just want to use it off the rip. You know, your rechargeables. Oh, I'm just going to get it back.
Yeah, sure.
But Vitality are taking advantage of when that harbor wall comes down and when that Viper wall goes up.
Mid to a split.
It's been such a pleasure to watch so far.
Yeah, it's just such a unique approach. Because oftentimes you see these walls and you go, okay, they're just going to flash through it and they're going to fight and they're going to find a way to get there. King's going to get detained, but should be able to stay safe. The pit still a factor. Sender's already creeping up across the middle of the map. He's going to find a kill on Tex. Forget it.
Wow.
That's King. That's the pit.
King was detained, remember?
I thought he was safe enough to where it wouldn't be a problem, but an excellent punish. Vitality got through that with only investing 1 ult.
Fuck. Heavy
that was
shot.
another prep workaround. Seriously.
Dude, I don't know that LEV are going to be able to make their way back into this round, and it's just gotten worse with Mizzino going down.
No, they're getting hunted. Trex, he's next up. Aspas, a little bit aware. Oh.
Na.
And Trex, he's been so good all tournament long. So I'm not surprised that he's winning head-to-head against Aspas, even though Aspas is, you know, well-renowned as one of the best duelists in the world.
Parkour ult है वो. सब teams वही करता
Tom
है.
is actually having quite a game.
He will keep the weapon going into the Nexus. Vitality take the lead.
Excuse me.
I imagine there's got to be a timeout called here relatively soon
clean
on the side of Leviathan. Vitality showed up to the stage today with a game plan, and they're working it to
13-7
perfection.
or
they knew
13-9
into that round that
EDG.
King, if he invests that Viper's pit, he's going to play in that back part of heaven. That's why you saw 3 players already geared up towards mid, and that Thrash going all the way to detain him. He can't go anywhere at that moment. He doesn't want to leave the pit, so there's only one spot for Sender to look at and just spam.
Mafia boys?
Yeah, you're right. He did have nowhere to go if he wanted to keep that pit up.
Mafia
Right on
कब
cue,
गया
Leviathan
उधर?
does call a timeout.
क्या बोला?
Round 1 round.
Court is
And I wonder
sleeping.
here, I mean,
ऐसा
what's
कुछ लिखा
what's
रहेगा.
the adjustments that Leviathan have to make? Because I can't imagine Vitality, given how all of the success that
ये
they've
उसका
had in the
खुद का
last 5
mousepad है
rounds,
बे.
I can't imagine their approach changing much.
Well, I think it's clear by now for Leviathan that they're getting hard
खुद का है
counters.
ना वो photo?
So they're going to need to change their own game plan, change their own defaults, maybe their own timings.
ये क्या कर रहे हैं नींद में लोग?
And maybe you can be a little bit aggressive into this round, you know, specifically. Your guns are kind of whack, but you do have jet knives online for Aspas. But I just feel like Vitality right now, they have such a good read on the game and a good read on how Leviathan like to play.
हर बार सो जाता है क्या? Instant.
Unless Leviathan change something drastically,
Solo lane
it's
का
going
है?
to be very
Oh.
tough to
ये
crawl
कभी
back
आएगा रे
into.
next season? ये लोग को एक साथ 10-15 सीजन खोलने को नहीं होता है
how Icebox is the strength of Leviatans and probably their strongest strength.
It is. They're 12
हाँ बे मैं तो गेम खेलना भी बंद कर दिया उसका.
They've been made. I mean, they've been made
अभी
fools of
भाई
in the
ज़्यादा
last
नहीं
5
कर रहा
rounds.
जिंक्स ज़्यादा नहीं कर रहा.
They've got Calm with a rifle here, full armor. The prized possession carried over from the last, and as you were mentioning, I imagine Aspas will pop the knives.
Center mood में.
Hasn't popped them quite yet. Maybe waiting for some audio cue.
That first harbor wall goes up. This time they're ahead of it, but King's on the other side.
What a shot.
It's just one, but
Shot, bro.
a small win.
Shot.
The question is here, do they accelerate? Do they fully send over to B?
A lot of teams do in this moment when you have good advantage. Even in yesterday's match, we saw Sentinels do the same thing. That cascade will make it so you can break that.
वाह क्या सेक्सी दिमाग ना.
Able to accomplish the mission.
Apology. That's another freeze for the round.
तू भी डाल.
Surprised they're besting this lockdown here.
Yeah, they just don't like what's amok.
Yeah.
Oh, those knives can't connect. Aspas has to get out of there quickly.
कान के बाजू से गया.
A little bit of a pop shot there. Calm, he does break that alarm bot, but he's going back to reconvene with his team.
So as has been the case for Vitality this entire half, they wait things out and then they go.
Killjoy मारेगा.
Got detained, but it was all for naught.
Killjoy मारने वाला है.
You've got the alarm bot that's intended to control the flank if they decide to re-explore across the middle of the map. As Aspas again still with blades online, and Leviathan continue to push forward now with the lockdown of their own. That is going to pay out Trax's ult, and it will
Killjoy
clear
का
it
पोजी
out.
चैट.
A tit for tat.
Killjoy का पोजी
But
चैट.
now what? They're investing the Reckoning into this as well. Remember, they didn't have very much as far as weapons go. They had the knives, a Vandal, and a Stinger. But that might have been all they needed as runners left alone. In a 1v3, make that 2. Time is short, 8 bullets left. Mazzino's gonna have to hold this. Aspas over the top.
Oh, by Aspas!
And the defuse just barely comes through.
Oh my god.
The MasterCard Thrifty. What a round from Leviathan. It was such a slow approach.
Oh my god.
I thought surely Vitality were going to have that one in the bag, and that was 2 ults invested as well. The lockdown, the Hunter's Fury, and it was all for naught. Aspas with the knives, suppressing fire from the top as that defuse came through. And yeah, as soon as Aspas gets a couple kills in B main, Mazzino opts to use that Harbor ultimate. Big investments from both sides, but ultimately Leviathan come out on top, and they needed that one bad.
and friends.
Now they're back on steadier footing.
Arbor और Killjoy के वजह से पीछे जाना पड़ा ना. कहाँ spam करेगा?
A pit for Sender, and again, you know, we were talking about this because once Kix gets his ult up, this will be his 3rd of the half.
That's obnoxious.
They're really min-maxing that. Which again is, I mean, that's one of the strengths of Gecko. It makes a ton of sense.
And especially with the way that Leviathan like to play around the harbor walls. If you get caught out behind that by, you know, that
आसपास इंडियन है हाँ. संतोष है उसका नाम.
guy, you're gonna get punished.
Welcome to my world.
ये रमेश.
Invested. Is there a response on the other side? No ultimate to speak of for the defense. Safe getting pushed off the angle, and Mazzino's gonna fill in right behind it. The dart is good.
Huh?
Aspas getting 2 with the op. He's now pushing forward, but again, the pit is in play. It's still something that has to be dealt with.
There's Thrash.
And it's so tricky to find. There's no dash for you to get out of there. Did they tag both? Tech's pushing forward. Sender falls. That's going to be the pick going down as well. As comes down the defuse to half. Make that 3/4 of the way. He's going to stick it. It's going to come through. Leviathan take the lead back.
चार मारा. Good
and
pass
Aspas
ने.
cleans up the round. Can we get a replay of that collat that he got? That was just a random pop shot through the smoke, through the pit. And Thrash was invested, Pit was invested.
चार मारा.
Look at this. No way.
Yeah. All right.
Can't make that up.
All right.
Just unlucky, and the molly being a little bit off, what, like a centimeter off as well, allowing for the stick to come through. That's a tough pill to swallow if you're Vitality.
Into the next we go. Safe deciding to go with the attack side op once more.
I can't believe Vitality can still invest.
Save by Bilek दिखा तो आसपास को कौन है.
And they, I mean, it's not just this round either. They've got a little pad to play on.
Tex has been checked all map long around mid.
Here.
In the most common angles that he likes to hold is off angles.
बोला था ना जब वो सोया था तभी hacks on किए.
Drone is used to get info. Only kicks seen. Leviton's still not aware that there's an attack operator in play, and King will get the head-to-head against Sender.
Wall through मारा है उसने. Wall through मारा है timing.
Getting the spike down and holding onto the post plant without their controller.
Very realistic set by.
And with that dart being, you know, shot
Recon
full
के
effect,
बाद
getting
जो
info,
smoke डाला वो
they see
अच्छा
that
लगा
Safe had an
मेरे.
operator as well. He did not switch to his classic.
Safe
or
by
anything
भी
of the
मेरे
sort.
जिससे लग रहा है. हाँ?
So King needs to be very, very careful in this moment.
Recon
And
weakness.
look at how far back he's
30
playing.
seconds left.
But if he tries to actually take a 1v1 and not hold an off angle, he can get picked by that operator. That's why he's playing passive.
Yeah, he's got to play his life here.
Yeah. Oh.
But it's a tempting swing. It's a tempting barrel found, and he's going to find 2-3 on the round.
चल रहा है?
Almost tapping away onto the forest. Safe with the op in hand. Yes, he's going to connect, but I don't know how he's able to get the spike down. I don't think he can.
No. Oh wait, maybe now. No, you have to save no matter what.
Yeah, but the thing is, he doesn't really have a ton of places to go. Is able to dash away though, so he'll carry that into the next. But for as much as we were talking about King needing to be safe, needing to stay alive, he will go down. He gets 2-3 first troubles.
King solo anchored that B site. He won the head-to-head against Sender, and then those one taps, they were crispy, they were clean. It was very neat work.
There's that 1v1 you were mentioning again. King on the swing out.
क्या crisp
Yeah, that shot
वे,
kicks was cool.
क्या
It just looks
crisp.
unbelievable. Kicks did a backflip. Facts. So
Okay,
it will be a
इसका.
timeout now for
हाँ भाई
Vitality.
मैंने मेरा काम कर
As
दिया
you
मैं
see,
जा रहा हूँ
the
सोने.
vintage Aspas timeout position.
And now for Vitality, you've showed quite a bit of contact to style, contact approach. Maybe you're going to see a change of pace, more execute heavy round. Safe, he wasn't able to save that operator into the round. So he will probably be on a rifle. And it is a good time to change the pace, honestly.
Yeah, but are you not expecting that on the other side of a timeout too? For as much as we've seen slow round after slow round after slow round,
Jacket अच्छा है ना ये लोग का?
okay, this is now when they're going to dial it up.
Vitality का
This
jacket
is where
मस्त
they're going
है.
to try to hit you in the mouth.
But LEV don't even know if they can handle that yet. They don't know if they can weather the storm of the hit because they haven't had to yet.
Sure.
So even though you know it's coming, you really don't know how you fare. Obviously, Leviathan are going to be confident, playing behind that harbor wall and trying to hold as much space as they can.
If I'm not
अगर लेव
mistaken,
और वाइट
if
का
I'm not
रियल लाइफ
mistaken, we've
फाइट
seen
हुआ
that wall
तो
from center
लेव
every
से
single
मुक्को
round
मार
towards
सकते
B.
हैं
So
क्योंकि
on the
तो
other side of this
वेट के
timeout,
पास
no
है.
change there.
आई,
The
बहुत
turret's still
गंदा
mid
था.
as well. I mean, so far we aren't seeing much of a different look.
This is new. Leviathan, they've done this quite a bit in NA.
I'm really surprised that they didn't give that orb over to Comp. One away from his ult, they decide to give it to Mizzino instead, and they're fully pushing here. They've got the drone over the top, and they're going to have a swing down low.
Oh, the timing.
I think he heard it. He's got to understand there's a little bit of threat coming, but he's been left on his own to his own devices, trying to stay alive, and Yaspas goes down, but that's the safety valve. So now they're going to have to deal with the crunch, and it could be coming from mid, it could be coming from spawn. It might not matter, though. They've fully lost contain on the other side, so Vitality gladly will push all the way into spawn. Understanding the threat is behind him.
This is such an impossible retake, it feels like. When you look at the minimap, like you said, yeah, Mizzino, he gets taken out for free.
Yeah.
Calm with the follow-up. It's just going to be all she wrote for this round.
अच्छा खेल
Good
रहे थे
reactions
दोनों
from
टीम.
Vitality, the speed up, taking all that space, and something very uncharacteristic from the side of
आप
Tex.
खुद
When
ऐसे
they run
jokes
this
मारते हो
strat in
दूसरे को
North
जज ना
America,
करो.
we saw it in
लैंग्वेज.
playoffs and
Guys,
etc.
5,000 लोग
He's
देख रहे हैं.
usually
लाइक कर
playing
दो.
very,
5
very
के
passive,
लाइक्स.
very
Let's
far
go.
back
Let's
because
go.
He is the lone warrior on the site. This time he tries to take an aim duel very early on. And if he drops there, that's why everyone can just push up Snowman.
Right.
And there's crossfire, infinite crossfires on site.
Yeah, he
Nice,
lost
6-6 guys, let's go.
7-5
They are
बोला
just
था
one round
मैंने.
away from that being
Safe
reality.
by आपके लिए याद रखना.
2 ults on the side of the defense. Meanwhile, Kix is on track for getting, I've lost count, I think that's 4 or 5 ults in a half.
It's definitely been part of the game plan, is farming that ultimate. And
Whoa,
a rare whiff. What was that?
Whoa.
But it was enough info for Com to pop his ult.
No
Kix,
connection, yeah.
Kix just froze. He decided
Oh,
not to move at all.
end में पड़ी
Tried
दो को.
to double dip. The drone clearing one away. They did not spot Mizzino though, so he can take this aggressive angle. He can be a little bit closer up. He's gonna find a loop around the Thresh, and he's gonna punish on Trex. But can he get out? Does he even want to get out? No, the spike is down on the ground. Now they've got the Reckoning as a Wisp, give away more presence. Sender with nowhere to go, safe, pushing the matter, taking the fight to Comms Lab. Runner will too. It seemed like such a secure round for Lev, such stable footing. But Vitality snatching it back. One thing they haven't grabbed though, and all of that is the spike.
And now there's a pit on top of it.
There are no flashes for Vitality here. There's nothing for them to really be able to disrespect this and take the fight. The one thing advantage that they have though is that they have numbers here. Aspas is so far off, he's back in spawn.
Oh, Mizzino might get taken out by this.
It's only one found. Runner now, still alive.
Runner by.
Still without the spike in hand and with 13 seconds left. How in the world does he do this?
There's no time. Surely Mizzino, he cleans it up. 3 to the round.
Bola tha ki nahi 7-5. Ha? Bola tha ki nahi?
Last round, 7-5 half. It was a bit of a back and forth exchange throughout this entire map. But Leviathan off of their timeout. They made good adaptations. They stopped the contact approach that Vitality was having a lot of success with.
Somehow. To be honest, I don't really know how, because it felt like they were still finding a lot of openings. They were still finding a lot of success. Either way, a 7-5 half, the way of Leviathan. We do have a special little interview standing by. Com, heavily beloved in the Valorant scene. His fiancé standing by.
Vitality bola to 7-5. लेकिन हारेगा करके मैंने
Hello
मन में
everyone and
बोला
welcome
था.
to the halftime interview. I have Maddie, Com's fiance, here with me to talk about today. 콤 선수의 약혼자 메디님 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 오늘 레비아탄이 꽤나 중요한 경기를 앞두고 그리고 지금 플레이하고 있는데 오늘 콤 선수의 컨디션 좀 어때 보이던가요? So for today, it's a big match for Lev. It's do or die. How was Com feeling this morning?
Com was feeling great this morning. He was in a really happy mood, a goofy mood. He woke up and he started playing all this fun music. So of course we had a dance party this morning. So the vibes are good today.
Okay. Can you show me some of the moves he was pulling?
Those are classified.
콤 선수 오늘 컨디션이 굉장히 좋았기 때문에 또 음악도 크게 틀어놓고 너무너무 해피한 상황에서 둘이 좀 댄스 파티도 하면서 좀 분위기를 북돋았다고 컨디션 너무너무 좋다고 했었고 그리고 콤 선수가 그러면 뭐 어떤 춤을 췄는지 조금만 보여달라고 했더니 그거는 비밀이라고 얘기를 했습니다. 그러면 또 파파콤도 그리고 콤 선수도 이번 챔피언스가 특별하다고 얘기를 많이 했거든요. 메디님도 이제 콤 선수의 한국 쪽 가족을 많이 만나볼 기회가 있었는데 전반적으로 이번 챔피언스 경험 어떤지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. So Papa Com and Com mentioned that Champions Seoul has been extra special for them. You know, you got to meet their family on the Korean side as well. So what's that experience been like for you?
Being here in Korea and meeting Corbin's family is absolutely awesome. They're super, super sweet and they made this delicious food and I'm super happy to be here and meet everybody.
콤 선수의 한국 쪽 가족분들이 너무너무 잘 대해주고 굉장히 친절하게 대해주셨고 메디님이 온다고 하니까 정말 푸짐하게 한 상을 차려주셔서 음식도 맛있게 먹었고 이렇게 해서 좀 멀리 있는 가족들도 만나볼 수 있어서 너무 좋은 경험이고 기회였다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그러면 마지막으로 콤 선수에게 응원의 한마디 부탁해보도록 하겠습니다. Now I saw you guys, you know, exchanging the looks and like you guys were waving hands together. So anything you want to say to Com?
Yes. Corbin, I hope you have a super fun time. Be goofy, have fun. You got it. Love you.
항상 재밌게 오늘 경기 치르고 그리고 에너지를 잃지 말고 좋은 경기 펼치라고 응원의 한마디 해줬습니다. 이렇게 해서 메디님 만나봤고요. 부럽네요. 아이스박스로 다시 돌아가도록 하시죠. Now back to Icebox.
Thank you so much, Jen. Yeah, Leviathan up 2 rounds here. Now they're going to be in the attack side. I think, Dre, we just saw an attack half that I don't feel like I've ever really seen before. It was just such a methodical pace. And
कुछ out of the box करना
पड़ेगा. Vitality of Icebox. I don't think we're in for the same idea.
Yeah, no, I think you're going to see a much
out of the box
कुछ करना पड़ेगा. That was so unique from Vitality. What a unique game plan. And just freezing to the rounds off a weird space taken.
Speaking of space taken, look at how far up Safe is already. And he's by himself here. He's been inserted. But there's no one to help him in case the fight goes his way. The only one who's kind of close by would be Com. That bullet buzzing by. But
sexy
meanwhile, Leviathan, all attention other than Com towards B. Sender playing back yellow with a little bit of help over the top from Kicks.
Ooh.
He dashes backside. I mean, Sender's going to have a lot to deal with.
I mean, it's this contact approach from both teams. Maybe we're in store for a similar half from Leviathan.
They've crept up, and we saw the insertion of Safe across the middle of the map. Now we've got the same thing for Aspas, but you've got Leviathan who's rotating back mid.
And Safe hears all of this.
Aspas ullu banayega.
I need to be very careful in this moment. Wow.
One shot, one kill.
Shot.
Beautifully done by Safe.
He's led the charge in both pistol rounds, Doug. But Tex
Counter
answers back
shot.
on Trex.
And the thing is now, there's a lot, there's a
counter shot.
There's no real understanding of which way they're going. As the orb continues to go up and down, there's not enough cues to understand if they're going back A or going back B. Yeah, they have the Killjoy utility towards A, and that's enough of passive info to understand it's a B hit. That shock whizzing by, not doing a ton. 13 seconds left, came on the flank. Spike's still not landed. Runner now trying to do a bit of the same. It's Aspas by himself. I don't think he's going to get this either.
No time.
I mean, Kicks is going to try to hunt him down, and he's going to find him.
The slow approach. It worked against Leviathan, but Safe. What a round in the middle of the map. He was so confident taking all those aim duels. He double dipped, triple dipped back in. And for good reason.
It's over, guys.
He basically single-handedly gave his team an advantage in that round. What a shot.
कौन क्या कर रहे क्यों कर रहे कुछ नहीं मालूम बस मार रहे एक दूसरे
It's going to be aim duels across the board, contact style, 50-50s.
Safe वही ना कुछ नहीं कर रहे.
Safe, he's looking very, very calm.
जब से मेरे साथ फोटो निकाला है Safe
So it will be another pistol round win.
एकदम काम हो गए. क्या बोलते Safe भाई?
Or Vitality. And an outlaw buy from Safe once more. 2 Bulldogs in play. Trex the only one sitting on that Ghost, but it's only light armor for Vitality. So although they committed a big investment on the actual arsenal of weapons, you know, the guns, they don't really have the armor to match that. And that could be very, very bad for them. These classics can do so much damage.
That hurts. That was just one molly.
But a lot of space gathered.
The second one popped.
It's a free B site right now.
I don't know how free it is.
Not
Sender's
anymore.
right there.
Spike.
And Trex is close by. Runner's close by. It's an illusion of safety. It's an illusion of being able to waltz into the side and get the spike down, but it's all for naught.
What a great molly. Oh my goodness, just fishing him out. Aspas on his loneliness. What can he do?
Another 1vx situation where there's way too much being asked of him.
And just like that, it's a tie game.
नीचे मारा shortcut नीचे.
Oh, Trex, he couldn't find a rifle, so a little bit worse for wear there. Good damage done from Lev, considering, you know, how that round was going at the start of it. That molly damage, that setup was pretty clean from Vitality.
भाई simple बात है.
I mean, both
Lev
halves so far.
जीतेगा.
I know we've only seen 2 rounds on this defensive side for Vitality.
ये round Lev का है.
This map of
Simple
Ice
बात
for them
है.
so far has been incredible to watch.
ये ऐसा उछल के जाएगा जिस स्पीड से आगे जाएगा उसी स्पीड से गिरेगा सिर्फ.
He's already 2 orbs away from another Thrash.
Cascade on the other side, the ping through. If there's any tap of the spike, you imagine there will be a barrage of bullets.
Nice boss, actually, just trying to take any type of timing he can. That drone
Safe
making
को
him have to
मालूम है
waste
क्या
that dash
करना.
out.
See those walls going up as well. There's the dash that you mentioned expiring.
Oh, Safe just shoulder.
Now the drop down. The spike still leaning towards A. You've got 2 members from the attack side. Creeping B, but not fully committing yet. And another freeze to the round.
It's so insane.
भाई उधर
Everyone
B
is
पे
so
contact
scared
हो रहा है,
to make a
सब
mistake.
contact हो रहा है.
But it's for good reason. The shots that these players have been hitting from both sides, they've been instant.
By sexy stat, let's go.
No one
Fake
wants to make a
go
mistake.
है,
No one
let's
wants
go.
to be that guy that loses the round for their team.
40 सेकंड में कितना ही fake होएगा पता नहीं.
And then the wall is refreshed too, so a little bit of making some noise B, trying to clear some utility, intended to manipulate the rotations back towards A, but discipline from Vitality once more.
Oh, fake B,
And
go
Mazzino, he was the
A.
lone warrior there. He just got
But
taken out
Gobi.
for free. Trex is going to hold that angle any day of the week.
It seemed like the fake was going to be B and then an end A, but with Mazzino going down A, they decide to go for the other plan. The problem is, again, there are 10 seconds left in the round. Almost all of Vitality is here with the lighter weaponry. They still have a meal of Leviathan. The bone is converted.
Vitality are stuffing Leviathan in the chokes. And it's not even off the back of that much utility. It's just the fear of their aim alone.
Play क्यों हो रहा
Leviathan don't
है?
like what they're seeing on the map, so they're second guessing themselves. They're going back and forth like a seesaw.
Time out Chaiba.
And then the time just runs so low, and they can't do anything. You're kind of forced. You're kind of forced to just have to rush in with no time left.
आसपास बता दे तू गोट क्यों है?
Diligence and clear out everything. You just don't get blind at
बता
that
दे.
point. So LEV, they need to up the pace. They need to be more confident and not be so hesitant.
बता दे आसपास.
That's what we're seeing right here. It's just going to be
Let's go. Dash.
An A-hit with Stingers, a Guardian, and then a couple of Sheriffs.
Nice,
Ooh,
nice.
Gets taken down very, very low. With the Dizzy over the top.
And the shocks.
Not
That could have
nice.
almost been deadly, but Kicks
Not
is.
nice.
Down A.
I mean, it was more of a decisive hit, yes, but it feels like it's the same result. Although note here, Runner and Safe both very weak. King not much better off, but look at the discipline, man. They're not giving him single fights.
All three players corralled backside.
This has just been beautiful from Vitality, unless King can slip the net, but even then, you find one, maybe. That's all it'll be. Vitality get to 9, and they've done so on both sides of the ball in beautiful fashion.
A great flood from Vitality. Off of Kicks is Dizzy.
Nah?
Everyone able to take space in the backside. Leviathan, nobody was watching Heaven whatsoever. Look at this freebie. I mean, no one looking at him. And yeah, King trades it, but the damage was already done.
Stay calm, yeah? Let's go, mafioso.
So calm.
The pace, the approach to all of this has been beautiful.
And I think that's a testament to how
let's
the
go.
gameplay
Fast
has grown so far
fast,
from Vitality.
fast.
It has felt very calm. It has felt very methodical.
उसके ये
It
रुकने
does
का
feel
नहीं
like it's been a
पसंद
stone
जाओ
approach from both teams, but
तेल लगाने के
we
बॉल
talked earlier about the war of attrition and who it was going to
Going
favor. It really
right
feels
में
like it's
smoke
gone the way of
dash.
Vitality here.
मत मार डैश
Arguably
बचा
more
के
than the
रख
score, than the
it's
score
good
would suggest.
it's good
Again, more of a decisive hit from Lev.
नहीं बचा के रख
All
अच्छा
5
डैश
towards
था
A. Spike goes down from Calm. He's going to have his ult online. King one away from his. Meanwhile, Kicks with another Thrash to play with.
Joke's over, you're dead.
Waiting for the right moment to strike. Now committing onto it as Runner tries to spam through. Save creeping forward. Tucking behind the smoke. Mazzino spams through it and he will find a target.
आसपास
There it is.
Yeah, they
Mar
seem to
aspas.
be overwhelming Vitality here. This was notably more decisive. It was notably faster. And it was more successful.
That's the Leviathan we know. I've never seen them take such a slow approach on attack icebox as they've shown on this map so far. They usually set the pace. They push teams to their limit. Aspas takes a bunch of aim duels backside at A. Or even when he gets deposited at yellow, he's hunting for them. He's not just sitting and, waiting, biding his time. He's got such good aim. When he's put in a spot like that, he needs to use it to his advantage. Mazzino, he was the one that stepped up here, getting the spam kill, getting all the follow-ups.
I mean, as soon as you see that jet smoke go down, given how short it is, there's a really good chance there's somebody in there.
Yeah.
Trying to catch a timing around it, and Mazzino just reads it well.
That's the power of the Phantom as well. Why not?
Yeah, sure.
No tracers on the other end of it. Looks like it will be another A default from the side of the Leviathan.
I don't know that I would even call it a default at this point if they just continue to fully send.
Just
I mean,
a 5 send.
Yeah.
Different angles being taken now from Vitality. More close approach.
They're investing a lot. Wall over the top. Safe is dead. Kicks might get spammed down as well. He will. A lot behind this punch. As Mazzino finds two. They've been knocking on the door of a tie game. Unless Sender and Runner can pull off a miracle.
What a great off angle. Aspas, the audio cue, but King.
One step of the way there. Sender now pushing forward into his death as there were 3 still remaining.
अभी आएगा Vitality timeout.
And it has been successful.
And it could have just been part of their game plan. Let's approach the first couple rounds slow. Make Vitality think that we're a team that's, changing our own game plan and then go back to the tide and true.
Dude, that replay right there just shows how literally impossible it is to play on the site. And again, if King continues to call this way and it continues to kind of accelerate a little bit, you are going to be stepped back a little bit. You are going to get pushed back if you're the defense.
टाइम आउट नहीं लिया ना ये लोग मेरे बोलने पे
Nasty stuff.
Safe with blades here, light armor for all of the defense.
It's another A. But this time, Tex, he's going to work up middle. And I like this.
I like this from Safe. With blades popped, all of these hits towards A.
Oh my goodness, he gets the first. He gets the second.
And now the smoke down to try to dash out and stay alive. That's beautifully done from Safe once more. Careful now. Almost finding a third. The spike's still up. Numbers away of the defense.
timeout का जरूरत नहीं था. देखा जाए.
First, quickly as that round have started, Leviathan picked apart.
ऐसा बुरा तो नहीं खेला, अच्छे ही खेल रहे हैं.
Now Vitality can slow things down and play things the way they've wanted to play this entire map.
That harbor wall isolates so much of the site, though. Safe, he's going to have to push through to meet up with kicks. But they just play the disciplined game.
There's still so many members here.
Yeah.
Mazzino with the Cove.
Oh.
As it goes down, Mazzino does too. Aspas is going to have to pull off a bloody miracle. Now left in a 1v2. Spotting the ankles of Safe and understanding where some of the starts to list. 35 seconds left. There's a shot at this. He's got to commit to the plant, though. And that's exactly what he does. Spid at his feet, tanks it a little bit. And it's just a bit too much. Outnumbered and outgunned. Vitality respond.
The solo push from Safe. Leviathan thought that they did it. They thought it was all clear. They used the correct utility. But King, he just got taken out in the follow-up. It was too much. I mean, this is such a close angle to hold. You're not expecting something like that.
And the fact that he gets away with two almost lands a third.
Really impressive.
I mean, again, the desk was talking about it. Seal mentioned it on the desk. He looks towards Safe. To be the one to dial things up, to get in their faces, that's exactly what we just saw that round.
And he's brought the momentum from his last series into this one. He was popping off. Now he has that operator.
17 and 11. Perched up over 410.
Get out of my way. इसके मुंह पे dash होने वाला है. कोई बचा नहीं पाएगा.
Off the top ropes.
दूर से देखा था मैंने, दूर से.
Nicely done with the blades as he looks for a second.
कभी मैं off versus knife में off को जीतते हुए नहीं देखा था. पूरे
again,
जिंदगी
this
में.
is the aggression. This is the faster pace that we expect.
Let's go. 10-10. Post plant Killjoy ult भी है. Viper ult भी है.
To try to face through. That's exactly what they have to do here. As the Hunter's Fury comes out, Aspas with Ob. They're going to have to deal with this lockdown too.
Nice, nice.
They don't really have a response to this either.
They don't. Too many players inside. Oh, it gets
broken
for
free.
Here.
Aspas just holding an off angle. There's two shock darts for Calm right now. Attack with a spike.
And again, the Op sender down.
Good pass, good pass.
As the walls go through, Trex gets two, make that three! Mazzino left alone. And it's not really, oh, it's just barely planted for him, but I don't think he can get that angle in time. He's asked to get up close and personal. Kicks waiting on the other side. It's been but the Red Bull clutch for Leviathan.
Oh my god!
Trex tried his best, but Mazzino, he was too strong with the Phantom. The jiggling back and forth.
Oh my
Spots him off
god!
the spike. And another clutch for him.
ने बचा लिया.
He's woken up. He's online right now. This entry. Safe. He had no time. You cannot hear that audio cue.
From that distance.
Oh my god. Trex almost went nuclear in that moment. That was absurd.
I mean, he got three.
Even his movement, he was jumping off of the rope. And relief for King, who, by the way, is sitting at 20 kills. The IGL of Leviathan.
Well, I think that's one of the things that makes Leviathan so strong, and that's what's made them so strong throughout the years. You know what you're going to get with Aspas, but Tex has been such an anchor for this squad, not just in defensively holding aside, obviously, but in the way he's been able to perform match after match. And then when King gets involved too, this is not like a atypical performance for him. 20 and 14 so far, he's looking great, but man, Vitality have really shown up on Icebox here.
Yeah, it's a map that they're 5 and 4 on. It's not their best map, right? But the game plan that they implemented got them this far. They're pushing Leviathan.
Undefeated.
It's a tie game right now.
Undefeated.
It's still up for grabs.
Undefeated.
Somebody that you talked about earlier that I want to touch on is Tex. He's had a rough one.
भाई चाहिए
Icebox
music.
is
क्या
normally
बोलते
a map where he
We
shines.
need our timeout music.
He's up there with Aspas usually.
Yeah, he's quiet now.
But he's been getting shut down. He's been getting shut out.
Best team था ना LEV, अभी भी है, अभी भी है.
Vitality here knocking on the doorstep of stealing away Leviathan's map pick. Meanwhile, the attacking side.
Just go A.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, it has been successful for him, so why not?
Yeah.
Vitality actively denying mid-space, denying B-space. They dropped the reckoning here.
And by the way, Doug, there's no Killjoy utility watching the flank that deep. So Heaven is completely open.
I'm surprised they committed the pit on this as well. Make that 2. How in the world do you navigate through this? I mean, with pistols, you have a drone and stuff like that, but otherwise, you're just kind of face-checking it.
Heaven, Vitality, he's going to get some free kills here. No one's aware so far.
The Thrash will help. Safe over the top, now dashing forward. Aspas is looking for him as well, but you've got kicks to deal with too. Trex. Huh? Sneaking up on to Tex. No way. That would have been so silly. Kicks is the one who steals the kill away, though, as Vitality take the lead again.
From the start of the round, it was a B push right away. Vitality, they didn't have good weaponry. The only rifle was in the hands of Safe. Of course he's going to push all the way through. Leviathan have only hit A for the last, how many rounds?
Yeah, 5 maybe?
And Tex,
4 or 5?
Yeah, and Tex didn't put an aggressive turret that was watching mid or the B push. It was so passive. Heaven was completely open the entire round. Aspas, he had too many angles to look at.
क्योंकि आज कोई भी शक्ति मुझे चुप नहीं करा सकती.
Seriously, I mean he's
got so many.
आज मेरा एक prediction गलत नहीं जा रहा.
Is that 4? MasterCard's getting their money's worth.
Yeah, something obnoxious.
And so I guess now that they've been beaten on A,
उनको सच्ची लगता
they make a little noise towards B.
ये हारेगा लेव.
Weaponry not great here, just 2
तुमसे
rifles.
बड़ा noob कोई नहीं है.
It's so interesting with how many rounds Leviathan have won in a row.
Yeah, do मेरी गोटी.
There's only 2 rifles on play.
They just had the drone clear out a lot of A, so that's going to allow for the rotation from Vitality back towards B, leaving Safe back A, sure, but the vast majority of their defense is here.
Oh, this is too much for Aspas to handle. Dart.
What a gorgeous combo of utility. And then again, Drex and Sender, a flawless round to get Vitality to map point. The dart over the bottom, the Dizzy over the top on the other side of the wall. That's how you disrespect Harbor utility.
It's so clean.
Tex को क्या हो गया
Trex, it took him a little bit, but he's here. He showed up. What was that spray down?
Tex को क्या हो गया आज?
What a massive moment. We have another timeout called from Leviathan, the last from either team. Vitality again, 1 round away from stealing Icebox.
And it's been such a team effort across the board from Vitality. Safe has had his pop-off moments, but the game plan has been to farm that Thrash on both sides. Let alone the performance he's having. It just makes it feel like he has it every other round, and he's had it.
Almost every other round, you're right.
And also Vitality winning that last round cleanly without having to use that Killjoy ultimate, that lockdown. You have that now. And all you need is 1 round to close this one out. Tough stuff ahead
by music
Leviathan.
Music
You're gonna have to try to bait out these ultimates.
Music hat.
Try to not get first blooded. I mean, after losing that Thrifty round, that was an operator that was donated into the hands of Safe.
Music hat.
I don't know how clever going to do this, man. I'm not going to lie to you. They've got a Spectre to deal with light armor on comm.
It's so tough.
They have to find a way, though.
They haven't really worked the map at all. They haven't really gone mid. They've like pretty much only gone A. They went B 1 round. Not showing any B default.
And it was not a light buy, but it seems like they're going to try to hit A again. This time, Safe ahead of it. Finding Mazzino. A bullet between his eyes.
जब तक आसपास है मुझे है भरोसा.
You're glad to play aggressively, eh? Given how the rest of the attack half is gone.
It's unreal stuff.
Placing swamp grenade.
The cloud bursts through, the dash up, the drone out, sure. But now here's the problem. Even if you do get out onto site, you've got to deal with the lockdown. You've got to deal with Trex's ult.
And they just don't know what they want to do. Half in, half out. There was hesitation across the board.
And they don't really have the middle of the map either. And there it is, the Safe, the op in the hands of Safe.
You have to jump spot.
Wise to do it. Understanding where their weakness was, where their gap lied. But the thing is, they have nothing to suggest that they've left A. So they're all still here. They're just walking.
Nice, nice,
into
nice.
Vitality's crosshair, but Com's able to win that.
आसपास मेरी जान के टोटे.
Closing in, they're getting crunched on. You've got Sender who's creeping right behind them, nipping at their heels, hot to trot. Aspas wise to it, but they've still got to deal with the rest of the defensive Vitality. They still have to deal with getting the spike down. And on their third attempt, it seems like they will succeed. Now it's on Vitality to figure out this post-lane situation. Retake with an op in the hands of the duelists. LEV have to play this very carefully. Vitality have been so good in these situations. Trex, can he be the hero again? Not this time.
Jord, one more round, maybe. One more round.
That was nearly impossible for Leviathan. They had no harbor wall to actually execute onto the A site.
With
the contact approach in that moment. The setup here from Com, breaking through. Runner, he gets taken out. There was no follow-up. And the Hunter's Fury, was invested. It created commotion and chaos. Safe was able to convert one kill off of that, but the fighting squad was too much on A.
They've just relied so heavily on winning these gunfights.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw it in that round. There was nothing to suggest they had left A. They didn't have mid control. They didn't have any noise B. It just so happened that they were able to win out the aim duels.
This is a really good buy from Safe. Buying the Outlaw, understanding that the economy was broken a bit.
Leviathan looking to push this to OT. You hear the Outlaw go off. Start not tagging anyone, and Com's ult. Again, just causing chaos. No real damage dealt though. Safe falls. Big kill out from Aspas. He tries to get high ground. Dizzy's cleared. That shock's gonna hurt though. Yeah, it's gonna hurt. Trex gets another. A 2v2 now for the round. Calm up top. Almost able to clutch it out, but Mazzino delivers. We're going to OT.
In the last 2 rounds, Com has had such big impact. He may be sitting at 14 kills, but the kills that he's accumulating, they win the rounds.
भाई ये शॉटगन देख के लगा मेरे को लग गए.
Starting to see both teams really push each other and push themselves to the limits. Trex in the value he's had. You mentioned Com, how good he's been. Almost hits the third here.
Yeah, the flick.
Almost hits the snap down onto a runner.
The follow-up was great. Whew. What a battle. What a first map. I did not expect this from the side of Vitality. I did not expect them to push Leviathan like this.
Leviathan showing they can push back. At least a little bit. And so the defensive side again for the #1 seed from America's Trex a little bit too far ahead of things.
Very overeager.
That's another one going down. And the approach is very different here from Vitality. As much as we talked about them playing it slow, them playing it carefully, they accelerate a little bit here in the first round of OT. Seems like it was ill-advised. Kicks and Sender left to figure out where it all went wrong. In a 2v4. Now they slow it down again. A minute left in the round though.
It's going to be so tough. It's a firing squad to jiggle. 3 members primed and ready.
There's really no way in on this.
Yeah. Oh, that's a 1v1 though. Another one.
That's 2. He still has to get a couple more. 6 bullets left and he can't close it out. And so maybe that takes the lead back for, I believe, for the first time since the pistol of the second half, maybe?
Yeah.
It's been a while.
Unreal. Taxi finally steps up. This is what he's known for on this map. On the Killjoy defensive side. I mean, look at those shots.
Yeah, those were crispy. And then Mazzino, too.
Yo, I sat these kids down, bro.
He definitely did.
And that's might be the most emotive thing we've ever seen out
He
of
forgot
Tex.
the
I don't think I've ever seen him smile.
rule of Valorant.
Right here.
And so LEV up 1 round in the first bout of OT. Aggression from the defense again. They're so far up.
Yeah, but there's a player all the way up.
Another fight towards A. Aspas slips the net. But Trex over the top. A little bit of damage out, a little bit of kills found, but still advantage away from the #1 seed from Americas. The drone pushing through. 2 members left here. They're ahead of his walls. They're ahead of the utility. They've got to win these fights out though, and they're just outnumbered.
OP.
There's no way they have enough, and now they have the reckoning that Cinder's gonna have to deal with, a 1v3 to keep the map alive.
Spike planted.
For as much as they pushed Leviathan, for as much as they bended,
excuse me, मैं VAT 20
does
बोला
not seem
हुआ
like they will break.
रोना बंद करो.
Yeah, Com's wrapping all the way back around as well. King has a
Why
molly.
players don't reload?
There's still a cascade in play.
मुंह पे थोड़ी reload करेंगे.
It would take a huge blunder, one of the biggest we've ever seen on the main stage.
Cinder dropping the spit, exchanging for the one at his feet. Dart behind him too. I mean,
no.
This has to be the most miserable position for a player to be in. Again, Vitality pushed
Not
him.
even close,
Vitality
baby.
really gave Leviathan a lot to think about, mainly on the attacking
Not even
side, but it
close.
was just
क्या
not
बोलते हो?
enough at the end. Leviathan weather things out. They close out Icebox.
Guys, 7,000 लोग देख रहे हैं. Almost stream को like कर दो. This is gonna be the easiest 2-0 for Vitality. और इसके बाद होएगा the easiest 2-0 for Kang Kang. Undefeated. हाँ वो चाहिए म्यूजिक. क्या बोलते हो? यार what a view यार. अरे अरे next view बोला राइट भी लाइक गद्दारी करो बे. ये क्या म्यूजिक है? सेकंड मैच में टी शर्ट निकाल दो ना. लैंग्वेज देख क्या है? कुछ कुकीज है क्या? कुकीज. भूख लग गई यार, आज जल्दी भूख लग गई. और आज पूरा फास्ट आया था. La 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 la. Hey chat, केला लोगे क्या? केला. केला लोगे क्या? केला पेपर. ये अच्छा है. I'm a music producer. Let me know if you need any help. Are you a music producer on Room?
I love my homies, 믿어주는 친구보다 밖에 남자답게. You wanna fight, you wanna fight. 내 거 넌 보면은 뒤져. 나 착해 보여도 피하지 않아. Ice 16 bars 그철낸 긴 봐요. 나 해본 바로 못해 인기가요. 내 태도 motherfucker. I'm 몰랑 motherfucker. 어쩔 나 move motherfucker. 7 느끼는 heaven. 피우 대신 치우 가끔 치우 대신 피우고로 배분. 에이 씨발 씹스도 웃겨. 이 파까 입은 달라. 이 씨발 알고 말해라.
देख वाला अच्छा रहता, थोड़ा सॉल्टेड.
Leviathan, they're on the board in this elimination match. I'm now joined by their head coach, Itapata. Now, before the game, we heard some of the players on Vitality talk about they had specific counter strats coming into this match. Did you feel any of that on Icebox? Is that why it was so close? And if so, how did you deal with these?
I'm a producer. I can produce music for you. Nixon bhai, I'm a gamer. Huh? And even I can make songs. छोड़ दिया वो गली उसने हे हे
Icebox, and even though that was their pick, let's be honest here, Lev survived that one because Vitality were on their tails, Mimi.
Yeah, Vitality nearly won that game in the second half. It took the Lev individuals coming online in a couple critical rounds right at the very end to come back. But Vitality, man, I think if they had gotten a few more rounds on the board in that first half, it could have been theirs. They had continual problems with dealing with B main in that half. The Lev players managing to lurk up in that area and then kind of own them on these A execs in a lot of rounds.
I was worried at the start of the game for Vitality. It looked like they were having a very slow start. Telegraphed approaches to everything, not doing any sort of B pressure. Sender being the first point of contact on a contact round, walking up, dying, and they had to play without their Viper, their only smokes character, multiple times, and there was no push-pull element of it, and it wasn't really until the round 5 they got a big round off the middle and B area and the kitchen halls area, and that was like a big moment for them, and it seemed like they were gradually picking up from that point onwards, started getting the rounds leading into the second half and all that stuff, and it really was looking like it was Vitality's game for a really long time there until Lev suddenly woke up towards the end of the game there where we saw those few highlighted rounds.
And this has been kind of a consistent thing for Lev, I feel like, having these kind of struggles in the middle of games and then needing these individuals to step up, but they have so many incredibly talented players that can bring you those rounds and keep you in that series, and I think this now puts Vitality in a bit of a scary position. They were so close to winning this one. They are going into a sunset, which has been pretty good for them, but with how closely matched these teams are, it's tough to lose like that.
It is tough to lose like that, but that was Leviathan's match. So it's like, and it was an overtime. They might be sad about how they lost in the end because they were right there. They were on the cusp of, you know, closing that game out before they finally faltered. But going into sunset, knowing that how they were able to recover in the early stage of that Icebox, that's going to be good for their confidence. It's going to be great for Safe's confidence. That's going to be a huge point of it. And it's not something that they should be afraid about. Like, they drew blood. They know that it's doable. They just need to be able to convert and close it out.
Yeah, and for Safe, I think you saw in a lot of those replays him like really building up his team, being a calming force. He's become a lot more experienced player, and I think built a lot of emotional maturity to be that guy who can keep his teams in a match, and that's going to be really important throughout this series.
Yeah, but look, there were some great moments across the board, but we have our HyperX Reflex moment of the day. You got to give some love to Aspas here. You knew it was coming. He's had so many great moments in the map, and again, we always praise him for his consistency, what he brings to the table. But really, it was a lot of these op kills, some of those jet knives as well. Still, what we were really getting from Aspas was him just willing the team, keeping them in this match with a few of these big moments, and that shot.
There wasn't even a dart tag.
That was silly.
Like,
that was just silly.
There were a few moments back and forth between the two teams here that kind of got ridiculous results out of it. So right there, that's a huge round for Lev to win there. And also was getting that collat. It was just, what?
Yeah. That, silliness.
That's unreal.
Silliness across the board. But that being said, though, on the other side, even though Safe, you know, the stats obviously favor Aspas a little bit more, I got to say, Safe was bringing it in a few of those rounds.
He had a lot of big moments, I think, especially on the attacking side, getting some really big opening picks on their executes throughout that second half. And this is going to be a fun matchup to watch, not only because of the history. Safe, locked in, Aspas, chilling.
Yeah, like when I see this is a perfect illustration of kind of how everything went, because Aspas was kind of chilling back a lot of the moments, going in last or not first at the very least, and just waiting around a little bit. And then we saw on the other side of it, Safe was just leading the charge and going in first, taking a lot of these opening duels even on defense.
I think we will see a difference now going into Sunset, where both these guys are expected to play that Neon, and I think both of these teams have a lot of set plays for kind of opening gambits built up around that agent.
Yeah, well, we'll talk more about Sunset in a little bit. For now, though, let's hear what Coach Gorilla from Vitality has to say as we get ready for map 2.
I've got Team Vitality's coach Gorilla with me ahead of map 2. Now, Leviathan, they didn't ban Lotus today. It was open. You guys could have picked it. But what was it about Sunset that made you feel more confident that you wanted to take them to?
We've had more reps on Sunset.
In
general, it's just a better feeling for the map for the team. I think the reason why we picked Sunset is because if we'd picked Lotus, there was an opportunity for the veto to get a bit funky. And these 3 maps for us is like, at the end of the day, they're really good maps for us. So, you know, if we lose this game, then it's just down to them being better and us not showing up. So we're very confident in Sunset and Sun.
All right, thank you for your time.
I think coming out, Icebox, if you are Vitality, excuse me, Steel, you are feeling pretty confident. Yes, Leviathan turned up to 11 and we're able to close it out toward the end there. But as you heard from Coach Gorilla there is a confidence there for Vitality, and I think it's quite earned on Sunset.
The Vitality, they were right there, and had they closed out that Icebox, it could have been an easy 2-0 for them, because they are right, their Sunset is their strongest map. This is like their go-to pick in so many of the matches in EMEA, and we're not going to see anything really crazy. You pointed out already that we're going to see the Neon heads up here. The big difference is that LEV is running the breach to set up the Neon, whereas Vitality is running that KO. Neither team running a Gecko on this map, which is a big plant and spam.
Yeah, I think there's a big regional difference here. A lot of the EMEA teams favor the KO here. No one in Americas is playing this agent, so I think it does play. It's kind of change how LEV has to play a little bit here. As a side anchor, you're going to have to deal with those knives. There's a couple unbreakable knives on this map that can cause some troubles, so maybe LEV going to look to play a little bit more of these retake setups, and I think a lot of that force on dealing with the KO, he's going to have to come down to Tex on this defense.
Yeah, Tex, I mean, he's going to have to figure out where he's going to play, but just knowing how good he is mechanically, being able to get the first kill and get out, I do fear for how safe he's kind of going to maybe go too far ahead as Neon sprinting way too far ahead.
Vitality's going to have to be ready for some of these set plays around that breach stun as well. That can really put LEV in advantage early on.
Well, LEV are just one step closer to making it to the playoffs, but Vitality have an opportunity to force map 3. Let's send it back over to your casters, Doug and Baby Bay.
And what a sweet thing it would be if they could pull it
22.23.
off. Vitality staring down the barrel of elimination, but Sunset, something they're comfortable on, a map that they're very familiar with. And I mean, yes, Leviathan are no slouches on it either, but you would kind of want to favor LEV here, Dre.
It's tough. I mean, Mizzino's very, very good on the breach here, but since Safe went to Neon on this map specifically, Vitality have been 6-2 on it. It's unbelievable the turnaround they had putting Safe on Duelist. The problem I have is he's either dropping 30 or he's dropping 10. So which Safe are we going to get? If he performs like he did on the last map, he might take this one home.
30 Safe.
See the knife and the dart used in tandem towards A at the beginning of the round. Aspas with a slow step back.
Yeah, and a walk-up off of all that utility. I think that Leviathan thinks it was a feint. But either way, they're going to play retake on the site. They're going to clear out all of mid. It's just going to be a retake versus post-plant scenario.
Yeah, they're kind of glad to do it too, given all of the Cypher utility that's still up. They still have a cam perched over the site. You still have a trip.
They might flood through the smoke, Doug. There's a dart lineup from Calm right now. Cam sees a lot of players on site.
Zeno has a fault line too.
Oh, the stun
first. Safe falls. Both shots. Savage Trex continues to cause problems. This time getting the best of Tex. A tap on his spike, but no kills found yet. Trex still playing really far back on the site. And you've got Calm who's waiting for him. Meanwhile, Sender pushing forward into the smoke. Aspas with 3. Trex, he knows Calm is there. Finally swinging out now. He's gotten it to half. Aspas is very weak. But that's a 4K for the Duelist and a pistol for LEV.
And what a shot at the end there. Aspas, he slid right past Safe, running through that Omen smoke. Safe. I mean, I don't blame him for going for that stun. That was the perfect timing, but Neon is too quick.
Yeah.
And the self-stun worked against him. What a retake. What a flood for Leviathan. A much faster paced approach.
This was so close. Let's go.
Jeez. Nice. What a start from the lad. And now he's 4-0 already, building up 2 orbs off of that ultimate. And he gets a Vandal full armor off of that. He's going to be so confident in this anti-eco round. A strong start. Another defensive pistol win for Leviathan.
I think the question in situations like this is, do you put yourself in a position to potentially lose it? Really nice positioning out from Tex, just barely dodging the flash, swinging into the second.
Crazy
Aspas joins in on the fun. Those two alone have claimed every single name of Vitality this round. Trex is the last one standing with a nice bit of HP, continues to get tagged through. A flawless round for Lev.
Protocols on protocols. The breach stun that Mizzino had all the way from A-Link. It sets up Tex to not get overwhelmed by the classics. And it was a team flash as well onto safe that Kicks had. The timing just not quite there. That's something that Vitality are going to have to clean up on this next gun round.
उसका टीम का टोटल
प्लस
opponent टीम का टोटल भी उसके जितना गिनती नहीं है. Any comments?
On par.
Aspas has the finger guns already.
He doesn't even need it though, and it's going to be an aggressive B main take right here.
6-0 so far. There's the aggression that you were talking about, the dash. Dude, forget about holding B main with a rollout like that.
And the reason Leviathan do this is because they want to put pressure on B main and kind of funnel you towards the A site where they have a retake setup. That's why you already see Aspas leaning all the way towards top mid. They try to manipulate you into what they want. Make you invest more utility to clear all that space. So right now, this is the correct play from Vitality, a good answer back. You want to reclaim that space, but look, it's the it's another reclear. So now you have to use another layer. Leviathan, they're just burning utility. They want to make it so when the execute actually happens, you don't have much left.
Yeah, I mean, and that's even if you get B main back.
That being said, it was only one drone invested from Vitality. They still have tons of flashes. Rechargeables.
A drone and a knife on the other side, and that will tag Tex.
Oh yeah.
So they know the Cypher utility is here, although down for the time being.
Tex needs to be very, very careful playing in backside right now.
They're gonna go back. Remember, Calm slipped into this position while that Omen smoke was up. How patient can he be?
He's gonna get cleared.
Is he?
Yeah, for sure. Safe is dialed in on this angle. Oh my gosh, the timing? No way!
The wall goes up. Calm has gotten behind them. Off of the fault line, only finding one.
But it was enough, the delay. There's 4 members here for Leviathan, 10 seconds left.
And the spike is still not out from main yet. The paranoia comes through, make that 7 seconds. That's a spike down on the ground. There's no way to recover it. Sender would have to frag his way through, and he can't.
Oh my god, it's over.
The bonus converted for Lev.
That B main push, Vitality, they had to finesse. They had to take A space or feint it at least, and then also re-clear all of B. He played that insanely well. Mizzino, another fault line to set him up as well. It delayed everything. 4 members were already here. You're going to see this a lot from Leviathan. They like to manipulate you on their own defensive side. And oftentimes they're a step ahead.
All smiles for Lev as we go into the next, a pistol buy for Vitality.
And for good reason. It's been pretty clean so far. Not much of a fight that they had to deal with. Will be another anti-eco. Sheriffs across the board for Vitality though.
The mid-trip cleared. Aspas the only one really close by as Mizzino starts to take a step over.
Yeah, he has to shift over. Everyone's shifting over right now.
Yeah, Com's popping up
Control कैसे करते हैं Stinger को?
Aspas in a tough spot here. He currently doesn't have any help, but he does have a Stinger. The paranoia out. He manages to dash away. Walls go up. Oh, popped. Instantly denied.
Yeah.
They're going to try to end B here. That's going to be tough. You still have all this Cypher utility that's up.
It's a flood again.
Aspas again with the finger guns out, looking to find anything that he can. Smoke still coming through. The Thrifties were very successful for Vitality in the past. Can they convert again? 4 still up, but Kick's so weak. Sender 2. They've managed to get the spike down. If that's all they get, that's a money win, but they are still hungry for more. Mizzino waiting on the other side. Trex is now down. There's the swing from Mizzino. It's all on to Sender by himself in a 1v2. He can't connect. Another round the way of Lev. That was closer than it should have been.
Yeah, Vitality did a very good job of weathering that storm, weathering that flood.
EDG 2-0.
Just freezing the round again. It seems like when Vitality freeze the round and taking certain type of space, they have an advantage. They're just so good waiting for the antsy players of Leviathan, wanting to peek out, but the gun disadvantage, it's too much. In a rifle round, maybe they win this round, maybe they convert.
Yeah, maybe.
And it's a quick timeout. 4-0 for Leviathan. Nice cleanup.
भाई लग रहा है 100 में करना पड़ेगा चल मजा आ रहा है देखो देख के
Aspas at 7-2 as there was a timeout that you just mentioned from Vitality. Down 4 rounds, still plenty of time on Sunset here. But you're right, an early timeout nonetheless.
A lot of these rounds, there's not really much to work off of. Vitality haven't really conditioned much of anything, at least not towards the A side of the map.
Yeah, 10k legs for removing jersey pass.
They've kind of been playing into Leviathan's hands, so right now, maybe you're going to see a similar approach to Icebox in which, you know, they're going to take some space at A, freeze the round, wait for any type of mistake, maybe wait for a reclear that Leviathan want to throw at them. Because Leviathan are very, very proactive on this map on the defensive side. But sometimes like, their spacing just isn't quite there in terms of peeking together. That has been a major flaw in Leviathan's defensive side, oftentimes when they lose this map.
Hello, yes, how's news?
Right here. I'm curious here. I mean, maybe we'll see if Vitality try that full approach that we saw in Icebox. I feel like the map plays a little bit differently, and I don't know that you can find the same level of success, but we'll see what the approach is here. 2 ults to speak of for Vitality. Some jump spots already. Look at the dart. Look at the paranoia. That's such a gorgeous setup.
Jeez. And he's out just like that.
That's beautiful.
Hanging around for way too long. Oh my goodness, he gets punished for it.
The kill given right back. All of that utility invested to have an advantage.
Squandered. But there was no A presence at all from this round. On the side of Vitality, so there's 3 members here. And Tex is already cheating his way over as well.
Runner just got his ult. And there is a body.
Right on cue.
They're going to speed up for sure.
They're attempting to throw a little bit of misdirection, but they realize that the B side has been lost. You've got Kam, who's the only one really kind of close by as Mazzino tries getting out of backside, but he can't. The nade through, King disrespecting it. Does he have the timing? No. Safe with 3. Kam catching 1 on the way out as Kicks tried finding safe passage, but was thwarted. Now we enter the post-play position on B. Spam's coming through. Kam has to play this so carefully. It's only 1 found. Kam's gonna have to get nades to win the round.
Triangle तोड़ दिया क्या?
Delivers for Lev.
क्या?
Out of his seat with waves across the stage.
He's popping off.
PC मिला किसको तो?
On the main stage, baby.
The
Kam, he had some big moments in the last map, but that retake, the flood, it was chaos, it was pandemonium. Hunter's Fury from the start, a nice set play. And just running through the smokes. Vitality not peeking together. Kam takes advantage of that in full effect. He's sitting pretty at the top right now.
वो ढूंढ रहा है किधर है?
In his soul.
वो ढूंढ रहा था crowd में. किधर है भाई?
Striving to win back-to-back championships. Still a long road ahead of him, but the opportunity for greatness, and with plays like that, he might just have a shot at it.
Is that his first ace of the tournament?
I believe so. 5-0 lead for Lev. Still the opportunity to purchase from the attack side. Light armor on all 5 members. And 4 ults.
This is a way more passive approach from Leviathan. Changing the pace on their defensive side, partly due to their operator being in the hands of Aspas.
Yeah, it slows everything down, you're right. Smoked off of mid.
Yeah. Oh, that's hurt. If he commits this, oh. Good cancel right there.
There was enough of a ping on the minimap, though.
Trips are still up.
To know where it was. The ult has been popped, you're right. The trip's still up. Nice positioning out from Tex. But as he gets closer and closer, it will continue to be a problem.
30 seconds
Aspas with the op, you're safe. Trying to make something out of his ult. Spam's coming through, not connecting, but the spike will go down. And again, it's a numbers disadvantage situation for the defense.
Operator as well. How do you retake with this? It's so hard to clear out these close angles.
I mean, we've seen this before, but Kam's not alive this time.
The thing is, where the spike is planted right now, sometimes you can't really get the spam.
It's a Bermuda Triangle.
But they're not going to go for it. They're just going to king these fights.
King has so much utility here. He's got smokes. He's got, I mean, he had everything, but decides to try to take the fight. Aspas can't get away. Safe was on the hunting him down. You also had Kicks, who's on the reflect across the middle of the map. There was nowhere to go. A big round for Vitality.
Yeah, Vitality not falling for it this time. Ready for that contact approach in the retake, close up main.
Unbelievably good round.
But yeah, you're 100% correct. There was so much utility that King had. He had a smoke, he had paranoia.
The stun was still there.
We're back. We're back.
Huh?
And they're back.
I mean, it's so. I mean, just getting that, especially when you're down 5-0, or you know, however many rounds in a row that you've lost to open a map, and especially given how you lost Icebox, that first round is massive. Getting the monkey off your back.
Huh?
Again,
all moments like that.
Yeah, again, all that B main space denied from Lev at the beginning of the round. They've left Calm and instantly rotating back towards A. The trip to cover the middle of the map. Vitality are here, and they're here in numbers. They're here in strength, but they've already lost Sender.
एक round जीतने पे
Knife only tagging one.
2 round जीतने पे trophy लेके जाएंगे लग रहा है.
Now Tech's creeping forward, still has a trip. Waiting on one side as the paranoia goes out. 2 kills the way of Lev. Runner's gonna have to do it on his own. Left to settle the butcher's bill. 4 up for Lev. How in the world does he do this?
They're so on top of each other right now. Aspas takes the head-to-head. Runner gets taken out. And on the side of Vitality, you don't expect what just happened to you. You don't expect Mizzino to just stay in that smoke. And there's a fighting squad right there as soon as it drops.
Spike down A.
When Leviathan are up numbers, they usually tend to play a retake approach, a retake style. But this time, they changed their game plan. It wasn't a flood with utility. It was just a firing squad at CT.
कहाँ से इतने गंदे जोक्स
They caught
लाते हो
Vitality with their pants down.
भाई?
More B-main aggression.
But this time, the knife invested here. How oftentimes we see it in conjunction with the dart towards A. To try to catch the Cypher, to try to get any early info.
आपसे से क्या भाई कैसे मोड़ से बड़े लोग हेलो
He's crept up across the middle of the map, has a cam over his shoulder.
हेड पे ला रहे
He got punished for it in one of the previous rounds by Aspas' operator, but that was when a B hit came through.
Tex.
So this time around,
Tex is by himself.
Anti-Tex.
You've got Mizzino who's starting to rotate over, but he does not have a fault line. The positioning here from Tex has to be everything. The spike hits the ground, the pistols not really standing strong. There was a Guardian in the hands of Safe, now a rifle for Trex. Runner not able to find any space, not able to find any success. Leviathan gets to 7, they march on.
Leviathan looks so ready for everything Vitality is throwing at them. They have 4 players on the site at all times, it seems. On both sides of the map. The B main denial, all the info gathered, it allows them to cheat over. And if you don't re-clear that space, it's just too hard to break through.
Let's go! Vamos! Vamos, vamos, vamos! Let's go!
Full momentum.
We're finally playing aggressive. Finally playing aggressive.
Well, there's clearly been an adjustment in how they've kind of approached these last couple of rounds. And honestly, you look at the score and you go, yeah, I mean, that checks out, that makes sense. That was part of the conversation we were having around Icebox, wasn't it? Where is the go that we're used to seeing from Leviathan? It was absent, it was non-existent. But now we're seeing a little bit more of it. Oddly enough, on the defensive side of Sunset, it's been
thing after me, Chad. Undefeated.
They've dictated the pace this entire defensive half, taking the fight to Vitality almost every single round, and then changing the pace up.
Undefeated.
Gets the off.
Yeah, I think you're right. They've done that a couple of different ways, but I really feel like most of the success has been from their denial of B main.
Yeah.
Right? They're just refusing to give that area of the map up, and then you have the combos across the middle of the map, like Calm with his ult, and the paranoia and the dart and all that stuff. You've got Tex who's been able to post up across. I think the approach has been very similar, albeit successful for Lev. My question is, what does Gorilla call here on the other side of this timeout? How do they change up some of what Leviathan have been able to do? Because they've been so successful here.
I think you either have to deny the B main, or you have to re-clear it. And then do mid-rounding, you know, finesse around the map a little bit.
Also Dragon देख रहा है क्या नहीं
from top mid.
अभी तो मैंने Umbrella Academy
It doesn't seem like they're interested in putting bodies on B-main.
Last का 15-20 मिनट बचा
That was
उसका.
another setup. That was another setup. They had the flash from Breach. They had the dart over the top, and Com had his ult. Does tag onto one. Sender managing to stay alive. Com splits the uprights.
But again, there's going to be 4 players ready for this. King has that A-line because of that early dart. Here's that split from top mid I was mentioning.
But the safe realize there was somebody behind him. No! Now they've got the Rolling Thunder, and that's going to throw both members up. The Paranoia out, sure, but it's just buying time. It's Trex who's left alone, and he didn't have the health, he didn't have the personnel. That's now 8 for Lev.
Everywhere Vitality are going, they're being met by 3, 4 members, and it's quickly. They're not ready for the pace. Leviathan are truly taking the fight to them. On every angle, even this, Safe, he did a good job of trying to get all the way in. But Mazzino, he's too confident right now. All of Leviathan are too confident right now. They're 8-1 right now.
And think about the difference on what we're seeing of Leviathan now versus what we saw at the beginning of round 1. They were stoic, they were calm, they were very even. Now we're seeing Com pop off. You got Mazzino's laughing on the stage. It's just a night and day difference.
बोलो को ये reclear करने को कितना time लगेगा
Confidence
भाई?
is brewing like crazy right now from this Leviathan roster.
3 across the middle of the map. Runner, the one being called upon to try to deal with it as best as he can.
And there was a drone in B main, but there's nothing to follow up. There's still 2 trips on site, a camera. Tex is doing this on his own.
He's just playing things perfectly on the edge. And then he's got a smoke over the top from King to help him out.
The protocols are insane right now.
Vitality still have guns here, and they still have a couple of ults. There's still danger. There's still threat to this round. King's got to play his cards perfectly. The smoke is still up. The trap is still there. They've got to understand. I mean, it's their own smoke. They've got to realize there's a threat. There's the fault line. There's the kills from Tex. 3 for him. Again, Trex left by himself. He's gonna find his one, maybe even a second, but how much more can you deliver on? 9 for Lev.
Doug, what a fault line from Mazzino. All the way from CT, it takes out everybody. There was a ping on the minimap. After that smoke came up, a caution sign. And Mazzino, this fault line was everything. It was insane. It was perfect.
Spike down. I love you, Mazzino. I love you, bro. You're so useful.
13 assists for Mazzino.
By
we
Tex
talked about
or
his breach
Trex?
going into this map.
You did.
He's been such a star on it.
This time, Pacey from Vitality. Tex here.
He's so confident right now, Doug. This is insane.
This has been the first attempt that we've seen up from Vitality to try to deny and fight some of this B main control. But again, Runner's already dead, and now they've got the smokes, and that alone is keeping them back. They respect it. They're going to try to flip towards mid, but look at Com. Oh my gosh. Com is everywhere. Sender falls. Another 3 on the round for the Sova.
Fuck's sake.
It's over.
It's disaster once more.
Dip.
10-1 the way of Lev.
Oh my
god, decimation.
Bro.
Last round in the half.
Timing's taken everywhere. Leviathan have downloaded the game plan of Vitality on this map, understanding that Runner is a solo lurk in mid a lot, and he's gotten punished almost every single time he's done that. Com is able to push all the way through A after that kill. They know that Vitality like to do 4-1s a lot.
प्यार हो तो ऐसा.
5 ultimates on board for Vitality. Surely they can take this one away.
First of those 5 used. Safe, and now Kix is going to pop his.
He wants to go through so bad.
Load this flank on the other side. And the thing is, too, you clear a trip, you don't realize that there are 3 waiting here. Maybe the cam gives it away, but that's all it is so far. So they've spotted Tex. Now they realize there's at least one more. Runner doing an excellent job of holding the line. And with Mazzino's fault line, they've got to understand there's at least a really nice flash. Runner with nowhere to go. 30 HP on the swing. Trex cleans him up. King
Cypher
come
और
in a
सोनम अच्छा
2v4.
उड़ गया बे इतना counter utilize
As the dart goes out over the top,
blind
it's been
सब आया
cleared,
था.
but so is King.
10-2.
Kong has had his heroics, but this time they're stifled before they even
जल्दी
start.
round खत्म करने
Vitality
के लिए
gets to
मरा
do a
है.
desperately
वरना
needed
मारता
round.
था.
Minor silver lining, I guess. What a dominant half from Lev. That's what you would expect to see out of #1 seed from Americas.
Comeback होगा obviously होगा comeback. Red Bull gives it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Same आवाज.
Oh, come on.
Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
Mods vote का link दो ना. I know your fans is there but chill bud. Red Bull gives you wings, Binks gives you jinx. बहुत गंदा था. इसको क्या बोलते हैं? इडियम. EDG जीतेगा करके. गाइस ये मैच खत्म होते ही पिन कमेंट पे जाओ, लिंक पे क्लिक करो और वोट करो एसेटल और मॉडल बाय को. ठीक है, इस बार चाहिए अवार्ड फिर से.
Yes. 8 rounds between these two squads. Vitality again.
क्या लगता है?
Pushed to the very limit.
टेक्निकली
The
देखा जाएगा
potential
तो
of their year ending
5 गन
in what, 3 rounds?
टेक्निकली
If Lev are able to
देखा
pull this
जाएगा.
out, this pistol is enormous.
They have to win it. It's a must-win
फिर
round right now.
बोनस और उसके बाद
What's their approach going to be? Are they going to try to take the fight to Leviathan like Leviathan did to them? Or is it going to be a little bit more standard, defaulty?
I mean, you don't really have the same tools that you would if you were running a breach, right? I think that's the benefit of having Mazzino on that is you saw how many fault line setups there were, how many flash setups there were. You are allowed to be a bit more pugnacious in your protocols when you have that level of utility. You don't really have that for Vitality. Yes, kicks, the flashes with the KO, sure, but it's just not the same bite.
The room for error is so tough when you're playing this KO Sova composition.
Nice.
Like you said, it's not as explosive. There's limited utility. You really have to work with what you got. And it's got to be near perfect. And that dagger was near perfect, hitting 4 members.
It does not seem like Leviathan are dissuaded, though.
They
They've
don't
gotten
even
the
care.
paranoia out, they got the knife out, and yeah, they still wanted to take the fight.
They don't care.
Aspas and Tex walk away a little bit beaten, a little bit battered. But belligerent nonetheless.
Just contacting in. Is Mazzino going to set up a fault line here?
This is danger.
He
He's
did.
not interested in it. Yeah, you're right. He did hit that, but he wants to take the fight. He's got to be careful. He's got the spike in hand. Tex is going to be able to trade it back, though. Aspas on the swing. Not able to connect, but Safe comes alive.
Enemy remaining.
It's going to be calm in a 1v3. Safe realizing he's there. It's the first. Sender drops him, dismisses him. Vitality got the pistol, an ever important one.
They're still in it.
कल बहुत खाया मैंने 2 प्लेट खाया.
They have a chance. They're going to have to invest heavy into this round. Buy the best weaponry they can.
2 प्लेट ने खाया,
Here's
2
the
बेल
replay. That
खाया.
stun just
प्लेट
not
ने
quite
खा
hitting the
सकते
mark for Aspas. And some nice shots from Safe. Safe's been having a good game. He's still sitting at the top. But the supporting cast, it's just been difficult for them. If they can string some rounds together, get some momentum back in their favor, we've seen how strong they are on this composition.
फिर chat तो गंदे जोक पे बोलता है. Excuse me.
Think about situations like this, not just in this half, not just in the series, but when you look at it from the lens of the entire year, is that you have to have short-term memory, man. You can't think about how Icebox got away. You can't think about the fact that, you know, maybe the supporting crew hasn't been as effective as they've been in the past. You've just got to take it around in time.
playoffs में
I
दो
love that
groups
Cam
बनेंगे.
is so
वो
high up,
बनेगा
perches
पूरा.
over the smoke.
Brackets.
Interesting use of drone, though.
Upper black
From really far back, yeah.
Very
lower
early
bracket
on.
का.
feel like there wasn't really required. Sender, whoa.
Huh?
Whoa there, buddy. Slow your horses.
It was a good flash over the top, but not really enough to punish.
Huh?
Now it's Flash being held by Sender on a little pixel angle kicks.
What? Good night. That's a ridiculous shot.
I can't use. But also a very weird setup. I feel like Kick should be the one jiggling in that moment, but instead he had a dagger pulled out.
30 seconds
Sender
left.
should just use the Omen Paranoia off of that for himself.
Sure.
So there's a chance for Leviathan to hit this B split.
Trampling towards B like Clydesdale's, making full. Again, as Tex gets another. That Sheriff is, I mean, it's just ridiculous. In his hands, 13 seconds left, though. Time is short. They've got to find the space, and they have to do it soon. Runner doing his best to keep him back on his own. Kick's now starting to join the fray. That should decide the round. Surely you just don't take the fight, right? Surely you just run away.
You get out with that Phantom.
Excuse me.
Vitality gets a 4. Clean shots out from Tex, but
the damage.
Yep.
The damage was done. Whoa. Yeah, Sender's just way too exposed in that moment. That shot was something else, though.
I mean, both of them. And Tex had a couple of really nice shots on Icebox, although you mentioned it. He was pretty quiet. But the Sheriff is just, I mean, that's just old reliable for him. 13 and 11 now for the Sentinel. But Vitality doing their best. They have to convert this bonus. And that's why you see just such a heavy lean into it. You've got full rifles. You have line armor on everyone.
And you have a lot of space gathered down mid as well. They're ahead of this one. I wonder if Leviathan are going to contact in just like the pistol round, or if it's going to be an explosion onto the actual site. Members of Vitality are slowly creeping forward.
He may be, but what's the dynamite? I guess Mazzino has a fault line. And Aspas obviously has the go.
What a flash.
Gosh.
4 members.
And the Paranoia. They've got nowhere to go. They're forced to take the fight back. Meanwhile, Safe has been creeping around the entire time. Calm was wise to it, staring down that way. The Paranoia now out. Trex has to face out in front of it. Pushes the smoke, understanding that's where the hit's coming from. Mazzino with 3. And Safe, who I thought was in a position to crunch this entire time, has to take an alternative route. Is now left in a 1v3. 28 HP for one member, but the rest of them healthy.
He does have stun.
Safe.
If he goes for it, he might be able to get both those kills.
Quietly creeping forward. He's managed to get it down to 1. There's the stun that you were looking for, but does he understand they're both there? It's going to have to be a miracle from Safe to pull this off. But Mazzino gets his 4th. Leviathan get their 11th.
Mazzino is the MVP of this map on Sunset. He's been out of this world. This attacking half, his impact on his kills. The defensive half, his utility. This was obnoxious. And the 1v1, yeah.
28 HP.
I was so surprised Safe didn't just slide onto him with that classic.
I mean, he understood how weak he was. But again, short-term memory has to be the approach for Vitality here. No time to dwell on the past.
I mean, Leviathan have done their homework. They understand Vitality like to do a re-clear off of a timing. And now it's just Safe. He's trying to be the hero.
Does he force it? No, takes a step back.
A wise choice.
You're right, though, man. The desire for heroics in a situation like this can be the biggest pitfall. Mazzino with the Rolling Thunder in hand. Depending on the angle he drops it at, will have value.
There it goes, but it's going to be a dagger.
It's not going to connect. I mean, the knife out on the other side will connect, but the Rolling Thunder doesn't hit anybody. And remember, these are just guns, or excuse me, pistols, mainly on the other side. Still a Guardian in the hands of Trex, finding a little bit with it. Runner, 22 HP, trying to settle through the stun. On to Sender and Trex now, trying to keep Leviathan away from series point. A tiny little pixel given away. as Tex punishes. What can Sender do? Nothing.
एक बंदा reload कर रहा है, दूसरा बंदा fight ले रहा है.
Leviathan have absolutely obliterated Vitality on Sunset.
से करेंगे full back?
And they're now knocking on the door of a playoff spur.
Finger, full armor, वैसा type.
And doing it as a cohesive
मतलब
unit.
ऐसा नहीं कि
You look at the scoreboard right now. Everyone within 4.
Best gun with full armor and utils are also.
A full team effort. Right there. And that's why it's been so dominant. Icebox is just a blast from the past.
Are they even radiant? I doubt. Kushal bhai.
Note here, 3 ults on the side of Vitality. And you've got Trex who's one away from the Sova too.
आपके खुद के मम्मी पापा आप पे डाउट करते हैं. आप
That dagger connects on 2 people A main, but they're unaware if they're pushed all the way up or sitting in the back of mid.
I would like
don't
to
have that
apologize.
info. KO dagger can be a double-edged sword sometimes.
A desperately needed round win to try to forge a path to OT, which is just such a crazy thought. Borderline unattainable.
Force by, sorry.
And they very well might end here. These two going down, if that's how it plays out, could be devastating. They're a little bit ahead of it, but they weren't ahead of it enough. Zeno and Aspas dispose of kicks and save. Now the smoke's through and Sender fully surrounded, trying to find safe passage out, but he can't.
It is
all on the runner and Trex now to keep the year alive. And again, Vitality crumble from beginning to end, bookended dominance on Sunset. Yeah, Icebox may have been a different story, but a statement made from the #1 seed of Americas. Runner can only stand for so long. 13-4 and a 2-0 sweep of LEV.
And it is over. एक prediction मेरा बराबर हुआ है.
One of the most dominant maps Leviathan have had all tournament.
Saved by NT यार लेकिन.
And oh, what a time.
What a sigh of relief too, man. For as much as they were tested on Icebox.
Yeah.
A night and day difference on Sunset.
And it's something you said.
Bro, I just came, I was making a cake.
It felt like you were in the driver's seat the entire way through. Your game plan, it worked. It was in full effect.
Finally in
playoffs. It came down to what? You were up match point for 3 rounds. And to have it just snatched away from you. It can break your mental. But what a great showing from Vitality.
NTR.
It's not what they wanted. But they went on such a run in EMEA, made it all the way here.
That's the #2 seed too. But Leviathan stands shoulders above for now. I mean, I would love Eagle's brain because, I mean, you heard it in that timeout. Finally, they're playing with aggression. Yeah. That seems to have been the biggest difference. That seems to have been, I mean, it felt like there was a new team that took the stage when that was the switch. And the results speak for themselves. 13-4 on a map that was Vitality's strong point. And yes, we talked about it. It was Lev's too, but that was dominant.
By itni अच्छी team. Trace से कैसे आ रहा?
But this performance from Leviathan, it was too much. It was too fast of a pace.
Pinky, hater #1.
Explosive on both sides.
I mean, they went back to what worked for them.
Chat 5K likes करके रखो.
Icebox, and yes, it eventually came out, but we saw it on Sunset. They
were
decisive. They used their utility. I mean, how many really cool ult combos did we see out from Calm with the Paranoia, with the Dart, with Mazino's flashes too?
But
and even if they didn't connect, they understood how
group
the enemy team of Vitality would rotate. And they were 2 steps ahead, it feels like.
Let's go. 2
steps
sometimes even 3. With the way they were able to deny a lot of that space from Vitality early on, this clutch out from Calm was absolutely ridiculous. When you got Calm out of his seat like that, that's a really good sign, Dre.
This is you right now.
Guessed himself on popping off right there too. A little bit of a stumble in his chair, but ultimately he pointed the finger.
I think there's a lot to be excited about for LEV, thinking about playoffs, thinking about what their aspirations and goals were. This was a roster that was built to win this tournament. We'll see if they can pull it off. We've got Calm standing by for the Verizon post-match interview.
Hello everyone and welcome down to the stage as Leviathan secure their spot in the playoffs, taken down Vitality. I'm standing here with Leviathan's Calm, of course. Congratulations, Calm. 레비아탄의 콩 나오겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 사실 일본 시드 팀들이 약간의 약세를 보였던 그룹 스테이지인데 무사히 플레이오프에 진출하게 됐습니다. 그룹 스테이지 경기 결과에 대해서 어떻게 느끼고 있는지부터 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Now, congratulations, Calm. You guys are in the playoffs. Number one teams from most regions had their struggles in the group stage. So, what's your evaluation of how group stage played out for you guys?
I think it just shows that everyone is good in this tournament. Anyone can win this. I think especially now, like anyone, it's just a free-for-all on who can win. But yeah, I'm excited we're the one seed that made it.
Where is my cupcake?
정말 어느 팀이 우승을 해도 이상하지 않을 만큼 좀 좋은 저력을 가진 이 팀들이 여기에 모여있다는 걸 다시 한번 보여주는 그룹 스테이지인 것 같았고, 그리고 1번 시드로서 이렇게 플레이오프에 진출할 수 있어서 너무너무 행복하다고 얘기를 해주셨는데요. 또 콤 선수 우승 경력자잖아요. 콤 선수가 보시기에 지금의 레비아탄 이대로의 경기력이라면 충분히 좀 우승을 할 수 있을 것 같은지, 아니면 조금 더 보완해야 될 점이 있다고 생각하는지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. You know what it takes to lift a trophy, right? So in your opinion, do you feel like Leviathan, you guys are in the full championship form, or there's still some work that needs to be done?
I think first map, I would say no, but in that second map, that showed our true form and who we are as a team. So I think we're here to play. Let's go.
아박은 솔직히 잘 모르겠지만 이제 선셋 같은 경우에는 레비아탄이 얼마나 잘할 수 있는지를 보여줬기 때문에 당연히 우승 충분히 가능할 것 같다는 기분이 든다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그러면 이제 대진 추첨식이 이따가 두 번째 경기 이후에 펼쳐질 예정인데, 같은 조였던 트레이스 e스포츠를 제외하고 G2, DRX 그리고 팀 헤레틱스를 만나게 될 예정이거든요. 이 중에서 만나고 싶은 팀이 있는지 또는 피하고 싶은 팀이 있는지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. So we have the draw show for playoffs coming up after the second match of the day, except for Trace Esports because you guys were in the same group. Is there a team you would like to face or, prefer not to face for the first match of the playoffs? 누가 오든 다 이겨주겠다고 얘기를 했고요. 마지막으로 오늘 아침에 도대체 피앙세와 어떤 춤을 췄는지 한번 승리의 댄스도 부탁해보도록 하겠습니다. Lastly, Maddie told me that you guys had a dance party this morning. Now's a good time to celebrate. Show us what you got.
dance.
Right now. I can tell you that.
No. अरे यार.
너무 무리수였나 봅니다. 안 한다고 얘기를 했습니다.
अरे यार.
곰 선수만 남았습니다. Congratulations, Calm, once again. Good luck in the playoffs.
사랑해.
사랑해 बोल दिया. I love you बोला उसने. सारंगे बोला गमसमदा के बदले. Guys. सीधा सारंगे बोल दिया उसने. ऑडियंस को बोला होगा. क्या लिख रहा है स्मिथ? राउंड में उसके फियांसे, अच्छा उसको बोला, चल ठीक है. टू द पॉइंट आदमी. गया कौन भी सोफे पे. की गर्लफ्रेंड थी उसकी फियांसे ऑडिशन. ओह ओके. जिंकी, who you supporting? Who do you think I'm supporting, huh? One and only. The cutest, the most entertaining, the most West gamers of all time. Animers. देवांशु बराबर लिख तो ले. सारंगे होता है ये, सारंगे नहीं है. डी डाल दिया. आर है आर. सारंगे. सारा. Old friend.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yes, सार्थक ने बराबर लिखा है. सारंगे.
Tokyo rider riding Tokyo highway. I'm on my Thomas on that bike and smoking pack. This is normal life. 제대로 되고 있어 모든 게. 난 술 취말 못하지 왜냐면 네 bluffing. Oh you get stuck. 내 보석은 너무 고. But I'm good at 목에 내가 더 반짝이다 보니 I knowledge. Hit it up as a main 맛이 hit it up as a. 이건 누구를 넣어서 실력하기 전까지 끊었어. Hit it up as a main 눈치 필요 없어 main. 나이 땅에서 갈 수 있는 건 나가고는 떠날래. 세상을 딴들 다고 될 때까지 거지가 잠깐만 나네 plug 여기까지는 안될 거리가
क्या बनाया है क्या बना दिया
watch me pop the top Betty to the club shawty in my crib it's a light and let me hit it I just wanna hit so fine I know that baby I just wanna take it right
this yep तुम्हारा स्कोर क्या हुआ मेरा 56 है तुम्हारा स्कोर क्या हुआ पिकेम्स का बताओ चेक करके वैलोरेंट में It's so cute गौरव झूठ मत बोल मेरे भी 56 98 झूठ लिटिल लेफ्ट कल फिर से ठीक मजा आया ना पर आज थोड़ा अनोइंग सा था बट ठीक है when you don't get it right your brain is like let's go cuties boy ने मार दिया मेरे
Welcome back to day 10 of Champions Seoul on our final match of the group stage. It's going to be EDG, Edward Gaming, taking on PRX, of course. Welcome back, everyone, to the desk. Golden, we're here alongside Mimi and Steels. We break everything down, and wow, what a way to start things up. But honestly, with how big this matchup is, there's so much more to talk about here. So let's go ahead and dive into this, because this continues that whole Group D, the OG group of death. Oh no, the secret group of death, coming into this tournament. A massive matchup between these two teams. And you can see the journey, Mimi, that both squads have taken. G2 already punching in their spot after a war against EDG.
Yeah, both these teams have played the same opponents, lost to G2, beaten Foot to get to this place, and now they found themselves back in this rematch that we've seen so many times before.
While their paths are pretty much the same in terms of the same results, I think the path is a little bit different in the sense that PRX looked like they were faltering a little bit against Foot at the start there before they were able to find their footing, whereas EDG, they pushed G2 to their limits, and G2 are looking so damn good right now. And it's just impressive that they were able to go as far as they did, winning that first map of Icebox, which is a really good map for G2.
Yeah.
But no matter the path they take, it always leads to this match. Every single time. These two teams have played each other since EDG came to their first international event all the way back at Champions Istanbul. And for the most part, PRX has gotten the better of them.
Yes.
Only EDG getting that big win at Masters Madrid. And we thought that would be the flip where EDG popped off, went on these runs at global events, but then they ran into their slump in Shanghai, went out in the very first round, eliminated in front of their home crowd by this PRX squad.
You win some and you lose some, but I mean, where you can
at
least draw a little bit of blood, you can see that there is a way to do it. And it doesn't really matter about results that happened from a few months ago. All that matters is how are they looking right now? How have they looked this past week? And right now, I can confidently say that EDG looks pretty good. And PRX, I mean, we heard it from the coaches in the interviews about being a little bit scared, not holding W. And then even one of the coaches was quoted saying something like, even if you lose 13-0, just please hold W, just hold W. And we didn't get to really see that from them until they got to play against Foot on Bind after doing this kind of comeback after Foot had a blunder on one of the rounds, let PRX do a defuse, they got back in the game, they closed it out, and then they go and just start to steamroll. But EDG has been looking good at setting the tempo, so I don't know if they get the same sort of footing into the race as they did agast Foot.
Yeah, I know, and no pun intended, of course. That's the important part.
No, I say it all the time. I can't stop it.
Yeah, trust me, I have my foot in my mouth all the time.
Hi,
Again. All right, well, ahead of today's matchup, you two caught up with Kong Kong for a quick chat. Let's see what they had to say.
I'm now joined by Kankan from EDG and Luna to do some translations ahead of today's matchup. Now, Kankan, every single time you've come to a global stage, you've had to face PRX. So I had 2 questions for you, actually. First question is, how do you maintain a friendly rivalry with them? And second question is, you faced Forsaken many, many times as well. Is there anything nice, maybe a compliment you want to say to Forsaken as well?
我觉得跟他们每一次都很
He can understand, but he
友善，
can't
就是因
talk.
为在训练赛无论如何还有私底下就是一起玩游戏嘛，然后就感觉大家都挺友善的，然后挺有意思的，他们都是一群很有活力的。然后我其实如果对我来说，我想对 Forsaken 来说的话，就是希望能够呈现一场精彩的比赛，然后友谊永存。
And actually, no matter it's during the scrims or in private, they are
can talk
super
too.
friendly and interesting people, and also they are so energetic. And what I want to say to Forsaken is like we want to present a beautiful matchup to all of you guys.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much, Luna. Good luck, Kankan. 加油.
Well, look, every single time we get to watch
Kankan has
EDG,
too many school friends behind him,
specifically Kong, he does present a beautiful matchup. The guy is an incredible player. He truly is an X factor for this team. And, well, they're still chasing that top 4 finish. They're still chasing, the highs that they have had previously at these other events, Mimi. And this is an EDG squad that I think are in a position right now that I think they're pretty darn strong. They just happen to run into an even stronger G2.
Yeah, they're in really good form right now. They took a map over G2, stomping them on Icebox, and honestly looking good. And it's been kind of a continuation of what we've seen from the other CN teams. FPX making waves at both events to come out on top here and really have people remember them. And EDG as well, making this somewhat controversial roster move to bench their IGL, pick up a brand new player. But thus far, it's been working out quite well. I think Simon has fit into this roster and been performing to a very high level and has had really good util usage throughout his time on this team at Champions.
It's always good when you have an initiator that can kind of put in that good utility usage and support up the rest of the team, but it's followed by a lot of good teamwork as well and good pacing. It's not like they're kind of like doing things one necessarily. Sometimes they do and they go big with it. But I mean, yeah, we've seen this whole play of remove your IGL not work out. So for it to kind of work out here is a pretty good omen for them.
Yeah, he's still kind of filling into the assistant coach role right now for the roster, and you have seen them get a lot of success out of their timeouts. You can't really say if that's how going, putting in the work or any other factor, but EDG, they've really, I think, reinvented themselves. They're a team that is sometimes known for being a little bit stale, playing some of the older stuff, playing like double duelist comps after they went out of fashion, really relying a lot on Kunkun's individual skill. But I think they're showing an EDG that has really solid macro and also is playing a lot of these ideas that we've seen other teams from different regions pick up, implementing more of the Neon into the mix, playing a lot of the Breach stuff, which has become pretty meta. This is an EDG that is ready to adjust their style to find something that will be effective, to find that top 4, that deep finish.
As you say that, I mean, we also see them playing the old like KO Sova and Icebox still, so I mean, everyone else has moved over. We're seeing like the Harbor Viper, we're seeing the Gecko being used just to get that wingman, get that spike plan, and they're just running this, I guess, 2022 comp?
Yeah, they're doing that.
Maybe
and
2021 even.
They've also followed in the footsteps of FPX and are playing Clove on Lotus, which none of the Western teams are doing. They have this weird mix right now of new Western comps, old stuff, and then the unique China stuff that no one else plays.
Honestly, I like that Clove Omen, just double controller Lotus. It's funky. It gets you in the action, a lot more fights, but it kind of does the same thing that the Viper does, but it's just allows you to enable more of these types of fights and duels that you want to take.
But guys, about EDG room, right?
Oh yeah, well of course, we'll see what they end up busting out into as well, what the maps are going to end up being here. But for the time being though, we did get an opportunity to speak with Smoggy about the loss to G2 and bouncing back in this moment, their moment.
Hello， 大家好，我是 EDG 的 Smoggy。我觉得两张图都是11比13，双方打得有来有回的，也是比较可惜吧。可能是因为我们赢了第一张图的原因，然后导致图2在后面有那种快要胜利的感觉的时候，我们自己会去打断自己怎样去拿分的节奏。但是我觉得我们就是已经尽力了。
The one as well might be a bit of that false information. Oh, underhanded Simon. Eager for the scrap. Does come up with the one. Dizzy going to be into his face as well. Plenty of targets up front. Go to P. Just don't know which way to adjust. This is it, surely. The impetus to take away this map. Nanoswarm's at your feet, ready and waiting. Trent is spotted, taken out, swinging wide.
Binks John.
我觉得我们现在队伍的状态已经比前2次马德里、上海大师赛状态都要好很多，然后我们也会去把自己的失误和问题都去理解，然后我们会以更强大的面貌会在这个冠军赛上取得好的成绩，也谢谢大家支持我们。
This is a team, and you heard Smoggy there, this is a squad that has aspirations for the top of the mountain here. And they have the capability to do it, but they feel like still that they are playing at their absolute best form right now. It did show in that G2 game, even though it was a losing effort. And I think if you are an EDG fan, you're still feeling quite confident about this team. Would you agree?
EDG is, yeah, I would say so. And one of the things I want to point out is from that interview, he was talking about how they were addressing the mistakes kind of one by one as they came in. And it's trusting that sort of process to be able to get to that next level. So, you know, this is going back to, do we want to look at these previous results against PRX, or do we want to look at how they are right now? Because if you're losing constantly, especially against a specific team, then you really have that time to digest what's going on and resolve every situation as it arises. And it looks like they have put a lot of that into play here, because, you know, this could have been the #1 seed going out of this group, going into the playoffs, but they narrowly lost in map 2 and 3. I think it was 13-11 to G2. So, you know, that is impressive right there and then.
I think there is something to be said about like the history matches when you play a team and you lose them. A lot of times they're being a mental block there, but I don't think that's the case with this matchup because EDG has beaten them before, and they've also changed up their roster and brought in new ideas since that loss streak that they had to PRX. So I feel like they have to be coming in incredibly confident today. Losing those 2 close matches, there is a lot to learn from it against that G2 game, but still, I think their form right now is way higher than the form we've been seeing from PRX here.
Yeah, well, speaking of PRX, let's go on to the other side of the field. Talk about W Gaming, PRX. Now, this is a squad that started things off a little rocky, right? They met the ire of G2 early on, but were able to bounce back in a big way against Foot when it mattered most.
And EDG played an incredibly close game versus G2. PRX got rolled. Their fundamental issues got exposed. G2 played their slow, classic style and ripped them to pieces. But it was a completely different story in this Foot game once they came online with that Sunset win.
So PRX looks to me like a team where if they're starting off slow, everything's falling apart because they are really good at causing that chaos and being aggressive and explosive in W gaming. But when they're doing like shift W gaming, it's a completely different story. And then when they get to playing against, you know, when they got to Foot, even on Bind, they were steamrolling through. They got to like a 7-0 lead, and you could see they keep kind of going too aggressive, and then that could bite them, where it's like they overextend. They get the opening, they get their advantage, and then they blow it by peaking more consistently, one by one individually, losing that advantage, losing that lead, and then suddenly it's like, oh wait, there might be a game on our hands here. So finding that soft spot, that sweet spot of not overextending and overcommitting, but still keeping that killer instinct and the confidence to go for it.
And I think their issue is once they start to make those mistakes, overextend, lose a few critical rounds, they have a tendency, I feel like, to over-adjust and play kind of scared, play really passive, not take those risks that defines their style. And in a lot of these series they end up losing. I feel like that kind of over-aggro into way too passive, the pendulum swings too far either way, and they can't find a way back in.
One of the interesting things I noticed from their Bind game against Foot is that they, running that 100 Thieves comp with a fade, the raise in that situation, they did some passive rounds on their defense. They had a really strong defense, and it started off with these explosive, like, run down long B, get these fights, get things going. But when Foot started fighting back a little bit, they kind of fell back into some of these passive setups, and it worked for them really well.
Yeah, you could definitely tell that PRX making those adjustants on the fly, courtesy led them to that win, of course. But for now, let's actually go ahead and check back into Jitsu because she's standing by here for Forsaken.
I've got Forsaken here from PRX with me. Now, I spoke to Kankan a little bit earlier. And we spoke about how, even though you always play against each other in elimination matches as well, it's a wholesome rivalry. You know, you guys are very friendly. So I wanted to ask you, how do you maintain that friendship on and off the server? Because he said that he felt like you guys are all very nice, energetic, friendly players, and he just wants to make sure that both of you are
Yeah, I mean, I believe it's gonna be a good game because
something ka photo dekho
again
piche.
and again since like last time. I mean, we always friendly, even though we always met each other in tournament. As long as Kang don't do this to us, we
Is there anything you want to do to him? Maybe if he does pull that out.
Maybe if you do this to us, maybe something will do this to you. You know.
All right, thank you very much for saying. Good luck today.
For saying such a nice guy, I will pay good money to see him pop off on the stage and talk crap to the other team. But you know what, though? I mean, no matter how you shake it, this is going to be an incredible matchup because these two teams, they deliver every time they play against.
Yeah, PACIFIC has struggled a little bit this season to find the form that got them to the Champions Final last year. But this is a matchup they're very, very familiar with against players they've played at every event. And if there was a game for them to step back up to their best, I think it would be this one.
What do we got for predictions, by the way?
EDG, they've just been too good.
I put EDG, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'll just stick to it.
All right, he's sticking with it. All right, folks, let's go ahead and bring out the teams for the final match of the group stage. You got EDG going up against PRX. Let's start the show.
PRX.
Edward Gaming.
PRX. Let's go. Let's go. हाँ बे कॉलर अलग है. कॉलर. वो कॉलर ज़्यादा अच्छा लग रहा है इससे. Shit.
It's the final match of the group stage, and it can only end this way. Two teams who have encountered each other time and time again, but PRX has had their number. The question is, can EDG muster up the ability to defeat PRX here in their Pacific region? Is it doable? This, of course, is going to be your series layout. You have Icebox, Sunset, and if necessary, we'll be taking a trip over to Lotus.
We start with two respective strengths for these squads. We saw PRX play against Foot on this Sunset. I think their Sage comp has been really good. They've been playing it for a long time. The last time these two teams faced, PRX took this map over them. But EDG gets to start on an Icebox, which was the one map they took over G2, and I think looked really good, especially on those attack sides.
And it looked like G2 also crushed PRX when it came to that Icebox map. But here, kind of like an interesting mix of maps here. Hitting some of the strong points, but some also kind of like sleeper, not really the first top two picks coming out of here. So it's going to be interesting to see how this kind of like tempo starts. It's all on EDG to set the tempo and let them control the pace of everything. If PRX can't get their speed, though, that steamrolling going, then it's going to be very scary for them, because if they lose that first map, which they've been having really slow starts, losing that first map almost that is the scary thing for PRX.
EDG has some really good coordination on this map. The G2 series, I think, they had a great read on these deep fights, especially on their B executes, fighting through and stopping G2 before they could commit to that retake. Great synergy around the flashes that Simon was bringing out. They're playing this old style Sageless comp with the KO and the Sova in the mix, but I do think you see some of that value in the coordinated team fighting with that double initiator utility.
This is a composition that's so difficult to clear out all these
That
angles.
are you ready
single
to
initiator
support
here without
EDG, baby?
having a Gecko or a KO to be able to clear out some of these angles means that
Are you ready?
it's going to be able to get that op up, and it's going to be
Yes,
very difficult to push
10K
him
legs
off. And even though that stage wall is in play from Jing, it's very difficult to actually get a whole lot of value because you still have to planting yourself.
Yeah, and you mentioned these slow starts from PRX. If they start slow here, Kong gets an op online and he starts avoiding that Sova drone, this could get real dangerous for PRX.
All right, folks, this is it. Final map of the groups. Final match of the group stage. Who is going to lock in their spot for playoffs?
Let's go. EDG wins 2-0.
Yet again on the call.
Ready?
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, this is going to be a bittersweet match, I think, here with EDG and PRX. Historic, obviously, because they played against each other multiple times now. But for both of these teams, the expectations that they've levied on themselves, I think, have been to reach much greater heights, and they don't want their year to end here and now. And exit out of groups for both of these teams would be that disappointment.
But at the same time, while the players on stage might be full of those excited nerves, snakes in their belly, for us at home, for us being able to witness this is a clash between two teams who are fast-paced, explosive, always put on a show.
Sid क्यों बोला तू?
Yeah, enough to make even Icebox exciting.
Aren't you like brother?
इसके पहले मेसी मेरे अगेंस्ट गया था हार गया. Just saying. Goodbye.
I really am. And there's contact caught by Smoggy. He's just going to get that information. Now PACIFIC going to be making sure to take that space rapidly at that.
Look
it's
how
an interesting
deep this
wall.
is.
Yeah, I mean, the Viper wall, the Sage wall, trying to fight for that backside control and underhanded flash. And Simon just
Clean, clean, baby.
This guy is just
Clean.
unreal.
Clean, baby.
What an absolute worldie so far. It's a three-piece. It could be on for the ace here, but it's going to be settled down to that 2 versus 2. Drone to tag up onto these players. I'm going to try and force the issue. Nobody under immense
Clean, baby.
9 HP here. Defuse for Smoggy, pushed off and away from it. Still lands a shot, but he's down on the void.
Clean, baby.
Whittled down to barely anything enough for Forsaken. Clean it all up.
Clean bolte.
Kang
bolte. Kang
bolte.
bolte.
Over the site. Instantly, as soon as you see where the Viper wall goes down, you know you've got a brawl on your hands. And the flash didn't quite connect onto something. I believe he got saved here, but oh no, not quite. I thought the heal had come through early, but he still had that debuff because he'd recently taken damage. Knocked down that 30 damage from the pistol, taking him to 10. A stellar pistol round though, from something. He picks up 4.
Bhai jeeta re, EDG jeeta re.
Form, I feel like is. I mean, I don't know. I was paying attention to that as a factor coming into this
Mar
match here.
Kang, mar one tap, mar Kang.
The window, both of these teams.
बता दे ये लोग कुछ नहीं है. बता दे Kang.
In theory, that means that we're going to end up on more middle ground maps here, and Icebox, Sunset, Lotus. So I want to see if they can carry forward these improvements that they've made on the back of their last series played. Keep it going all the way. Something has not slowed down. Will be stopped in his tracks by Kang.
Kang responds there. But they're still going to be able to retrieve that rifle. Goes over onto Forsaken.
Help!
Very realistic,
Very obvious in terms of the flash there. Just drops it round. Pistols are doing work though from EDG.
Nobody helping Jing.
Yeah, and rapidly approaching this position here. Just the Guardians in hand. It's actually the most ideal weapon as well against this anti-eco, but finally the crossfire setup comes through.
Kang
The 3 surviving into the next as well. You can keep a lot of these guns going in for the bonus.
Yeah, not bad. And Forsaken only brought a pistol into this one too, so they're still going to have 4 big weapons heading into their bonus round. I think, just to speak on the map pool for a moment, while we've got this small break in the action, PACIFIC map pool's today, really small. People are referring to it as the PACIFIC map puddle, not the map pool. But the fact that they've been allowed to get Sunset in here, because like you said, EDG, they don't really want to ban the perma because it's shared between both teams, but they also didn't target ban. So actually we're going to get map pool that PACIFIC is fairly comfortable on. I don't think you'll see that too much if they survive going forward into playoffs.
They went for the ban on bind instead, which after watching PACIFIC, I don't fault them on that.
Nobody
made
pushed
improvements.
Up incredibly deep there. Kind of on his own. Wasn't synced up with Kang just for a moment at the beginning. Takes the duel. It's a risky one against something and wins it.
Kang, let's go.
I will be enjoying it if we get Risk Taker Nobody coming out today because his aim can be unbelievable when he gets that confidence and he limit tests.
Yeah, he does. Just tries to bail himself out of some of these risky positions and spots. Chichu quite lucky to be walking away there.
And there's no mid-smoke down from Mind Freak. PACIFIC decided not to invest that one at the beginning, and he's actually taking contact here.
Yeah, okay, he's going to be covered over the top. That's Jing.
Let's go, Kang.
The rifles in hand. Kang, the punish. Already traded out.
Simon
alone surviving towards the back of the site, operating alone. This guy's getting chewed up and spat back out again. Chichu. They control the contain. Clutch. Down onto this site, but what a hell of a task. Again to overcome.
Easy to be one
post plan here for PACIFIC. Doubled up. They'll be able to secure that one easily, as it said. I mean, that's a bonus round for them as well that they're just bringing onto the board.
And one where they had to audible pretty heavily. The fact that Mind Freak's holding onto his Viper's Orb at the beginning of the round, that indicates to me that they were going for an A hit, a full A hit, and then as soon as something died, right off the rip, they thought, oh, well, now we've got to pivot.
I'm not liking this man.
But this defense on A crumbled as soon as nobody got caught. That kind of synced up play from Jing at the same time as Mind Freak, taking out nobody, and then Kang caught on the back pedal. EDG are going to have cleaner defensive setups if they want to stop PACIFIC. This team is going to push you to your limits. And unless you're tight, super disciplined and ready for them, anticipating what they're going to throw at you, it's so difficult.
Take flight. It's going to be even harder. We're seeing a lot of bonus round conversions so far at this event. I mean, I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but
a lot.
They're a lot, yeah. I mean, they're definitely a lot compared to the usual and the norm, so massive advantage.
I think Sentinels have contributed to a ton of those.
They really have in that Gen G match. Jing's going to get this plant down. Oh, no, it's okay. It's actually ult's committed. You know, EDG are on that half buy. They're going to be rewarded in kind. That's 2 pickoffs. Chichu trying to contest and tango, but he's going to be calling for the reinforcements, and a double swing with the discipline is nice.
That's so well played from EDG. And now the spike's abandoned. 2v5. Something Mindfreak left to try to bail this out. They've walled themselves off for going for any kind of control.
Yeah, just barely missed the body up towards the top. Smoggy! What a shot to hit. And something. Yeah.
What a way to open up and get your first round here. When PaperX's form was looking better, I'll tell you what I love in particular though. Chishu, smartest player in my opinion on EDG. At times has looked like the best as well. But he contributes massively there to that MasterCard Thrifty by jiggle peeking onto Forsaken. And Forsaken knows he's going to get swung, so he can't just start running, otherwise he's an easy pick. So when Chishu jiggles like that, he's just delaying Forsaken and buying time to set up the double swing. He's just doing this jiggle to wait for his teammate to come with it, and there's nothing that Forsaken can do.
Nobody else.
He's worried about getting timing.
So EDG are right back into it. All that talk about the bonus round conversions, how much it matters and means.
The mold begins early.
It really does. I need to see a lot of coach cams. I'm begging you.
Bomb grenade out.
Bhai Kangkang ke paas outlaw hai bro.
Either side, so we're going to get a gun round.
Ye round EDG ka.
A lot of ults for PaperX to potentially work with. Technically Forsakens is what I'm looking at. Chuchu's a while away from the lockdown, so might not have any intention of saving it. Smoggy once more sees the cloud burst here. He knows that he's under threat into this position, and the off angle will be punished.
Plus the 1v1. Something on top, on a high ground, favored in the fight against Kangkang, who is trying to capitalize on Smoggy's swing, and it just ends up being a raw jet duel that Something wins.
That just goes into that extension of the post plant. Overhead with the flash as well, but never been more obvious. Over the top there from nobody to return that fight. Chichu beautiful again with that rifle in hand, but
Chichu, so come on man, come on Chichu, you can do it.
In the round, 1v3.
Come on Chichu.
He's not going to be giving it though. This is PaperX looking very well drilled. I was wondering if they were going to be able to carry that form forward. In the last series they played, that bind map, I was dead impressed with them. They were all in sync, working as a unit, and there's nothing scarier than PaperX when they've got that hive mind.
That's so true. I've actually been fairly impressed with both teams and how they're setting up their coordination.
Yeah.
And that wasn't just a solo peek from Smoggy. Smoggy and Kangkang trying to swing together. It's not necessarily so that they can double face,
but more
so that they're trying to work off the distraction. Everyone focuses on Smoggy and
inside out.
Gets out.
Cold wash,
didn't work there, obviously, because PaperX were also super ready for that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I think a lot of this too, not just the discipline, but also the pace and the anticipation is so important. Because in a situation like that, Something is so fast on top of yellow, he's ready for Kangkang. If they set up that play 3 seconds earlier, maybe Kangkang can catch Something as he's updrafting. Trying to get ahead of the tempo that PaperX plays at and be ready for them, it's a mammoth task.
Really
but the best teams in the world, Gen G for example, when they were incredible at shutting down PaperX, and for that matter, kind of have been for the majority of the year. That's what they rely on, is that being there ahead of them and anticipating what they're going to do.
My dad is my favorite song.
They are, but I didn't mean any disrespect to EDG as well with some of the earlier comments, because they have been making improvements. I mean, the G3 match, I think, really did. We saw almost the best out of them, I think, playing up to the potential versus that team. I saw glimpses of like anti-stratting and the discipline.
It was so winnable.
It was. I mean, it was so winnable.
Unbelievably winnable. There and it just slipped out of their grasp. Kangkang is going to try to take this game back into his fist with this operator that he's got posted on top of yellow. Looking to do exactly what the desk was talking about. Dodge that drone. This time, though, takes attack.
Won't be able to. That is a ballsy Hunter's Fury. I mean, you're doing that one against a Jet. Good luck, son. Forsaken.
He doesn't play too much Sova.
No. And he is a great player. I won't fault him at that, but that is a hell of a task. And obviously no damage done to Kankang. He's able to escape.
At the same time, though, all of that pressure over towards B has perfectly obfuscated where PACIFIC are actually intending to go. Oh, a completely free A site here. Even enough time for Jing to leisurely break the nanoswarms and get set up.
The soul in sight. For any sort of flood defense play by EDG.
लेकिन ये retake हो सकता है यार.
Using the drone.
वो लोग बस सारे utils है retake करने के लिए.
Four positions set up by right. Dodge the drone, just tucked, but now they want to try and double up the fight towards the back.
Can't give Chishu a kill.
Flashes up and over already. The swings are coming out on top of Rafters. It's too much to overcome. Finally, EDG taking his fights together with Smoggy, essentially leading the charge. Dropped down a single damage, but already the damage might have been done. Mindfreak cut to the corner, close and personal. Still alive here, brings it to that 1 versus 1. Kankang, aim trained onto the angle base. The shot!
Time नहीं है.
Time needs to get onto it.
कहाँ पे बैठे हो सर? हेलो?
Yes, it did. PRX.
हटा.
Oh, and he loses the operator as well.
Sad for you.
Absolute heartbreak for EDG.
I'm
heartbroken. Who looked like they had another round that they were going to put on the board. What a recovery from those PRX players, tucked there towards the generator. The retake was working. Yes, Jishu had fallen, they didn't have access to the lockdown, but the trade-outs were working. That's one where technically Mindfreak gets credit for the Red Bull clutch, but all he had to do was stay alive.
Yeah, he did. But he bought the time, right? Got the kills. But just enough. Just enough for the win.
Oh, one tap वाला पूछिए Kankang का.
Struggling here.
मारा
Kankang.
Ult वाले को मारा उसने.
Seeking to punish
जिनको नहीं मारना था. Ult था उस पे.
निकाल सकते हैं.
Orbs being picked up. The war machine is starting to chug here. If you are PRX.
Wall down or something गया.
And the wall as well. Dropping a vibe wall to take these fights at opportune timings. Chichu.
Spike planted.
We'll try and even it out with a bit of damage, stray shots, but not too lucky in that regard. Simon, though, let's connect one. Straight to the dome of Forsaken. He's got a lineup for this.
It's a big kill.
भाई दवाई नहीं मार पाएगा. दवाई का पूजी अच्छा नहीं है.
Has pulled out the ults, though, that we were just talking about being earned. So PRX feeling that pressure. Like they have to combat some of this as well. And now that is the danger zone. Lockdown.
Is he even going to get out?
Oh, my goodness. Barely there. But time will start to tick at this point onto the spike.
नहीं मार पाएगा. Gun भी है.
You got to think he wins this one. Swings it out. Chichu, nice goal, but yeah. Very little chances there for Chichu to play with just because of that lockdown that was in play. 6-1 now. The scoreline. PRX really running away with his side of the icebox.
Simon does a good job there of even forcing out the lockdown, because otherwise that would have been an enormous tool to now contest within the rifles. But of course this is EDG's map pick and they're down 6-1.
Yeah,
this is
man.
not a good way to begin. But EDG's defense side is not their best side. When I was watching them play this previously in China, they heavily relied on that Kankang operator to get this side working. Their defensive setups were not the best. And Kankang's only had it in his hand for 1 or 2 rounds max.
Yeah, barely being able to pull together enough fun.
Just been crushing.
एक kill पे उसका ult है.
Corporatocracy bearing down upon EDG.
That's a big word.
They've been milked. The serfs tilling the fields. They can barely get enough money for their weapons.
I know that one.
Here.
Don't need a dictionary for that.
भाई nobody का round है.
Turret's going to get taken down in mid. It's Mindfreak. EDG now might have to pull a few more bodies.
Nobody का round है.
Nice. It's a high-low setup.
एक और kill उसका ulti आ गया.
It's going to force out the res. Wall is up and about. And a bit of spam sprayed away. Good punish.
Thunder.
Able to collect that kill here.
Kankang posted up over towards B. This pit
kill
to
उसका ult
deny
है.
any kind of re-hit from PRX. Kankang's going to keep pushing up, despite the fact they haven't heard anything. It's a risky spot, but as PRX go for the mid to B instead, he's going to have a great position for any potential backstab or retake. This looks tough to navigate with 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, your options are hyper limited. I mean, you can try and pivot back into A, but they've still got the 3 players there, still got the pit. Through the gut though, straight through now, in through mid. Simon with the knife, up against the wall. Catches, cancels onto the drone. There's only 14 seconds left, and they don't have any semblance of map control to lock down again. Forcing them out into the open, the easiest fights here. Shooting fish in a barrel, and Simon, this newcomer to the squad, lighting them up.
Great closeout in this round for EDG. First round where it really feels like they're in control the entire time. That's one they desperately needed.
6-2.
Still not going to look to the operator. By the look of things, 5 rifles on the board.
Bro, ये comeback है.
Kakan didn't even really get pressured in this round.
6-3, फिर जीतेंगे gun round 6-4, फिर कूदेंगे 6-5, फिर 6-6.
It makes sense as well that EDG picked Icebox. I know they're
Guys,
down
6-6
6-2.
होने
They're
वाला
fighting
है.
to stay level in this and a long way off. But PRX did lose badly on this map the last 3 times they've played it. It did look a little weak for them. They don't look weak today.
No. Be clearly an area of improvement. That Orb tapped up, forces something into the fight. Gonna dash to try and leap into the fray, maybe pounce onto a target or 2 here, but he's gonna get out. No damage done as well.
He's been given all the room in the world.
Yeah.
And the snakebite's been used before the shocks, before the plant. No
Making
break
the
on the
A side.
wall.
Yeah, looking like a playground right now. Viper's Pit. Drop down into the players here. EDG trying to go a bit more fast and loose here. Spam. It's going to be critical. Dash up and over. Onto the points. He's found it. Perfect accuracy, at least expecting it. Something though. He's right back at you. With Blade Storm here. Divide catching him. The 140 cleanup from Forsaken. Chichu left to do it all. And it's too much.
Bro!
7-2 now for PRX.
What a recovery in the round from something. It looked like EDG had done everything they needed to. When PRX pit like that, they can't control angles very well. They can't stop the retake from taking all of that space. EDG barrel their way all up to pipes, get 2 kills through the pit, and still can't win it in the 5v3.
ये क्या था?
Shout out to Grandma.
I don't know why.
Yeah.
बोला के बीच में रहेगा कुछ.
I was seeing another pause in the timer.
यार.
Which means one thing.
6-6 की जगह पे 2-7 हो गया भाई.
Take your pick. For me,
कोई ना 7-5 का read आ रहा है. 7-5 का read आ रहा है.
It's a tech pause. There you go. You don't get your wish.
Tech pause चाहिए था.
And we'll find out what the issue is momentarily. Maybe we can guess as well. Player shots.
Cute बनने का जरूरत नहीं है जिन भाई हारने वाले हो.
It's
undefeated.
It's a tense game, even though it's 7-2
undefeated.
between these two.
Undefeated.
Do you believe that the history of these two orgs is going to continue onwards?
Undefeated.
I feel like a lot of the history seems to indicate that EDG struggle to get past these like big, heavy-hitting organizations that we have in Valorant. So people like Loud,
7-5 baby.
versus
7-5
ball memes. Yeah. And also PRX. I mean, the score is 4-1 historically between these two organizations. These are 2 of the orgs, Loud and PRX, that have kind of stunted EDG as they've hit their ceiling on what they're able to achieve.
बहुत मनुष्य लग रहे हैं मेरे को गुस्सा मत दिलाओ. Side change कर लूँगा बोल रहा हूँ.
This year too. I mean, Shanghai. It's PRX that sent them that early exit.
That like कर रहे यार. 7 जितना watch उतनी likes.
Looking to try and make it happen even in groups. It's like EDG, this coming into champs, they wanted that chance of redemption, I suppose, right? To try and build off the.
मैं आपके साथ हूँ. आप tension मत लो, आप जीतने वाले हो.
The top dog in China, still a good team. You got to take them seriously, but they will be leaving this very disappointed, I think, if they exit out of groups here for the final event of the year, the culmination of your year.
Yeah, I think it is. It's a heavyweight matchup in terms of the legacy of these teams to be getting
रात
in
का
the group
plans
stage.
बना रहे. कौन से airport से जाने क्या करके.
I mean, when you consider that G2 was also in here and they looked pretty phenomenal.
And I didn't really answer your question. I answered it with a question.
No, I don't mind that.
Which is very politician-like of me. Yeah, there's something about PRX, and partly I think some of it, I mean, I'm just reading into kind of the press conferences for the EDG players where they're talking about one of their big difficulties, I think, is mid-rounding and losing track of the game at those moments. And I think PRX retain that when they press you with their high tempo explosiveness, you can get sucked into the fights a lot and struggle to slow it down and make sure that you're calm, orderly in the mid-round, which EDG have spoken about as a bit of a problem, which is why they've made roster changes, moves, switching stuff around to try and correct some of these problems for them, but they still highlight it, I think, as a weakness of them. And PRX are very good at exploiting teams like that, I think, that are not on the same page at those moments.
It's interesting, both of these teams at some point have had issues with the IGLing that's been going on. PRX a lot earlier. PRX decided to get rid of their IGL and just have a democracy. They just will all kind of figure out who's got the rhythm of the game. And whoever's feeling the reads on their opponent and the right reads for the moment can step up and call. They're the exception, not the rule. It doesn't work for most teams. That's chaotic for most people. And EDG went in a different direction, kind of, by having their secondary caller nobody pick up the
क्या lyrics है मजा आ गया मेरा lyrics
most of the time are coming up with really adjustments in those spots.
Let's go, Kang Kang, show them the knives. Let's go. 7-5 bolte, Chedi goal.
The end of the first half of Icebox here. EDG, not with a lot of money. Still some danger though. Nobody's just missed that timing.
Pura bye.
Is it caught? Lulled into a false sense of security there, just from the contacting up by PRX. They waltz their way forwards into the A site now, using the drone to clear most of this way.
And it is an eco round, a half-buy round from EDG, but I think nobody's given them a little too easy of an entrance there.
Line down for Jing as well. Nothing to really push this one back. It looks like EDG might wanted to take the fight towards it. They're already in through the back of the side of Flash. It's quite excellent. Cloudburst at the feet to try and defend as well, but it comes down to Jichu. 1v2 in the peak of the top of the wall. It's just so unorthodox. You don't expect it. That's what you get with PRX. They're always going to be trying to knock you off tilt.
That's a great peak. I love that one. The wall is so useful. It's not just a wall to get kills on top of, but Jing showing there that you can set up multiple double faces and unexpected peak timings even on that.
I'm so
EDG,
upset.
they're going to have rifles available. Still not going for that operator on Kang Kang. It's round 11.
10K likes per 10 membership gift. Ah, yes, I love you.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how good your attacks are.
Stream like कर दो.
You're starting this many rounds down.
मैं दूँगा नहीं नहीं नहीं.
You need brilliance.
9 पे 10K कर दो.
Someone's going to throw in that to
round
knife, but
कुछ
it
नहीं
just
बोल के
gets broken from
देखते
what that
क्या
space is already granted and given. Hunter's Fury. Suppressed though. Pulled out of the animation. That's an ult. It's going to be wasted from Forsaken. That was just Simon using his null command to do the job. He's forced to pivot away, but no map control for PRX. It's a bit of a scurry and a scramble, if I do say so myself. They break the turret at least into mid. Poor Timmy.
Yeah, they're really threatening some kind of mid lurk right now, which should keep Kang Kang cemented in mid. He's going to get aggressive, take a risk, go and re-clear this a little. But they're still not moving people away from the A side. They're expecting this to be a re-hit. They are dead wrong.
Smoggy must find some value into this position.
By
something rips his head off.
He's been playing the same angle since the pistol round. He's always on that spot. Bad wall from Jing. Has to be broken.
Nice wall. Tactical wall था.
That was an attempt to be stuck.
Ah, Caster.
Nobody. They let loose a few beams of lightning. Only the one tag though. Slow orbs through and out. Needs to be to defend. Kang Kang is ahead of it though. We were talking about them catching these timings, trying to get quirky with it. Down. Active Jing. Not that quirky. They're running straight into them. Seeing glimpses here. The ancient way that China likes to play. Drop down, nobody seeking to deny this plan. Jing, the entire time being pushed to his limits with time. Going down now, but an extension for it. 2 versus 1 to Vi. Try and shut this down. Best chance in a long while by EDG, and they grasp it firmly to at least get that third round.
What a devastating mistake that was for Jing to make. Putting his wall in such a bad spot. No one was nearby to be able to break it while it was in its weakened state, apart from his own team. So if he'd put it down properly, they would have had a much better post plant. Plant maybe would have been denied by the Hunter's Fury, but at least they would have been in a position where they could get back up to it without getting punished by Kang Kang like that. What that dash was, that was too quirked up for me. That was bonkers.
Hello Sakshi ji,
But
aap kaise ho?
EDG got one on the board.
My second school
A
friend.
light chuckle there as well, and a light heart attack. That's what you're going to get in this game, I think. Viewers included. We need to put one of those warnings on, like at the beginning of the show. Any photosensitivities or heart conditions, look away.
Ye round bhi chup baithta.
Your heart's going to be racing here, watching this. Nobody. Unusual with the angle. Will be pushed and postured away in through the back of the site now. 5 players grouped up for PACIFIC. This is it. For the last hurrah, honestly, for the first half of Icebox. Dash up and over something. Again, he's so unusual and orthodox in terms of his position that he does like to play it. Especially on this A side, a lockdown though from EDG. It's going to force most of these PACIFIC players out. I believe they'll be able to escape detainment.
And now the re-hit. PACIFIC love to go for these. EDG was expecting it in the previous round and they were wrong. Do they stick to their guns here? They're 4 defending the A side.
They're willing to fight over this one tooth and nail as the curtain drops. Bodies will fall and topple. Forsaken being one of them. Res online though. Trying to get these equal trades out, and somehow it's PACIFIC who have found his advantage into the round to Vi. Leaves himself as a piece of paper. Smoggy on the high ground, dropped down 6 HP. Not enough to survive. And Chichu alongside him will be forced to spectate. Kang Kang in a 1v2. Time behind them, but still guns are trained on this spot and position Forsaken. First shot accuracy is there.
God seconds.
Forsaken has been playing such a good game. He's 15 and 7. He's been getting active and involved in so many of these fights. Able to play a little more aggressively than you'd expect perhaps for somebody playing Sova, but also more aggro than he gets on a lot of his flex rolls. EDG are in trouble here.
Certainly are. Barely been time for even a breather, but we will get some time as well, the teams to discuss heading into the next half. We're going to send it down to the floor. Nice little interview.
9-3. 9-3.
Huh?
9-3.
Come back hai mere hisab se.
Hello guys, I'm standing here with EDG's GIGA from their League of Legends team, also 2021 League of Legends World Champion, and Luna to help with our translation, of course. LPL의 슈퍼스타죠. 그리고 2021 월드 우승 선수인 EDG의 GIGA 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 여기서 보니까 색다른데 혹시 좀 발로란트는 하시는지부터 물어보고 싶어요. Now, you know, it's a pleasant surprise seeing you here watching the Valorant matchup. So, do you play Valorant yourself?
其实很高兴在这里看到你们，也来看比赛。那你自己平时会玩无畏契约吗？
自己偶尔放假的时候会去玩。
Of course, at off days.
Okay. 쉴 때는 한다고 하는데 그러면 랭크랑 좀 주체는 뭔지도 물어보도록 할게요. So, you know, what's his rank? What does he play? Tell me more.
能不能跟我们聊聊更多？比如说你的段位啊，平时玩什么英雄呢？
段位自己玩的比较菜吧，就是黄金水平。然后自己喜欢的英雄是瑞娜。
I mean, I'm a gold. I mean, and my favorite agent is Reina.
골드고 좀 주체는 레이나라고 얘기를 하는데요. 그리고 지혜재 선수 아무래도 e스포츠 선수 생활을 하면서 좀 이렇게 타이트하고 굉장히 리스크가 큰 경기들을 많이 치렀어야 할 것 같은데 지금 경기를 하고 있는 EDG 선수들에게 해주고 싶은 말이 있는지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. You know, you've probably been through a lot of stressful situations where stakes are high. So is there anything you would like to tell the EDG players right now?
其实你也是经历过非常多很多紧张啊、激烈的比赛的嘛，那你有什么话想要跟 EDG 的选手说呢？
就在台下看他们比赛还是蛮紧张的，对，并且发现今天他们对手实力非常强，所以就希望他们能够加油，然后打好自己。
Mike से हाथ हटा।
I'm really nervous, you know. Just watching them and today their opponent is really strong, so hope they can win.
강팀을 상대하기도 하고 지금 보는 것만으로도 이렇게 떨리는데 잘 경기를 치렀으면 좋겠다고 얘기했습니다. 이렇게 지혜재 선수 만나봤습니다. Thank you, 지혜재.
감사합니다. Bye bye. 감사합니다.
Golden Valorant equals World Champion in League. There you go. That's how those skill disparities compare. Yeah. Imagine how good these guys could be.
I know. Be sweeping the floor with multiple Riot titles.
No, at the same time though, you don't expect that Gold Reigner in your games to be a world champion.
No.
E-sport,
no, I feel like that's where the Smurfing allegations might come out as well.
But all right, EDG, dire straits for this Chinese team.
Character
Yep, I feel like once more broken record
for the win.
It needs to be a must win because it's their map pick. Sunset's next. PACIFIC managed to sweep that one through. in the map pool.
आज तो मेरा rest है यार.
One of their best
नहीं.
maps.
Absolutely, they're 100% their best map. They're one of the best teams in the world on Sunset. Super consistent. And this is EDG's map pick. However, on the pistol, EDG have been waiting outside B just for a moment like this, where PACIFIC have that false sense of security and pull people away from the defense.
EDG
However, returns to the fray.
Yeah.
EDG जीतेगा.
All grouped up, ready for the fight as well. Once more, Wall's going to be dropping, but heads rolling. For EDG, they're going to be happy with it. Something seeks to equalize, only gets the one, but still plays for his life. Buying time for the rest of the team, and the rotations are bound here for PACIFIC already. Back into the fight, nobody with a plan needs to be defended. Let's get it off, and Smoggy, who's the casualty, something still there. Kicking, getting active, spraying away with just a few sheriff bullets, all it takes. And teammates alongside him. EDG have to sail their way through here with a little bit of discipline, underhanded with that flash as well, but it's being punished in kind. Devi, he's got him penned in. Simon, there's only so much one man can do. And against that onslaught of PACIFIC, it's not enough at all. That's their 10th round. That's a pistol round. Momentum is entirely in the hands now of PACIFIC.
And that's also a recovery from a 3v5 situation. Quickly turned into a 3v4, must admit. But EDG should have been in control of that pistol round strategy. Their idea actually worked. But you can see it on the frustration, the faces of Muggle and Haodong. This map, it's a blowout at this point. EDG don't even have enough money to be able to force. They're looking like they're going to get absolutely rinsed, smoked, destroyed on their map pick. And whoever loses here and gets grouped in Champions, it is going to be such bitter disappointment for their year.
Yeah. An attempt maybe to bring down Mindfreak, maybe crack open the B side, but going to retreat back to the corner. Util posturing him away. EDG need a miracle, need an eco win. Jing's up and over on top of the wall, seeking these angles. Forsaken with the swing. The plan was not held down. Surround that escapes EDG once more. Fallen to pieces before their very eyes. And you mentioned that disappointment. EDG, it's definitely going to be palpable. It's a squad that just been trying to exceed expectations that fans levy against them, expectations that them expecting, I suppose, of themselves.
Absolutely. This team was looking to break that glass ceiling for China. They were fighting to break through, to take down big squads, make runs like Tokyo over and again. And just like PACIFIC, they've been overtaken at the moment within their region. PACIFIC are no longer the team you associate with Pacific as that big team. Genji took that away from them and then have waltzed out of this tournament. But EDG already, I mean, Trace, for example, who EDG destroyed in China in their upper bracket finals. Destroyed them, didn't look close. Trace out of their group, #1 seed, straight to playoffs. EDG,
bro.
They're 8 rounds down on their map pick, heading into Sunset, where PACIFIC have looked immaculate. There's a serious sense that it might be.
Hey, DRX already playoff man, huh?
I think I would agree with that.
So अभी Pacific
there
के
hasn't
दो
been
teams.
upset potential, I think, on maps where we expected one outcome. Got another. We've even seen it earlier today, I would argue, as well.
That's super true. But again, the reason I'm talking about this is because PACIFIC are 12 map
Undefeated.
Formers hitting the
Undefeated.
Can EDG maybe do it?
We are
They're good on the
defeated.
set. It's possible. But if you're getting this kind of a result on Icebox, I wouldn't be confident. Maybe the players will think otherwise after they take the break at the end of this map. But it doesn't look like that's going to be a long time off. They are speed running towards it right now. And taking a timeout here again before you even get to the bonus round. They just had a conversation with their coaching staff 2 rounds ago.
Yeah. I mean, it's purely going to be either just an idea to get a round on the board or bring the morale back up. Which, like you said, I mean, they spoke to them 2 rounds ago.
They're also heading into the maw.
This is PACIFIC with a stack ready to receive. Open arms! 2 shots, all it takes. The Outlaw in hand, something. Let's drop the star player of EDG.
Main person gone.
Head-to-head clash and battle, it's all been something. Dart Shot and broken away.
ऐसे तो
King has not
Terry
revealed his
can't
position at all in the slightest, but potentially played right back in from all the sound cues. Noise made by Freak, ripping their hopes and dreams up and tearing them apart and tearing them asunder.
बहुत अच्छा काम
It's
कर रहे
time
हो
for PRX.
बहुत अच्छा काम
One
कर
more
रहे हो
step. It's all they have to take to
Undefeated.
seal up the map.
They're looking
Undefeated.
sharp today. The coordination's there. The players are firing. And now they're confident as well. So they're taking liberties. You see the way that something's playing. Dashing forward, playing inside of his cloudburst.
अब से पंगा लेके गलत हुआ, sorry.
Off him.
Love you यार कांग भाई.
गाना गाते गाते खेल रहे
That's a
हैं
noise the EDG fans are making as well.
Undefeated.
Just
Me when I spot a spider in the bathroom. just a squeak. Any sense of masculinity out the window, if I had it already, but here it is, PRX.
EDG का.
Something is lighting him up, man. And he's sharp, he's locked in, you can tell, man. The way he is snapping to these angles, snapping to the util. And a deep push from PRX shows all the confidence in the world. They've already taken B main control. They are putting the squeeze on EDG. They're looking to end this entire map here and now. Hunter's Fury pushes them through. It's straight up the gut, in through mid. So much uncertainty. You cannot stand your ground. 13-3.
Undefeated.
It's domination. It's a sweep and a flawless finish for Icebox.
Let's go!
PRX absolutely crushed EDG in front of their home crowd at Shanghai. And it looks like that 4-1 record is just going to continue. That was domination.
And a scary,
Cat, meanwhile, Twitter पे जाके thanks लिखो.
To that second map of Sunset. What hope
लेकिन मैं
did
sad हूँ.
EDG even have?
क्या एक्टिंग कर रहा है भाई आज तेरा भाई फुल सपोर्ट टू EDG फुल सपोर्ट नेवर सीन बिफोर वाला सपोर्ट भाई एक तो जीतने दो एक नहीं आप सब जीतोगे यार नेक्स्ट मैप आपका ही है कांग भाई आप टेंशन ना लो मेरे पे छोड़ दो नेक्स्ट मैप आपका ही है टेंशन ना लो I am with you. Full support. Thank you, Binks. I love you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
4 second अनसो क्या बंदा है सब खेलता है वो सिर्फ एक एजेंट उसको नहीं आता था एस्ट्रा I'm sorry. Hey, कितना क्यूट है ये?
जिंका है।
कितना क्यूट है?
उसके टेबल पे भी पड़ा रहता है।
Bro is full Valorant of Valorant with great powers comes great responsibilities. Love you. शर्म नहीं है जरा सा भी नहीं वो करते एलेक्स भाई डांसिंग करते वो कर मेरे मॉ के सामने हाँ हाँ yeah Alex by caught dancing, guys. Yeah.
बस मेरा हाथ दर्द हो गया
Alex by caught dancing, guys.
Yeah.
Let's go PRX. Let's go for second. They will go home.
House of Dal? चपाती नहीं?
भाई मेरे को दाढ़ी वाड़ी करना पड़ेगा. मेरा मोची मेरा मुंह पे आ रहा है कब से. मोची. अरे जगह नहीं है ये रूम में कुछ. क्या ये? Undefeated.
I think it's time. Binks. प्रेम ना हाँ. रुको यार ये लाइट शुट करो. यार ये लाइट को क्या हो जाता है? बाप रे. इसका लाइट है. कैमरा गया? आ गया. नहीं उसका लाइट की वजह से कैमरा was not turning because there was light.
A fantastic start that was for PRX. I'm now joined by their head coach, Alex. I know your players don't like to be overconfident. They're not the kind of people to say, like, we've got this, we're 100% going to win, we can bring the trophy home. But how is it they're able to pull off that performance? And surely, if you carry on playing like that, Alex, it's time, right, to be confident about this tournament?
I mean, we're going to try, but how do I put it? I think, yeah, we have to clear this game first. We need our lifeline back. You know, we wanna make sure that we go into some kind of upper bracket where we can like mess around a bit. We just taking one step at a time.
And you happy with that performance?
Yeah, of course. I'm delighted. I thought it would be a closer game for sure.
All right, best of luck on Matu, and hope you close this out.
So did we, Coach Alex. Honestly, I was expecting EDG to come out of the gate swinging over here, but PRX just shutting it down. Let's actually dive right into this and talk about a Verizon high-speed moment. This one is going to be going to PRX over at round 9. You had something in Mind Freak, just putting together a series of kills, and wow, unreal stuff.
And they're the guys to close this out, but I feel like this was indicative of so many rounds this game. PRX had a simple game plan. A lot of A hits, pop down the Sage Wall, get into a post-plant position, and I feel like this was defined by a lot of EDG mistakes on the fundamentals on the retakes, and PRX individuals taking every opportunity given to them.
When I was watching this game, it almost felt like EDG didn't even have their headsets on in order to communicate with each other. There were so many instances where they were in the same vicinity as each other, but they didn't kind of move together, peak together, and a lot of the situations came down to, like, even if they would get some kills, it was off the back of an individual, and there's no capitalization, there was no trade potential, and I lost track of how many times Chichu was in a 1v1 or a 1v2.
Yeah.
It had to have been at least 5 or 6 times.
Yeah. And most of those ended up going the way of PRX. I think it was mostly those A anchors as well, where you'd see players flooding in to try and help that A anchor out, and then the way the players would come back in, they'd be like swinging after the anchor player had died, then going one by one. So many mistakes from EDG, but I mean, credit to PRX. They had a pretty simple game plan with this composition. They executed on it well, and they didn't start slow, crucially, which has been a bit of a trouble for them as of late.
The tried and tested Go A, like 12 rounds in a row, basically, from 2020, as soon as Icebox got released, is still in full force here. And one of the worrying things is that we talked about how PRX had these slow starts in these other 2 series that they had, and here they're coming out swinging. They're smiling, they're laughing, they're singing,
apparently.
What,
yeah, they were singing.
You know,
I think it was a beautiful song, personally.
Yeah, honestly, a voice of an angel. And when we see this, now the question is, wow, okay, even if EDG can mentally reset to bounce back in this, is PRX feeling so confident right now that they're able to just continue this momentum into the next game? Or are they going to get a little bit complacent, a little overconfident, and start, you know, giving up some of these situations? This is basically, is this the mental block coming in? We briefly touched on that.
Yeah.
What's going on?
I mean, it could be EDG has only beaten this team once before, and what has to be fresh in their memory is that 0-2 loss at Shanghai, losing in front of their home crowd, getting eliminated there. If things keep up the way they're going, it's looking like EDG might befall the same exact fate to end their year, which would be a real tragedy for these guys.
Yeah, it absolutely would be. I know everyone wants to see this matchup go the distance, but does EDG have it in them? Let's go ahead and see what's going on over at the EDG campus. We have Muggle standing by with Yinsu.
I have Coach Muggle here from EDG with me and Luna to do some translations ahead of map 2. Now, Sunset is a map you probably could have predicted. PACIFIC, they love to play this map. So what kind of preparation did you make against them coming into this?
其实之前可能能预想到 PRX 他们会玩日落之城这张图，因为他们就很喜欢玩嘛，打得也很好。那你们之前有做过什么准备吗？为了今天这张图？
我们也是预想到他们会选这张地图，然后就是针对他们之前的习性，我们有我们的调整。然后，但是我觉得他们打的我们每一次都会跟别的队伍不一样，所以我们觉得。 这个可能更重要的是临场的调整。
I think we have already predicted that, but you know, target on their hobbies on that map. But we also feel that they always change their strategy when they're facing against us. So maybe just to deal with our instinct reaction.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much, Luna, and best of luck, Muggle, on map 2.
Well, interesting that he says, you know, they changed their strategy because
13-3 मारा ना अभी EDG हाराएगी 13-7 let's go
concerned a bit still going into Sunset.
I mean, Sunset, you can reset everything and change whatever didn't work on that first map. You can be like, well, you know, this is what we kind of had in mind, and now it...
Last super chat containing some important communication regarding Oscar committee. हाँ? हम जो Binks भाई नई चीम चिलियन मर्फी से बेस्ट एक्टर आपको देने चिलियन मर्फी तो भाई बाप वो है ना कौन सा यार सबसे बाप सीरीज था
वही ये वाला
वो वाला कौन सा था यार मेरा फेवरेट सीरीज पीकी ब्लाइंडर्स पता है मेरे को
to be on point.
EDG has always been the team synonymous with their region who has found the heights for China in the past. Now Trace has gotten their upset, they've made their way into the playoffs, and against an old foe after getting stomped on map 1. If EDG can't bounce back here, it might be the end of an era for this team. Their year would end with another disappointment.
Couldn't agree more, Mimi. EDG needs to wake up. Can they do it on Sunset? Let's go ahead and send it back to your casters, Brennan. Sideshow for the call.
के लिए मिला था. Open Ember मैंने आज
तक नहीं देखा. It's a mountain that they're going to have to climb, isn't it, here for PACIFIC? When they're looking like they're in this kind of form, they're a scary team. And they have that tendency, I think, to evolve over the course of tournaments. You know, to become this team that nobody was really expecting to do much damage, but they just end up taking out the big names anyway. And here, map pick of Sunset for PACIFIC. Get the pistol round. It looks like they may be shoring themselves up for a little bit of aggression down mid 2. To wait and see. Could also just be a hold for contact peak.
It could easily be a hold that then becomes a push to try to find the lurker as well. They've got multiple options here depending on the pacing. They know that EDG 4-1 all the time.
Yeah, the old
Shishu hard lurks.
And quadruple high-low. Past that. As soon as they see the cam as well, now start moving together. As I said earlier, there's nothing scarier than PACIFIC when they're a hive mind. Chichu fairly alive here, still being ran down here with a fault line still. There's that pressure applied to him. No bodies, no chasing him. It's EDG recognizing that and they're going to make sure that they take the space over towards this A side. Nobody has the spike there. They can't even get themselves on to plant this one in a fast fight once more. Something's into the fray. A skirmish taken. And PACIFIC raiding the day.
They didn't even let the plant get close to going down. That's pretty perfect. In terms of an anti
क्या चेक करने गए थे वहां से गोली मार रहे गिने करके something भाई
हाँ attempt to win the 1v4
वहां से गोली मार रहे गिने चेक करने गए थे something भाई
they pushed Jishu so far back he will never get that timing to lurk behind them before PACIFIC have initiated the retake, and even so they fight the pre-take before the plant is even close. Like you said, it was on nobody and he was bringing it in way later than the rest of the team.
Miles away, right?
That is a beautiful pistol to run against a team that likes to 4-1 all the time. And you look at
कुछ लग रहा है तुम लोग
This
रुको
map, I
जरा
know,
रुको
as the agents were being selected there and we were
हराने
going
के
into
बाद रो
sunset,
ना
everyone could see the stats, the recent stats anyway, of EDG being on a 3-map win
This is down
streak
है
on
तुम भी
sunset.
down होने वाले हो अभी
The one right before that, they lost to PRX in Shanghai, 6-13. And that was what forced EDG to make this shift over to playing the Team Heretics comp.
EDG might just be stunted and stopped in their tracks once more.
Cage triggered.
This tournament here of champs. Fight to be taken. It's a double flash and a swing. Through and out here with a util. Doors opened up wide. And players dropped in their place. PRX. 3 do survive into it, so going to be able to get themselves a nice and healthy bonus.
Yeah, not bad by any means. EDG, even if they get into post-plant positions, are going to have to be playing aggressive.
Nice.
You just can't fall back into those standard busted post-plant spots when the defending team is running a wall that can block you off, and then Wingman that hops on, and then they all push forwards, apart from the diffuser. It's really difficult. EDG are going to have to be pushing in post-plant, It's tough. It's so tough playing against PRX on this map, as their last 12 wins in a row should indicate.
Sunburn, judge in hand. Doubled up. I feel like there's so much danger just drifting over towards this A side. The cam's removed. PRX do not shy away from a fight. But the slow play by EDG. Looking to reap the rewards from this. Smoggy. He was jiggling it. Barely a shoulder peeking out, but now it's turned away. And just barely missing it. Forsaken's already rattled up the shot. Chichu, who was there? Forsaken definitely overstaying himself, but slow orbs layered down through B main. EDG still with a minute of time to play, work with. They can take their time with this one. The longer they do it, the more risks that PRX themselves are going to take. Devi's getting a pretty good idea right now that EDG are still locked into place towards the B side.
Hey,
the judge on the other side of the map. Mindfreak not cleared.
Yep, steadies his hand as well. Just leaves it fully open towards the back of the side. Just gives that one up because he's not being cleared. And Patience fully paying off potentially there. This guy holds it down. With the Bulldog. Squirrels it away. And just grabs 2 kills before he's eventually traded down, and a chance. It's a life into the round here for PRX. Dizzy up and over through the window, but no connection, no acknowledgement. Devi is there. Lovely movement from Kang Kang. Sidesteps the bullets. Ensures that he's favorited in it. It's exactly what something is not with this gun in his hand.
Shotgun सुना दूर से मारेंगे अभी.
I think the gun differential has made a big difference in this round. Something's kind of stuck. Don't really want to be saving the judge either. I think it's kind of similar with Mindfreak. I think if he hadn't had a Bulldog, there's a serious chance that he could have gotten 3 there rather than 2 in that kind of position. Oh, more damage done.
And a rifle. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice little surprise.
Good economic impact there from PRX, but around on the board fairly early on.
अच्छा चलो it's a good start, it's a good start. Let's go. यही momentum चाहिए कंग भाई, यही momentum. हाँ, तुम ही सारे angles खाली करोगे, team क्या करेगी भाई?
No, at all.
Full support.
Once the first 1 or 2 people have gone in, the others just don't even think to check spots like that, because why didn't the people at the front do it?
Nice one कंग भाई.
It would have been clear.
हम आपके साथ हैं. MVP बन के ही रहेगा.
He's got the operator in his hands.
Of course he does.
There's a lot of players that might be facing him here. Tripled up, tagged up by the knife.
Well, if I tagged Devi, I wouldn't expect an op. Maybe for something. If I tagged the Gecko, I might be thinking op.
My ult's ready.
Push back here over towards A main, so Chink's got that showstopper now into.
उसको लगता है ult ready है तो round जीतेंगे. क्या?
It's got to be clean from EDG.
कभी-कभी लगता है noobs.
Yeah, they really need this. Credits on Kang, Nobody, and Smoggy. All really low.
ये लोग का mid अच्छा है लेकिन ना EDG का actual में.
Scrap something together with the
info deny करने के लिए.
It would not be pretty.
देखना कुछ info नहीं है वो लोग बस कुछ नहीं.
The showstopper's quickly making its way over to B, responding to that drone, picking up a little bit of a potential lurk play through mid. Jing is here, and this is where the spikes go in.
Yeah, I was a bit worried as well. Devi was holding down towards the B side when the drone was used prior, but knife towards the back stuns as well. Here's a showstopper, it's an instant response. Flashed up though, Jing. He's blind as a bat. Had to let loose there with the ult. No casualties, a slight pause being called here by EDG, but honestly, might just end up falling anyway. Shots missed, EDG, the feed is filled up with red. Making sure to grasp these chances. Jing still managed to slip his way in through the back. Sharp as anything. Precision is on display, and time now against EDG. It was looking like them to take this one. Oh my god, backs are just opened up to these players. Jing is working his way around, and Chichu covers.
Mast round nikala, bro.
Bizarre, some of the moments in that round. Really bizarre. I do like the call from EDG to go for a re-hit. As soon as the showstopper was baited out by that high flash.
7-5 switch chat.
And did not catch onto Kangkang. They had
to root back through. They are playing too strong now.
Forsaken, I think he just didn't hear Chichu barreling back towards him, throwing cages at his back and all sorts.
In the chaos of the situation.
If Forsaken had just taken a breath there and turned back around to deal with the lurker, maybe that's a different round, but EDG will be super happy to get that one on board. Big eco swing round going the way
I
of
love
Chinese
this EDG, bro.
PRX looking to try and take this round with a bit of proactivity on their half fight. Vacuum up the orb, see if they can get a cheeky kill. They show presence, they back away now, looking for the stack into mid. And
फिर से mid smoke डालना चाहिए के लोग को.
I think the signs of a really great team at events is when they're trying to really extract every efficiency out of even half by rounds. Forsaken with the peak will be punished. He was trying to grab that information. The rest of his team. So an open sight here for EDG.
Forsaken not using his aftershock to break the trip over towards A main. So PRX keep walking down mid and taking some tiles control, but they can never flank in the retake because that trip's always going to give it away. They might try it at some point in this half, but it will be watched.
Oh, that's lovely control.
Crispy,
holding the line towards the back of the site, ensuring that nobody can cross past that boundary. Even hunt a few more players down.
Hello.
Yeah, this kind of damage is not great for EDG. This should have been their round to get the economy blooming.
They'll still take the round, of course. PRX will be happy with the rifles.
And it's not too much damage. EDG players can still buy. It's not a big issue. So they take the lead. Exactly what EDG were looking for early on here. Of course, they'd have loved the pistol round as well. But in terms of getting themselves cemented, shaking off
mid right wala smoke
of Icebox and leaving it like a bad dream behind them in the past.
Full info deny. Info करने हैं, pick करना ही पड़ेगा.
And the players, I think you can see there from Kangkang's perspective, they're looking fairly sharp themselves.
Yeah, they bounced back nicely.
Yeah, he was just farming the ecos there. He's got to do that with rifles online as well.
That's the round we're going to be watching here. Round 6. With the economy equalize a little bit, Kangkang is stepping up to that challenge. Sounds about there, he had Mindfreak by his side, and that's a no command going into the B split. This is putting the squeeze on the Mindfreak. Look at him head on a swivel, doesn't know really which way to look, but still tucked to the corner. Could be trying to strike straight back, but no, EDG, discipline and awareness was there for them.
Not even joking.
Busted and broken down, but Chuchu's there holding the cross. Making sure to chop up these angles. Nades rebounding to try and clear the way for PRX to potentially get anything going for them, but it will be another round.
It's over, guys. We are going to map 3.
Sharp shooting
EDG
from EDG.
Too strong. Too strong.
Synced up in terms of how they were fighting into market. Something way ahead of Jing and Forsaken, miles behind.
अभी टाइम आउट आने वाला है और PRX वापस 3B और A टेक करेंगे.
With a slightly easier cleanup, but the open was lovely. They can't do that all the time, of course. The null command, massive ultimate. But utilized well to keep this lead going and to break the economy of PRX unless they choose to go to force around this save vandal, but I'm not so sure it's going to be saved.
Oh, I mean, it will... Oh. Fault line to slow them.
Whoa! How's he got out of there? He just moonwalked out of there!
That's ridiculous. You do your plays.
He's been learning from something. That was the some swing to save. What's going on there? The save swing.
They might be able to buy up around that one.
They absolutely can buy up now. They had 2 players that could comfortably buy, and then another 2 that were scrapping it together, plus that saved weapon. Easy stuff.
Yeah. Off the back of that round, EDG winning it.
How has Forsaken got such a powerful aura that they don't even shoot at?
I don't know.
I need to get that in my rank.
I'm not too sure. But this is 4 in a row now for EDG to get us back on track here with the game at hand. And we said, you know, we're going to need to see that strong opening from EDG themselves on a map that
कोई तो गाली गा रहा है, कौन गाली गा रहा है?
to sing the praises of PACIFIC.
We need some coach cam.
Potential slam dunk 2-0 finish here, but they are showing no
Need
signs
some
of life.
coach cam, guys.
Will pick themselves back up
कोई
when
तो
they
खा
get
रहा
knocked
है.
down.
Today is my birthday. Sumit bhai, many happy returns of the day. G in Smoggy is for goat. Something may be it.
It's goat. Yeah.
Smog goaty.
Of course.
Lovely. Rolls off the tongue.
Yep.
Yeah, PACIFIC are in a bit of a tough spot here. They haven't been able to play their game really.
Jing mein to 3 hai.
They've been looking to try to set up these big retake scenarios where EDG are in more passive spots. And they've been looking to try to take fights through mid.
3 bhi 2 hai.
Ever
Ye
since the
barabar.
pistol round, Jishu's been extremely cautious.
W.
He hasn't been taking very much of that space in mid, unless the whole team is splitting.
Shutting them down.
EDG are showing really good signs that they understand how to control the tempo. They're not getting sucked into the fights.
Yeah, and they're also showing, I think, good awareness of how PACIFIC wants to take this map and denying it from them.
PACIFIC are set up with a trap play off of Jing's contact, who's just jiggling.
I don't like this though. It's very, very difficult to follow up on any of these kind of trap plays unless you have a showstopper. It's just...
They want to go for it anyway. Paranoia does connect, but again, like you said, it's very difficult to follow up on any of this unless nobody, Chichu, are willing to give them the fight for it with a smoke.
At the same time, you're at least still closing off B main, so you know, you're putting another stall into it for the attacking team. But EDG were not fully committed to B. They were split, and they feed that information over to the other side of the map and quickly take elbow.
Yeah. It's the benefit of running that slow default here. Something that is... There's no way. This is... Oh my! The Damon up close! There's no saving him. So what? No bullets landing, and now defended! Simon comes to his rescue. PACIFIC willing to try and fight over this one. They don't want to give up this territory, and with the doubled up discipline, showstopper, round and a bound. That's a kill. Claim for Jing. Anyone's game here, at least it should have been looking like it, but PACIFIC, they just swarm into the site.
It's an absurd spot to go for a thrash, especially considering you're playing against a Neon who could just run you down at any moment. Got the thrash time in perfect. Didn't get the follow-up, team bailed him out. And crucially, another point to note, while we were talking about that fight over B-Main, that allowed Jing to be able to pick up the ult orb and get the showstopper online. So he was 1 away from it at the start of the round. I was talking about the fact I don't really like that trap play because it very rarely results in a kill unless you have the ult. But he used it to get the ult. He used that B main control really importantly to be able to come in here and help out something.
Two
massive ultimates used though, and PACIFIC still trail by 1.
We couldn't kill him.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Just disbelief. I mean, I was gobsmacked.
Something, of course, is worried that there's going to be other people holding him in that spot. That's why he didn't go for a wide swing. Here's a wide swing.
Yeah, we're not slowing down, are we? That's the vibe. Head clean off the shoulders of Kang Jing from the side as well. And a slow orb drop down on top of the wall. The dangers over EDG.
And this is one of the first times where they've got the read perfect on where EDG were going to fight. They had so many players there. They had 4 stacked to the site that EDG decided to go towards. It just looks like you're going into a blender.
Yeah, and I don't know why EDG rushed into trying to take that fight through.
They
have.
As a EDG coach, मैं बोलता हूँ, जो आप बी पे ड्रोन रिकॉन कर रहे हो, that is perfect. ड्रोन रिकॉन और शॉक डार्ट्स वो चाहिए बी पे, ठीक है? मिड में मिड क्लोज या राइट में स्मोक डाल के थोड़ा मिड लड़ना पड़ेगा, ठीक है? उससे होएगा इन्फो डिनाइल, उसके बाद पुश करें. लेट्स गो.
That is cheeky.
TikTok.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen this one before. I remember EG pulling that this year. It was an op in the hands, though.
I think they actually Omen teleported on top of the box to off it.
Oh, Smoky! Goodness me, Adjustment just spotting it. Res is online though, so Dubai will quickly be able to offset any of the
बॉल मत फिर से चढ़ेगा
that came about from that.
भाई मेरे को लगा फिर से चढ़ेगा करके
for the retake. So if EDG get the plant,
they're going in for it. Still, Forsaken was incredibly committed. Jing on top, on high ground, on from the box. Will be toppled.
you can plant and play a B main post plant here. Normally you have to play aggressive, but with that wall gone, you can back up. And that's a huge advantage for EDG.
Now happily play for that one. Nobody has also got that ult in his back pocket.
Smoke किधर आएगा? वो one way वाला आएगा.
Safety. Right here. Even onto the angle. The pings are flying forward, just trying to catch the line. Ensure that he doesn't miss.
आजकल वो नहीं करते बे one way वाला smoke क्यों ऐसा?
The ult, paranoia from Smoggy. Then to supplement here, Mindfreak out into the open arms. Time start to run short. Mindfreak trying to hold this line as well, ensuring that they can try and get this defuse online. Something with the wingman broken. It's running away from them. Device leaping into the frame.
Oh, no reload.
Summon upstream. Something sticking.
Oh my fucking lord.
What a fumble from EDG there. PRX, that's the game they want to play. They're so practiced in those retake scenarios, but they didn't even have the Sage Wall to work with. You very, very rarely see multiple players in B main both desperately trying to slam the clip back into their gun so they have enough ammunition to work with to spam.
Oh, there it is. We're waiting for that. It's like we played a laugh track in the audience.
I'm not even sure what that was.
ये लोग हंस रहे Alex भाई का हालत
maybe the
देखो.
wall?
Possibly. It might be because of that. They do sometimes pull things from prior rounds.
क्या reactions है यार लोगों का.
Gotta
यार
assume
इस
it was
matches
something based on
में
that.
ऐसा reaction now. Impossible है बे, impossible.
Yeah, that's a round where EDG, I think, should have had their opportunity to play things their way.
Alex भाई का. Alex
Triple
भाई.
up, be able to force PRX to go into them. I guess one of the problems was they didn't have their own smoke. Normally when you get these big 5v5 post plants happening over towards B, the retake smoke that Mindfreak threw there is not that powerful because you just smoke it off yourself. One of the rare maps where you smoke yourself off from being able to see the spike.
Just so you can get in and potentially fight B main.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird how it works.
3B, nice, nice.
Simon's one away from getting.
भाई B पे आवाज करके mid लेना ही पड़ेगा.
They decide to fight heavy over B main to
Trust me, EDG, you will win it. Trust me,
where
trust
PRX
me.
want to fight. It's
मेरा
another
pulse
opportunity
knows.
where they can
लड़ो.
try to run this trap play. But again, if Forsaken ults this, I'm not sure you can follow up that easily. Gonna go for a bit of aggro control. Remember that PRX can occasionally go for like the wall on top of that box. And, peek into mid. Yeah. We've seen them do all sorts of weird stuff. So EDG have to be careful.
Nice, nice.
They do like to cook. Jing. Drone's been broken. Kang expected the swing. It was too suspicious, I think, when a drone gets broken in that regard.
अभी mid के बारी.
Read like a book. Easy book, a young adult novel.
Hey, नहीं रे, mid रे, मेरा call सुनो.
What is going on with this all? Okay, Rolling Thunder.
These are the kind of plays. These are the kind of plays I hate from PRX, though. That is just such a waste of an ultimate.
Smelling a timeout being called from PRX's side.
Which makes no sense because they've won 3 in a row.
But just to rein it in, get a bit of discipline back into the ranks. Forsaken. Got walkabouts here, potential to be punished. No, now the reaction. EDG alongside it. Devi can hear these footsteps. Many circulating all around him. That's lovely adjustment of the rifle aim. Still, he's going to be paranoid. Up, blinded up. No noise cues. Nobody able to follow up on this one though with a solo orbs. The defender still he just turns away at precisely the wrong moment, and EDG making sure that they capitalize directly on
timing,
now down to that 2 versus 3. Mindfreak and Forsaken. Up onto this retake.
Last player standing.
Forsaken dropping. These are down to just Mindfreak.
सुनते तो जल्दी जीतते मेरे साथ.
Spotted Simon's positioning.
ये भी विन अच्छा था लेकिन
TP into the corner, straight bullets from nobody. It's precarious and now unwinnable. As I say that, he's found himself a corridor, a window, but peeking the smoke.
Nice.
Nobody just hugging tight to the corner.
5-5. मेरा prediction क्या था? 7-5 EDG.
A little sloppy there from PACIFIC.
Let's go.
Taking their foot off the gas maybe slightly, or just not prioritizing perhaps the big tools that they had to be able to win the round.
That's an insane play.
Yeah, they wanted B main info. I guess they thought that there were going to be some EDG players over there. And Divide did a decent job at staying alive in elbow. He just got caught at the final moment. A couple of duels got the way of EDG, and they're looking nice for it. We see the Gecko operator picked up over towards B main. And this is an area of the map PACIFIC have put huge value on.
And he's hit it. Nails the shot. Nobody's going to be dropping straight to the floor. Jingo re-exploration. Set up by any form of utility.
Expecting EDG to be running those 4-1 defaults that I'm talking about. Actually, EDG have been more spread than usual today.
Yeah, little 2-3s. And a slower play of EDG. As I said earlier, it's what got them that string of 4 rounds prior. Paranoia now as they bide their time, wait it out, now send it forwards with the war, but it's something. Oh, wanted to try and play himself inside of this.
Oh my god!
Snaps it 90 degrees to the side, and now huge player advantage.
Mindfreak teleported past the first trip.
One more to deal with.
He would be hurt if he went for it here.
Yeah, he would, definitely. Something's got to pray that somebody will just walk into his sight line, crosshair placement. Trip's going to be broken off of that nice cue. The call hasn't been made. Wait, there's a back to these players. Back to back. Mindfreak. He finds it finally with the kill. Now there's a Paranoia. An attempt to play them back in, but a flash in kind. EDG stalling out. These PACIFIC players just fall long enough, and Kang squares up. Wants more to that challenge. That's 3 in a round for him.
Am I missing something?
Something soul job now just to try and save on to this operator.
Yes,
he's going to be keeping it into round 12. Is he? Oh. Yeah, he's just survived with it. EDG find another round, take the lead again, up 6-5. But I'm reminded of what Steel was talking about on the desk of as soon as that trip was broken, Chishu should be aware there's somebody on the flank, and yet completely confused, didn't relay that over to Smoggy. Bizarre interaction. PACIFIC's economy, though, is not looking good here for the final round.
Round of this first half of Sunset, that's an open B site. Prime for the taking for EDG. The knife hasn't seen much. The dart even better. Doesn't get broken, so they know that the front section of B is entirely theirs. I'll send in the usual utility just in case.
Jing's got that showstopper
online. That's going to have to be the ticket, I think, for a chance of PACIFIC winning this round.
He's really been trying to farm these orbs, and EDG have to play aggro, have to play on site.
They're straight up in through market. It's an aftershock and a slow orb as well. Kang is completely separated, isolated still. Traded out. Head just peeking over. Chichu, he's still alive here for the moment. Tethered himself into the corner of the side with the operator in the hands of something. As a Thrash earns up now to Fish. Sent flying forwards to Tainment then. It should be a kill. Collected indeed. It is!
Oh
and any defense gets dismantled.
It's the fan.
When you're watching what happened on Icebox, a 13-3 match, you wouldn't have expected both teams to be dead even here, but that's exactly what's happened. EDG have woken up, PACIFIC finding their moments to respond. We couldn't be more level at the half.
Yeah, it's just been unreal so far, living up to the expectations that we set on this matchup between two of these orgs that have so much damage.
मेरा एक फ्रेंड कोरिया रहता है, उसको सामान लेने भेजना है। क्या आप भी मेरे जैसे गोडाउन खरीदने वाले हो ब्रो? ए बे वैलो फैंस, दैट किस को चाहिए कि राइट स्टोर यहाँ पे हो? होने नहीं वाला, लेकिन
trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6.
होना तो चाहिए, मतलब बड़ा स्टोर नहीं रहेगा, लेकिन चीजें मिलेंगी। बड़ा स्टोर मतलब विद ऑल स्टॉक्स और वो सब प्लेऑफ्स के टाइम पे रहेगा। ये प्लेऑफ्स के टाइम पे वेन्यू चेंज होएगा।
वहाँ पे रहेगा, इंडिया में नहीं।
+1, हाँ, सबको राइट से सामान चाहिए। मेंबरशिप मेरा 150 का लियाने जा रहा है तुमसे। हिटर्स, आई जस्ट कॉट यू। ऐसा नहीं है, पैसा नहीं है लोगों के पास। हाँ, ठीक है भाई, ठीक है, देख रहा हूँ। It was a bait. मैंने तो लिए, आप ले सकते हो राइट का 100 रुपए। प्लेऑफ्स का पिकम्स का क्या कांड मारने का पिकम्स।
मेरा स्कोर 56 है, तेरा क्या है?
0 रहेगा।
देखना।
1 रहेगा।
देखना।
बोलना पड़ेगा वालों रात को। अटैक फुल एनएच के होगा रे पीआरएक्स का हमेशा डिफेंस रिटेक बाप है इस मैप में। अटैक फुल एनएच के कांग एकदम धोएगा। 2-2-3-3 मारते रहेगा हर राउंड।
Takes a lot of mental resilience to bring yourself back after getting smacked around on the opening map when your tournament life is in your
आज तक हॉस्टल का नेटफ्लिक्स का सब्सक्रिप्शन नहीं रहा, आपका लगता है आपका मेंबरशिप लूंगा।
Potentially could have crumbled on this map, but they are still alive and still kicking.
And you might be tuning in thinking, why were they hyping up PRX that much? Sure, 12 map win streak. You think PRX fell out a coconut tree?
Let's
they
go,
exist in the
Kang,
context of all
go.
the map wins that came before them.
I believe in Kang, guys. Do you believe? I believe.
About. They're on the attack side here. Their attack side looks deadly in a lot of these spots. Their execs on the side. Pistol's going to be vitally important. At least just for giving you momentum and starting to build up to massive ultimates
अगर पहले दिन से अरीना वही है तो वहाँ पे रहेगा, क्योंकि अगर पहले दिन पे नहीं गए ना तो बहुत सारी चीजें आउट ऑफ स्टॉक चली जाती हैं पहले दिन पे।
No one holding this.
मेरा जेट वाला भी ना आउट ऑफ स्टॉक चला गया था। और जो टेडी लिया है ना बहुत बड़ा वहाँ पे पीछे जो है वो भी आउट ऑफ स्टॉक गया था। मैंने लास्ट पीस लिया दोनों का।
Spotting the
वहाँ पे
players
खड़े
now.
थे हाँ।
Smoke's going to be cutting out of the picture from that one angle, and now call is made. They want to try and make a play now to the B split. Wall to give them safe passage. Be any spam going their way. Jing, Levi, I should say, even just trying to get cheeky himself. There's smokes to be played in and out of. Jing is way ahead of it. It's a stun layer down and a flash on top of it with the paranoia blinded up. Dart is there. This is chaos. This is anarchy. And EDG, they temper it, they control it, at least for the time being. A player advantage to be found. Device wrapping all the way from behind. Have lost the plot and lost track of all these players. They don't know which way to take it. Devi has potentially worked on
एक दूसरे को मारते ही जा रहे हैं।
right click.
क्या गेम कुछ नहीं समझ में आने आया है। इधर से मार रहा है, उधर से ट्रिपल ब्लाइंड, यहाँ से काउंटर ब्लाइंड, उधर से स्टन, इधर से फ्लैंक, इधर से ये मार रहा है, वो इसको नहीं मार रहा है, वो इसको पीठ दिखा रहा है।
When you're thinking about the way that PRX and EDG are going to battle against each other, these are the rounds you remember back to in their 5 matches previous. And this is what you imagine it's going to be like the entire time. It's just bonkers. EDG are going for a big retake, death balled up together, and PRX have got flanks on their flanks. They're looking around. How many shots were just into the back of people's heads there? Twisted and turned around, and yet EDG come out on top. Somehow able to control the chaos. Truly absurd.
Yeah, and a huge deal for EDG. A lot of teams will get lost in the mix of that, where PRX normally thrive. They've managed to take this pistol round now.
That is not great.
Yeah, the only thing past that is take the pistol, you need to clean it up past this point, especially because Kang's just gone down.
They also haven't retrieved that gun.
ये सारे शॉट्स मिस करेगा ये
forwards there in case he was walking into the stack.
ये मैप में सारे शॉट्स मिस करेगा दवाई मेरे गोट को मारा।
I can necessarily know that he hasn't re-peaked it, but he's calling the rest of PRX over to take this fight. Spectre still down, like a treasure to be gathered.
Pack mentality here from PRX. Paranoia is perfect though. EDG have really make sure to pick and choose this timing. It's excellent.
Oh!
Nobody is 2 away now from the ult. I did say it needed to be cleaned up after that point, and that was about as clean as you can get.
Yeah, I mean, if nobody had gotten the ace, he would only be 1 orb away from the ultimate. That's a really good ult from the defense side. So Smoggy doing a little bit of trolling, but that's okay.
All good. All good. They're going to be happy with that, I think.
Yeah, very happy. EDG are looking great here. They're also still going to have a decent economy heading into the next. buying up 2 Bulldogs into this round. PACIFIC need this one. Like I said, it's been 12 in a row for them on Sunset. They easily beat EDG last time they played, but this time, Chinese team giving them more to worry about.
Trip just buying that safety net. Nobody's right through the smoke as well. Expecting that timing. He's taken out 2 of them with just the Spectre in hand. He's working miracles over towards the B site and buying enough time for the rest of the team. What the hell is occurring here? Wingman up and over. Something with the plan still tapping. Paranoia is flooding through, and EDG, they want to take that fight. The skirmish is called for.
ये जीत गया भाई ना कुछ लंड कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा क्या हो रहा है
not giving them any respect on
कुछ
site.
नहीं समझ में आ रहा क्या हो रहा है
EDG are in as soon as the plant is tapped.
कभी ऐसा बॉल होता है कभी ऐसा बॉल होता है
I mean, look how aggro they are. Dodging that first wave of utility and immediately running back in.
It's not over.
And Alex is not happy about the way he's played that.
Map 3. बहुत separated लग रहे वो लोग.
Whereas things actually sound quite casual on the side of EDG. But if you compare map 1 to map 2, of course they would be. It's nowhere near as bad.
Driving seats.
Tell me better do than PRX and throwing. EDG अच्छा खेल रहा है उसका कुछ नहीं.
So far so good. I mean, talking about these bonus rounds, pistol round wins, but on the back of it, you just get so much momentum after this point. I mean, EDG have knocked down the economy of PACIFIC. They're now going to be working down with those half buys, not just that as well. How important some of these ultimates are. They have less opportunities to build them.
If you want to talk about the ults for a sec, nobody's got his Hunter's Fury. So this next round we're going into is an anti-eco for EDG. Then the next rifle round, they'll have the Hunter's Fury. Then the one after that, they'll get to Null Command before Jin gets to Showstopper, which means that Jin can't really use that ult. So the fact that you get this snowball happening at the start of halves, it has ripple effects that happen all throughout the later rounds. It's not just the economy in the moment, not just the rounds you get on the board. Who gets to which ults first matters enormously. And at this point, EDG are massively in the driver's seat. It's going to take something special from PACIFIC. But they are no strangers to pulling out miracle moments.
Now they've got that potential always there, ready and waiting. There's a punish, Kang. EDG, they heard that all being tapped, and it wasn't quite a tap, it was a full committal. That is quite an overextension potentially there from nobody, but he uses the drone to clear this through as well. Shock darts up and over, something peppered with the bullets, but still alive.
एक और heal है. Goal कर दे वाले matches playoff.
Reclaiming the rifle.
दूसरे ना lower bracket final, upper bracket final, grand final होगा. और membership भी ले लेता और उनको love you यार प्रण भाई.
Going down, handing over a weapon to a team like PACIFIC. And it's an open ace.
दोनों store पे भेज दो. और वहाँ पे ये
Forsaken has not been getting that aggressive. I'm not sure he realizes they're playing a retake at the moment.
वहाँ पे ना एक लॉल पार्क करके भी है वहाँ पे बहुत बड़ा स्टोर भी है.
They're trying to fake A, re-hit B, but there's no one even on the A side to know they're faking.
Yeah, EDG here. Still want to try and hold their ground. Look at that, nobody. Shows that there will be nobody crossing that main area. And most of the danger evaporates with those few kills. Now the rifle is still alive in Mindfreak's hands. Map control has been lost, but with only 17 seconds to do it, the time pressure is probably just going to be a little bit too much here for these players. Forsaken holding in case there is that peak.
Forsaken doesn't want to keep a sheriff.
No, and he will be falling anyway. 8 seconds here. Does Mindfreak even... You've got to commit to this.
Plan to मिल जाएगा.
Okay. Just looking to do damage, take some guns out of their hands, maybe keep this rifle. One of his own, he doesn't.
नहीं मिलेगा.
Not going to hurt him too much. Take a look at this shot from something. It's not bad.
GG Lotus.
Facing there into 3 players though.
Lotus में सिर्फ वो होएगा.
More than he could chew in that round.
Strat जिसका better strat वो जीता.
Up to 10 for EDG. They've had a blistering open to this defense half. Yeah. Just had the read on PACIFIC. PACIFIC like to run a lot of fast rounds, and EDG have had the answer. Dial up the tempo themselves on the retakes.
Nobody give us so ulti भी है गया बे.
Looking all the more likely that we end up heading over towards Lotus.
It is one clean.
Simon gets the info. There's at least 2 players playing there as well. This is something just exploring mid, essentially alone. I mean, he is.
Trap play on A, by the way. Cam takes contact towards where Forsaken is positioned, and they previously had a Paranoia set up. They've decided to abandon that. Cam gets broken, and now they're on their own. Dual re-clear through elbow. But PACIFIC are not really putting good pressure on the A site. EDG are able to retake this spot fairly easily, give themselves good info. PACIFIC are heavily favoring B. And EDG have had the read.
Oh, what a knife is good as well from Simon once more. It's going to pull players from EDG back over. And the smokes
cover going out.
Now going to be sent out here. This is Mindfreak. Rest of PACIFIC trying to follow the cues.
Did they go for the Sovereign?
अभी वो क्या है
normal
normal वाला?
left here, Wingman with the plant. It's an unusual position for it as well. Just maybe just trying to play ahead of the Hunter's Fury, but the plan goes down without any problem. Still that backside control as well, but the Hunter's Fury to try and play these players in EDG. They have that advantage once more with the players! PACIFIC, they can't stand against it.
It's over.
They get extinguished as they're just trying to pull towards the back of the side. Something weaving in and out past this wall, but he's only one man. What can you do in this spot? Up and over with a Dizzy. Nobody's defusing because he knows he's got that safety net. His teammates holding. And hold
it's over, guys. It's over.
Safe hands from Chichu. 11th round now for EDG. Once more the money. It's going to be awkward for PACIFIC. The losers bonus is definitely starting to accrue, but EDG, at this point, they are almost fated to go to that map 3.
हर बार ऐसा करना जरूरी है क्या PRX को? हर बार.
Towards the back of Boba.
Brand Egmont manager.
And EDG not going in as quickly as they had done in previous rounds, but mopping up just as easily.
क्यों भड़का पता है जब सोवाल्टी है पता है तब काहे हम
picks up the Odin as well, which is going to melt through that Sage wall. Something they could have gone for on Icebox, never opted into.
Fast play is called up. Thrash not seeing much in terms of the backside. Chewed up there by the trap wire. Wingman sent flying forwards here for the plant. Bullets spraying and praying away. Not enough to push back that plant, but the res is online, so something's back into the fight. And into the skirmish. They want to try and hold it down. Now retreating out back and away here. There's a flank timer from Forsaken potentially there, but he's miles away at that. And EDG already in position here. Primed.
First passive post plant from PACIFIC.
Showstopper sent out into the hands of Jing.
Simon's
Satchel
dead.
At his feet. A tap from nobody. And the angle from Chichu won't be safe from that one. He was seeing if he could do some of that damage ahead of time. Still nobody committing onto this one, but Smokey might have just returned that favor. Back at it with the kills flying through. Forsaken by trying to buy time with the flank. Already there. Everybody's down and out, but time. It worked against him in the end with that hourglass just running dry. So PACIFIC get up to 7.
Bittersweet victory there for PACIFIC. Their economy is going to be garbage coming out of this.
Yeah.
A tragic situation. The first time that they chose to play a passive post plant instead of trying to fight on site. And it worked. But then Smokey killed everybody and has ruined their economy heading into the next round. They're going to be coming in with 2 Guardians. No Boombot, no Mosh, only 1 slow, no Paranoia.
Let's go.
Either go.
They're prioritizing the weaponry, but their util is really missing.
Trying to keep the morale up as well. Just hearing Jing towards the end there. Just again, another rapid approach. This is Mindfreak. Just wandering. He's a nomad at this point. There's no one to play off of this one to jump spot. Oh, miscommunication again. It rears its head. And Mindfreak will rip them off.
Lucky that.
Chichu now has to take risks. He knew he had to play the forward angle, just hoping that somebody would just walk into him from the main position. But at this point, PACIFIC sealed up and stolen this round away.
Is that the kind of issue that's just going to get PACIFIC 1 round, though, and EDG quickly cover it? Or is that indicative of a larger problem that might allow PACIFIC back in? This is a larger problem.
Yeah.
The fact that Smoggy is just killing everybody.
You have to keep these guns. I mean, the economy is just too good for EDG. You're not even doing economical damage at this point.
And also, you're only really getting 3K plus the spike plant.
Oh, Kang knows. Kang knows. Overdrive, wait. They can still make a play for this one. Smokes up.
No way.
No chance.
What a throw.
He's got the spam and spray this one away. Defended. No way.
Oh my God.
There's no way. Just utter relief. A quick shake of the head. That would have been a devastating toss of epic proportions. Mind Freak opens, Mind Freak closes, everything in the middle was incredible trolling. That's technically a Red Bull clutch from Mind Freak. Should never have been. And I think the desk deserved that one. But look what it's done to the economy again. Double Guardians. At least this time they could pick up a bunch of util, but there's no flashes on Forsaken.
It's just normal game खेलने नहीं आता.
For PRX.
So
rough. Pure scraps.
हो गया तो साथ में बैठो.
And you're leaning on the individuality to bail you out once more. The deep mid push by EDG, all that information.
First time, no Sentinel.
Exactly. Not in a traditional sense. Mind Freak's back is wide open to the wall. The Rolling Thunder to clear out most of this side as well. This game of timings, but Mind Freak is not going to expect this one as well because, well, a flash, hold on. Forcing it out, and he does at least collect the one here. Forsaken, he's got to try and stem this bleeding. There's a cage up into his face with the bullets. Flying forwards here. Bits and pieces of lead. Suppression, though, across the board. No abilities to be playing with. Pure gunplay has to try and reign supreme and save the day for them, but there's that uncertainty in the step of the PRX players. Wall up from Devi. Simon will go down, at least post-mortem. It's the ult that just fades away. The player positioning from EDG, it should be known, should be noted, but they're putting a squeeze now entirely onto these players. And individuality will not save something, not out of that spot. Great movement from Chichu.
God,
and a 12 rounds tallied up, added to the total. EDG now, they can feel it. They're on the brink.
A really nice call from EDG on a round where not all of them had full weaponry. And PRX struggled enormously to get into good post-plan positioning there. They're all in solo spots. That's allegedly a Dizzy flash that catches onto Kangkang.
Oh my.
According to the assist, not that I saw it at all. But PRX were very slow, like I said, to transition into good post-plan spots there. They didn't play off device contact. They left him until last alive. Big errors creeping into PRX's game. After winning 13-3 on map 1.
By deserving win by EDG.
It looked dusted.
EDG deserving
rise from
win,
the ashes, still with a chance of going to playoffs.
Ye map deserving win.
That's what is at stakes here for both of the teams. I mean, of course,
2v5, guys. Nah.
Saying it all day long, but to make playoffs.
उनको इतना ult points दे रहे वो अलग. खुद का economy का माबेन हो रहा है वो अलग.
To the B split.
4 gen B stack hai.
There's the way and paves
with nobody else.
Through into market. Trips gonna be tangled and Gorging, who's lit up there, I believe, potentially by some trips, and it's played off of beautifully. EDG are right into it, and they want to try and shut this down immediately. Hunter's Fury, peek by Forsaken. There's the punish. 3 left to stand. Insane mechanics, but it managed not.
Oh my
God!
God!
Against the hands and steady aim of Kang.
So, fuck.
13-8. What a resounding flip compared to last time we saw these two teams clash on Sunset. In Shanghai, in front of a home crowd, EDG got beaten 6-13. And now they're here for revenge, breaking a 12-map streak from PRX.
And willing to take it to that map 3 as well. Their last chance, the Bastion, to even make it to the playoffs. It's still anyone's game, you got to think as well, but my God, has it been explosive.
अभी जो होने वाला है बैक रूम में ये लोग के साथ भाई अभी बैक रूम में एलेक्स भाई जो करने वाले ये लोग के साथ हैवी बूम्बा में भी हैवी हाँ बुंड पे ऐसा यू स्पैंकिंग होएगी स्पैंकिंग यू माय कर्स वर्क जीत गया EDG जीत गया गया बे हाथ गया आज एलेक्स भाई का एलिमिनेशन मैच है क्या हाँ जो जीता वो प्लेऑफ में जाएगा जो हारा वो 9th आएगा सोचो 9th अगर तुम लोग 8th आए तो तुम लोग प्लेऑफ में अब ये जैसे 12 गए लोग 9th आएगा 9th 8 पॉइंट से मतलब क्या रुक जा मैं भाई मेरा कमर गया रे यार लाइक कर दो 7K लाइक बोल दे चैटी गोल से याद रखना चैट EDG जीता EDG जीतेगा याद रखना तुम्हारे सबके छाती पे मैं लिख रहा हूँ EDG जीता रिस्क ही नहीं ले रहा मैं यही
Welcome back, everyone. And, well, I have a question for all of you lovely people at home. Do you like some mud with your Valorant?
I love mud.
Because that's what we got in that last one. Holy smokes. Absolute shenanigans across the board. I mean, still, we're seeing just... I mean, honestly, I don't even know. Like, there were moments where, like, you know, you think, okay, there's a setup here. Oh, wait, never mind. There is no setup. Oh, well, there's going to be a... Oh, never mind. They're just circling around one another, flanking, reflanking. What a wild game that was.
It was a head-scratcher. I was looking at it, the first two rounds especially, I'm like, oh yeah, okay, you know what, PRX is probably going to close this out. And then EDG starts getting round after round, and then it's like going into these types of situations, this is getting onto round 9, I believe, where... Nope, this is not that one yet, but there's just like all sorts of things. Oh, this is it, actually. This is round 9. So basically, like, PRX is coming in for the retake, and, you know, they're putting pressure onto that main. They have two people covering and tapping the spike. But on the side of EDG, it's not really what we came to expect from them. We're having a Soba backing off to do the Hunter's Fury, and then like the Omen's in the corner by himself, and the KO's not right. You know, it's what's going on here. They're all playing so individualistic, like they didn't have their comms on, like the headset on, and I pointed this out before, but it really felt like that. There were other instances I think we'll get to as well, where it's just like, someone sees an enemy and we're just still like la la land, what is going on? And it was a very big head scratcher moment, because I thought for sure PRX was just going to steamroll through.
Yeah.
And then suddenly EDG is pulling it back. You're like, what's going on?
It looked that way. EDG, when they were getting in their post plants, the fundamentals were off. Chichu's lurks were so often coming once the team was already dead. It was so messy to start. But then the second half, it continued being muddy, muddy Valorant. But it was instead EDG coming out on top of so many of these moments, stepping up in the chaos. Players like Kong Kong having big impact, and PRX, the team, making a lot of those same mistakes, not clearing their corners. Look at the way they're fighting into backside in this round. One player goes it first, then they're getting slowed off by their own slow. One more player fights, and it's all individual.
Like, everyone just turning around, like one person's running backwards, one person's running forwards. They can't figure out who they want to push, and then EDG somehow narrowly comes out on top of that situation. But yeah, just piggybacking about that Chichu thing, there was a round 7 where EDG is going out aim with 3 people. You know, they're going out elbow onto the site, and it's just like Chichu just starts his B main walk, like starting to walk from T-spawn into main, right? Not even like walking onto the site, he's walking into the main choke point. Like, what is going on with those types of situations? He's got to be with the pack more. But speaking of second half, all the hits are going towards B, and that's where Chichu is, so he's involved in the game that way.
It's 5v5 again.
It's 5v5
and then that's
again,
all good for EDG. I mean, yeah, credit to nobody. Kong Kong having some moments in that second half to keep this team in the game. And I mean, we talked about the possibility of a mental block, of them looking out of it after getting stomped on map number 1. But this is the game. No matter how muddy it is, no matter how many mistakes are made by both teams, in an elimination match like this, all that matters is getting that map win and keeping your mental in it for the final map. And it wasn't the cleanest, but that's what EDG did. They stay alive.
To quote Vin Diesel, whether you win by an inch or a mile, winning's winning. And that's literally what happened here. Now we're going, though, to Lotus. This is where you got to put up or shut up. This is it. right? And we're going to Lotus here still. Give the folks a preview, maybe, of what we should be seeing potentially here.
Okay, if anything goes by what happened last map, although last map didn't follow the same logic from the map before.
Logic's out the window.
You have Omen, you have Clove, and you have Neon, probably, if the picks go the same way for the side of EDG. And the way that everyone's kind of individually just running around taking these duels, I think that could actually work in their favor again here. And PRX need to be able to reset after that last map. You would think that they had the momentum going forwards, and it's been stopped. How are they going to rebound? That was a question for EDG.
Yeah.
Now it's for PRX.
Yeah, this smoke comp is really good on your attack side. It's segmenting your fights into very discrete areas. Instead of having to take all of like a rebel at the same time, you can smoke off one section, isolate these fights really easily. It's a really heavy, team fight brawl comp, and that's exactly how EDG is playing. We've seen FPX find success with this comp internationally before. It'll be the first time
सारे पिस्तौल राउंड PRX जीत रहे थे. अभी EDG जीत गया, जीतेगा पिस्तौल और फिर खत्म.
Seated and ready to go.
मेरा बैटरी भी खत्म. PRX का सफर भी खत्म.
If you're EDG, you feel a little bit better about this considering how things went on Sunset.
If you think back to the previous times you've seen this match, it has been like this before. It gets messy, the gloves come off, it comes down to the fight, and PaperX are making a change. Solo Sky composition with a double duelist jet raise. That is a weird one in 2024.
Wow.
I didn't really know what to make of this.
You know
they
what?
Have the double duelist on defense and
go out your own way. Do it your own way.
Yeah,
you get shot,
it's gonna be
you die.
It's gonna be a death
No
match. Basically,
sentinel.
this map is gonna be a death match. Just like everyone just taking these fights. I just want to see Chichu get
पहली
involved
बार
a
ये
little
वाला
bit more.
comp
I believe he's starting
PRX?
on that defense side though, so it's, yeah. So yeah, death match.
Or on the attack to start for EDG. It's chaos here, but one of these teams here is coming to an end. And with the way they play, I feel like it couldn't go any other way.
All right, well, let's see how this
EDG
all shakes
करेगा
out.
W
My
Gaming.
goodness, what a roller coaster this has been. Brendan Sideshow, have fun.
Oh, you know me. I mean, listen, man, listen. It's incredible that these two teams agreed to the gentleman's agreement to have the final map be played as a death match. But yeah, I am buzzing and looking forward to this one here because this is two teams. They ripe in the mud. That word was getting tossed around quite a bit on the desk. And they love it to clash and fight here.
Well, here's a big clash happening towards a rubble to begin.
At least
with
ने वो
both
नहीं
of these
लिया.
compositions, I'm looking at them. It looks like EDG should have a big advantage in any rubble fights.
Yeah. Already seeing it. It's a flash to try and set them up nice and early here, but a nade cuts out the rest of Kangkang's team. EDG.
And PaperX decide not to commit. They're looking to not even really trap, because otherwise you'd be expecting Mindfreak to be playing at that door. They're looking to just go for a 5-person re-clear.
And it's being held. There's almost an expectation of it from EDG with a Paranoia crossing its way up. And the noise cut. EDG, advantages to be found and had here, especially when the shots don't land and find that mark with Kangkang. He's doing entirely all right here. And the shot into the corner. Beautiful.
Khatam, clean.
And set the stage.
Clean, it's over.
Map 3 into motion for EDG. They were so damn aware.
Yeah, that's such a sick
Oh
read
my
from EDG.
god.
The call there to completely hide, wait for PaperX to re-clear, and notice that even when PaperX are re-clearing, they don't trigger the fight. They only trigger the fight when the dog is used, when they realize that they're not just going to leave. EDG wanted the A site without any fuss. They didn't want to cause any trouble, but PaperX had to decide to take the fight, so they made them pay.
Now with the guns in their hands as well, once more, same beginning. Doors opened up though.
I think the reason that PaperX have changed their composition, by the way, to one that they used to run in the past, is because they're facing the Neon, Double Initiator, Clove. EDG's comp should want to go fast. It pushes a lot on the defense side as well. And so having those trips up, I guess PaperX are just thinking is more valuable than running the double duelist, double initiator comp that they were previously testing out.
Yeah, it can be incredibly good.
It's an old comp though.
Heavy committal. This is Kangkang. He's trying to lock it down, but only 20 bullets into the clip. Luckily, he's got teammates and backup in spades. Nobody shuts down the eco round.
It gets fairly close to Nightfall. Probably won't have it online for round 3. So, looking like a bit of a dry bonus, but we'll have that for one of these potential swing rounds. At the end of the day, though, with all of our conversation around
फाइनल्स में दिल टूटा था.
Around the compositions, I got to think back. The smartest man I know once said, "You get shot, you die," and he was quoting you.
Oh.
So,
wow, how about that?
Yeah. Even some smart people will repeat what you said.
Exactly, sometimes intelligent like them for me. Nade up and over. This is PACIFIC opting into the fight. The skirmish once more, but with Jing toppling, falling, something not able to evacuate. That was an upgrade. That's to survive. Vibrant is hard, committed. Can't reset the aim. Only the one player found from that one. Divigo and re-exploring. Util out into the few hands of these players, but already he's got to be aware of it. And yet sees the barrel. So now he knows his timing taken against him, but the Prowler waiting it. No way, Peak not together. Still, it's there. The Forsaken liner right behind him for EDG to barrel them over.
Holy
Brutal beginning to PACIFIC's Lotus. A map that they enjoy playing. But after how Sunset went, this is looking like a massive turnaround, a flip compared to map 1. EDG pick up pistol.
By breach counter है भाई, बात खत्म भाई, breach counter.
Success in the second half of Sunset.
And already
couldn't be more different reactions from the coaching staff.
Absolutely, the death slam. You know what that signifies? The timeout button being hit.
After 3 rounds.
Yep.
Timeout.
And again, I mean, when it comes to strategy, it can be something as simple as like, guys, stop trying to opt into this A-Rubble fight when you're getting outvalued of util. It could also just be mentality. It could just be him trying to calm the nerves. But the reason this is absurd is because Alex has literally just had the opportunity to do that 3 rounds ago before they were in the map.
Yeah, but he's obviously not focused on a specific element that PACIFIC are then messing up, or just wants to reiterate something, get them back onto the right track. It is crazy early for attack timeout like this, though, and I think that indicates the stakes in this kind of situation. Everything that we were talking about on Icebox, about it being bitter disappointment for EDG, them fighting to break through in China, getting overtaken, they can't go out in groups and have a year of bombing out, everything there also applies, perhaps even more to PACIFIC.
It's mirrored, I think.
They used to fight for trophies. Been overtaken in Pacific, and now they might end up going out in groups here at Champs. A fate that they've met before.
अभी तक हम लोग ने एक ही स्ट्रैट देखा है
EDG का. Precipitate a roster change.
Just fight A. Rubble control लो, pause करो, fight करो.
His A hits have been given access to the sites over and over again.
They realize it's a retake setup. They don't have very much retake utility as PACIFIC, so you've only got to worry about a Sky Flash and a Paranoia, really.
Oh, Bijare.
The Boombot's already being used to try and play the path for PACIFIC. Yeah, I mean, the util's already being used.
PACIFIC have read it. This is strange from EDG. They had the read, and now they're going into the
stack. Goodness me, close quarter combat, Jing. He's hoping and opting in for that upgrade, but it just opens his back up prime for the bullet to the back here. Smoggy also supplements off to the side, off angle from Divide, but not enough to stay alive. Simon, goodness gracious me.
He has been so consistent for them in those tight situations, in the tough spots. Simon has been there already, paying dividends. The value that he's brought to this team. He's not always at the top of the scoreboard. He doesn't have the prettiest stats in the world, but he's good for big moments. That's an important asset for a new player to have. Bailed them out of a tough spot there. All smiles and laughter for Aldo, but that one got a little dangerous. And something has the op.
I mean, how do you even play this? The posture of the util, though, EDG faking like they've taken this. Rubble control once more, this time walking into a different direction.
PACIFIC all over the map.
He is open entirely, and it's being read by EDG. They're already into the fight. Sometimes, yeah, I mean, Divide, spam down, all this actually into the corner, tucked. Maybe seeking to play spoiler, nobody pushed back. Off and away from the plan, once more another tap. He's seeing if there's any more util. Well, that came from PACIFIC. Shut out entirely from this B site. The composition itself is just not situated for these retakes. The amount of util that they have is essentially gone. soon as Divide falls, he gets taken out of the fight here. The Haunt dealt with something with the dash as well, but there's no value to be had. Nobody's giving him that fight.
Save kar
and what?
5-0.
Holy looks like they're just going for the save.
That's brutal.
Dude.
If you don't want to play these
Like
retakes,
counter
though,
the
why are you
counter
putting
karna
all
padega?
of your
How
side
about we wear the
utility
PRX
and your
jersey and
operator
support
on the
PRX?
same site?
That's the question.
And leaving B completely open. They 3-stack C, they put their op and the Cypher A. So both of those sites, very difficult to crack into. And you could give credit here to EDG that they've been conditioning A fights over and over at the beginning of this game. So maybe PaperX felt comfortable in some degree that it wasn't just going to be a fast B hit.
Let's go.
But if you do leave it open
Here
like
on
that,
PRX
there is no Viper wall you can put up to flash yourself in and try to isolate the entry. There's no
way,
no snake bite, no nano
It's time
swarm,
to reverse.
nothing like that you can
Sare
use to try
permutation and
to
combination karlo
isolate
aaj.
Kangkang from the rest of the team.
Yeah, and I'm not saying no way at your
ऐसे क्यों कर रहा है? बाजू वाला मार
it's all fine and dandy. I'm saying no way at this. It's a second timeout called for PaperX. We're in round 6 of map 3. It's an elimination game. It's the final game of groups. Your final path to playoffs for the final event of the year. And this signifies to me just a complete collapse.
Yeah, it's
अब तो जीतना
brutal
चाहिए
that Alex feels like he has to hit the panic button after 3 rounds and
PRX.
then after 2 more.
Supporting
Just
PRX
spoke
full.
to them.
Let's go, baby.
If you want to think about how PaperX's year has gone, a bit of a miracle run by their own words for them in Madrid to be able to make 3rd place. They got a podium finish, something they're very used to. Had many of those last year, but they went from that 3rd, slipping down in Shanghai to a 5th, 6th. Now looking like they might end up getting grouped here at Champs. Are they getting worse? Is there more competition? Is this a signifier that something doesn't work about their playstyle, that they're going to have a reboot? All of these questions are going to be asked if indeed it plays out like this.
Swirling and circling.
ये PRX जीता. ये round PRX का baby. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Now for PaperX, there's no more time for the coaching staff. Alex to step back in.
This looks like a much more sensible defensive setup, though. I think Alex is already calling to spread out this stuff. Get the Cypher over C, get the op posted B.
What's going on here? Mindfreak, he's just opened up the door wide here. The sightline called. Holding over the shoulder with the operator through to Mountain is called for this pause. EDG making sure to let these PaperX players simmer. Time has been bought, though. Following the sound cues, PaperX are in position to potentially take this fight forwards with the Boombot. Tagging it up into the corner. They're going to be aware that there's a player holding onto the corner into this angle with the Seekers and another flash to play themselves. Seeing this time the gunplay, it does come up for the goods, and they are winning the day, paving the way to a successful round. But Kangkang's got something to say about it. Up and over the box, cannot stop Jing. Feeling empowered with the rest of his team behind him. They get that round on the board, eliminating the goose egg.
There's only 2 pieces of plant denial in PaperX's comp. The nade and the showstopper when Jing has it
Positivity,
online. So they've got to be more creative in ways of slowing EDG down.
Let's
Instead
go,
of throwing utility to get ready to
Yeah,
set up for a
round
flood
B.
retake like that,
PRX.
they open the door, which slows EDG down and stops them from getting the plant until PaperX are in position.
Pop retake.
Beautiful end. There was still some anti-synergy even then, though, because they opened the door and popped the cage at the same time. So they cut off their own op sight line. Another rumble fight. You gotta be kidding me. EDG are gonna be loving this.
Mass pings all about here. Showstopper, no worries or concerns because of the Rolling Thunder still. Adjustment, Showstopper, the kills and the bullets are least late claim to the life of Chi-Chu, and now the Rolling Thunder to get EDG back in there. A bullet to the back of the head of Divide, could not evacuate in time.
Something trying to get aggressive on the flank.
And he's going to be finding it, Smokey. Standing his ground. Looking to plug in the gaps potentially there in case the flanks were online. Brought to that 3 versus 3. EDG now with that tempo increase. They want to speed this one up into the ace. Jing, there's no way you're taking this, man. You have no teammates to back you up. You want to take the fight straight up. You could have waited. Still, Forsaken has been played in and does get that trade in play. Anticipation is there, but a shoulder peeking out is all something needs to claim and collect the kill with the dash now active once more. Putting a squeeze down, nobody surviving for a rainy day, but a wrap around, up and away. Heaven player expected, missing the timing is Forsaken. who grasps it.
मेरे गोटे ये नहीं सह सकते यार.
Forsaken saves the operator, and that push out
PRX
from
को मेरा
something
इलाज का
made
बिल
all the
भेजना पड़ेगा.
difference. He had to get that timing and punish EDG for not running a Sentinel in their composition. Otherwise, they had so many options to maneuver around the map.
चलो 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 चलो.
He forced EDG to speed up as soon as Smoggy went down.
दवाई कैसे मारा एक बार दिखा?
And then, you're right.
Random मारा क्या हो?
It looked a little adventurous the first time, but eventually got that synergy working with Forsaken. Can EDG still be playing aggressive
दोनों
whilst
reaction
covering the
अलग-अलग.
flanks?
ये राउंड PRX
It was
जीतेगा.
critical the last
ये
time
राउंड
they
भी
stacked their
PRX जीतेगा.
operator on the same side of the cipher. But this time, at least they have that
जगह से
trick
नहीं
B,
हिलना.
and they've made the right read.
Flash had haunted over as well, so something can't take that early. Line of sight angle, but now does the dash. The Prowler spotted! His head just poking clean out. It's taken off of his shoulders. Kang straight up in there, Ching. Wants to try and even this one out with the bullets flying forwards again. He has not been cleaned up, but he's trying to play his team back in, and Forsaken, he's dropped as a result of it.
रिटर्न गया बेचारा.
It's crumbled again here for PACIFIC.
उसको लगा जिंग लड़ रहा
Trying
है.
to play fast and loose into the site. Flood anchoring the
जिंग
defense.
के बाद एक टाइमिंग था निकल के
Broken
मार
and
दिया.
crumbled. Divide with a Trailblazer spotting these players out with the paranoia. It's good to play themselves in, but Ching is caught, blinded up by it, and as the smokes fade away, there's no chance, no hope. It's Chicho with 3. Wraps up the round nice and pretty.
I think better
Puts that
guys.
6-1
It's
down
time
on the
for
board
the
here for EDG.
Kang is not going to get caught
Wow.
by an op play like
Proper
that.
समझना पड़ेगा.
He read it so well, got aggressive into the site, making space for the rest of the team. And PACIFIC just didn't have that setup they needed to go for the retake.
ये राउंड EDG जीतेगा.
I am loving the Haodong. Wow! We've heard it a
Let's go.
couple
Neon
times
ult
now.
है, Claw
But
ult है, 65 वाला situation है, B side खाली है, लग गए PRX के hashtag के साथ.
They need that comfort that A is locked off. Their comp doesn't thrive with it though, and EDG have taken B instantly.
Full recognition of the gaps that the composition leaves open. A B plan, a slight tap from nobody, but now to commit! Something! He's so ahead of his team, they just can't quite play off of this one. There's a flash into the places, again to push them back and away with the door open. Forsaken, not anticipating it. Fully blinded though, to buy. Not willing to give up the sights, but smoked off, cut out of the picture.
Nice.
It's him against 3.
Positive.
No more money to buy for the next tier.
Up संभालो.
Bitter pill to swallow.
निकलेगा.
You just have to save it away. Keep the rifle into the next. Give up another round for EDG, because at this point, EDG, they are running away with it.
It might look like unorthodox compositions on both sides.
Mind Freak ने वो
there
shot
could not be a
clean
bigger
कैसे
gap
नहीं
in
मारा?
terms of
वो blind
value
नहीं
from
था.
the picks at the moment. PACIFIC's defense, honestly, it's not been their stronger side on Lotus historically. So maybe you could throw some cope out there and say, oh, well, you know, if they get up to 4 or something and grab the pistol.
ये अच्छा था.
But the
इसके
trade
बाद
came through
वो
so
वाला.
late, like even the small details. I love the movement from something. It's fantastic. That next player needs to be through the door immediately. You can't be waiting for the paranoia to come through or sync it up at the same time. It feels rusty from PACIFIC, like they've pulled an old comp out of the wardrobe and it's full of moth holes.
With those gaps as well. Holds as you put it. It's EDG. Here, ready to try and capitalize. Simon, shredded with bullets.
सारा
Calling for the reclear and
सारा
backup.
नसीब EDG के साथ है bro. सारा.
Kang spots one. Expecting some kind of bait and switch.
Read अच्छा है, करेंगे क्या
Tried
read
and tested
करेंगे.
here, just trying to follow these sound cues. Chichu denied that chance of any sort of information, but Kang's going to be dropped here. The stun was
दोनों
good!
गए.
And already racking up the kills.
Top stun.
His team happy to play off the back of it. An open sight once more. Rifle in the hands of Mind Freak. Forsaken is very much isolated though, in through the sight as well. Shoulder spotted, nobody gets that information. Calls for the rest of his team here. Weapons are going to be picked up, but again,
And it's over.
inevitability. EDG. Fault line. Just roots Forsaken out of spot. There's no safety to be held at the back of that site there. 8-2 EDG.
And they can feel it. What a recovery. What a turnaround. Losing map 1 13-3, and then kind of pasting PACIFIC on their own map pick, halting a 12-map win streak on Sunset, and now demolishing them on Lotus. The momentum could not be more one-sided. The scales have tipped thoroughly in EDG's favor. They go fake a rubble fight, hoping that they bait out a push over towards Mound. Jing doesn't bite. Not this time. Making the rotate himself over through Waterfall. Leaving C weak, leaving B weak, going to reinforce a site that EDG have no interest in.
And they're stacking over towards A.
चाहिए था ना क्या
Doing
double
this play when
initiator.
they already have a deep cam that's committed.
That's what I'm talking about. It's in no
Double
way
initiator
refined
चाहिए
what
था.
we're watching from PACIFIC's defense. I think they've pulled this comp out because they thought it would be a good counter to EDG, and they're just not practiced enough with it. Not anymore. Maybe Tides will turn on the attack side. Something, possibly, could have made me believe with that peak.
Just daring him to fight. Follow up past it. The camera's finally broken. A Delta Divide, that's a peak off of his own flash. And he's just never going to be favored there. Too many positions to play the ante from. EDG once more. Roll out the red carpet at this point. It's easy access to these sites, and the retakes just have not been there. But PACIFIC will make a good go of things once more. This time out through the back. Satchel's in play. Attack from Simon. There's that uncertainty up and through. Not dead yet. Smoggy back into the fight and the fray, but the kills collected. Bodies toppled, falling. Smoggy needs to be given something here to play his teammate in, but nobody's now going to be that last one left. Into a 1v2. 12 seconds. Whistle down to almost 0. And 2 bullets left in the chamber. There's no more options. Has to stick it for any chance, and Forsaken knows it. Wrapping around, a third on the board here for PACIFIC. The question is it too little, too late?
These pre-takes are the only things working for PACIFIC. They had many players heaven. As the plant was going down, finally got the read that they were on the right side and hit it with huge amounts of aggression. EDG didn't have anybody that deep that could really stop them. But like I said, that's the only thing that's been working for them. Can they find another option to do that?
Chance.
Can they make the showstopper turn into a round victory? An 8-4 half with a pistol. Suddenly, there may be a glimmer, a flicker of hope.
Forsaken's just opened up the door wide.
His cam's got a little bit of info.
Yeah, spotted that out and not actually broken as well as a result.
I'm not sure how much he saw though. He was barely on it for a second. He's just looking for questions. Don't know whether he saw any.
Yeah, the round has been slowed down to a crawl though.
But again, PACIFIC have got their defensive players in the right site, unless this is a pivot.
Ball's broken. Fault line as well to try and play Kang into this spot with a trip broken down. Something might want to make a go of things here. To hear the ult popped off as well. Kang! That's a return of the fire. Something dropped. Now a B-side could be that potential option, and a paranoia already wasted out. PACIFIC no longer having that tool to play with smokes up in their face. Aftershock as well. Ryan Freak does peek up the flash and plays himself in, but EDG still holding strong. Not willing to be displaced from this position. PACIFIC might have that surrounded, but again, they are fully aware, EDG, knowing all the tricks of the sleeves of the PACIFIC players, the C's of the connection, all the acknowledgement you need. An open side that are taking on to C. And an impossible situation for Jing to play.
It's over.
EDG baiting out so many of the tools that PACIFIC wanted to play off. Absolutely broken something in that moment. He may never be the same player again after what Kang just did to him. But they baited out the showstopper. Jing found no value. Baited out all the flashes from Divide. Punish him with a shot to the head. 9-3. If there is a glimmer of hope, it is a dark, small light in a vast cavern.
PRX को जीतने के लिए अभी क्या चाहिए मालूम है? नसीब। नसीब चाहिए, क्योंकि एक ही अच्छा बात है कि EDG के पास सेंटिनल नहीं है, तो ये लोग 4-1 करके कुछ तूफानी कर सकते हैं, लेकिन जो वन है उसका नसीब एकदम हैवी चाहिए उसको कि वो टाइमिंग वाइमिंग पकड़े, वरना एनएच के हाँ वरना जीत गया ईडीजी। सारे कैसे कैसे मीम्स है ना पीआरएक्स के टाइम पे। ईडीजी में सब मारते थे। नंबर 1 टीम है भाई चाइना की।
EDG just pulling off an absolutely unreal comeback overall in the series when they just got flattened map 1.
पहला पिस्तौल हार गया तो सीधा खत्म।
फिर तो the back of their minds, an unwillingness to go home. They need to prove that they can reach greater heights than they have done before in the past. And it starts with getting past an old rival. It starts with getting out of the groups.
Playoffs on the horizon. Both of these teams are only a map win away from getting through to playoffs. And as Alex said earlier in the coach interview, having that extra lifeline, having the ability to troll a little, be experimental with what you're doing. But one of these teams is so much closer to that map victory than the other.
9th.
Double sheriff in the hands of EDG. Smoggy's been lights out. Anytime he's played on Lotus, anytime he's playing Clove.
And this is a squeeze being applied, at least to feign like they could be trying to fight over towards Mound and from section of B from EDG. I think the goal of it potentially is to cause a pivot from PACIFIC into the high-low setup that they've got going on. At least with the Sheriffs, it's a cool strategy that EDG have brought out into the pistol, but...
High-lows.
Yeah.
All over the place, on C, on A.
And this could tear PACIFIC apart already to peaks if they're not timed correctly, which they're not. EDG ready for it, nobody still alive towards the back of the site, and no anticipation. Did it get a peek? The self over it! 3 in a round, denied the 4, but Chichu is fully there, entirely but a cleanup.
Absolutely in control, EDG. If it went over towards A, high-low, set up towards stairs. Horn didn't get broken, full information, dropped back into a high-low setup, and Simon and nobody. The IGL and the newcomer doing so much work.
One enemy remaining.
And that is elation because EDG can feel it. Primed and ready to pounce. That last spot of the playoffs. It's almost theirs for the taking. No force in sight from PACIFIC. Not opting into this one. They need the guns, but it is just shambolic! Smoggy! Pure mechanics on display! And he will just rip them all away!
11-3. EDG with no concept of mercy. No thought in the back of their mind of taking their foot off the neck of PACIFIC. Friends outside the server, bitter rivals inside.
Enemy remaining.
Smoggy is wiping them away.
And it is just pure elation, isn't it? A matchup that they've just failed in so many times against this team. For PACIFIC, guns in their hands. Now is the time to make the most of it. That a bit over aggressive.
please.
Go with things here. They're still hard committing into the fight. They make the call as well to try and at least collect themselves together, but the weaponry not favoured on these long sight lines at least. PACIFIC essentially just swat away these EDG players.
This was a strat that Foot very much struggled with. They found the right reaction by pushing into C, but then couldn't play close properly. This time, PACIFIC hold on. And like you say, use that advantage of having the better long-range weaponry. EDG are not going to fight like that in every round, though. It's something they'll throw in occasionally, and maybe less so now that PACIFIC have showcased they're willing to stand their ground and fight. Forsaken, it is good to see him
at least
pop in
pistol round
heads. He was notably absent on Sunset.
तो थोड़ा close है तो भाई दो pistol round हारना मतलब bench दर्द है
find the rifling.
Round by round.
Dude, I mean, that is
Like water over ducks, back with the pressure for PACIFIC. They are just having fun with it.
I mean, they've been in
बंदा
these
गाना गा रहा है,
positions
मैं
before.
रो रहा हूँ.
They know the
सुन रहा है ना,
secrets,
तू
just
रो
to
रहा हूँ
have a
मैं.
short-term
दवाई.
memory.
Exactly.
But at the same time, I mean, that's just so funny.
Devi is right on the money though. It has to happen round by round, one at a time.
So cute.
Orbs farmed up. Mass migration now over towards the A side here. Chichu is alone taking this angle, but there's less to really threaten him off this spot when there's no Viper in the play as well. He can just jiggle this one for a bit of util, and he's even got Simon to help him out. When the Trailblazer cleared its way through, I believe both rifles fired off something, but a dash to disengage and pull that one back. And around, Forsaken. Cam up forwards, he spotted Kang, but want to try and take that fight towards it. Nobody with the door opened up wide will have to at least concede that space, give it up and hold the C's. Now into his hands, lets it loose. What a connection! Just absolutely running over these players. PACIFIC steamrolled in the process. Jing, he'll have to do it all. But Aftershock in his back satchel away, and the aim reset just not there in time. EDG up to 12.
Match point.
Nobody's utility was phenomenal last time we got to watch them on Lotus. He had seizes all over the place, connecting, and he's doing it again. The seize is amazing. Smoggy's follow-up is great, and then he just jumps in knowing that the rest of his team's got his back. And I think a bit of that, oh, this is it, stoic nature needs to be given to Alex here.
And let's get back into the fight, because it could just be ending in a blink of an eye. The series, the tournament lifeline for PACIFIC. Warded and postured. As I've said prior, they can't hold a candle to the amount of util that EDG can just pull out. So the A-Rubble control, there's for now, always rejuvenated. PACIFIC
It is
holding,
over.
biding their time, waiting to strike. The counter spam is there, updraft up and around as well. Swinging through, Paranoia is there, Showstopper needs that value. Jing, he's on a life that's unexpected. Up on the high ground, Chichu, he's trying to shut them down. Nobody's by his side, but the rifles, maybe. There's a lifeline.
There is no lifeline.
To the hands of PACIFIC, and still have a minute to play with.
Plant में 2v1 के टाइम पे GG.
Nobody's pushing out through B. Smoggy still with his ultimate.
GG, guys.
Eerie calm drops towards rubble. An area that's known so much bloodshed, and almost all of it going into the way of EDG in this map. PACIFIC have carved out a small opening. Do they think of the flank?
The flank timing, nobody could shut this down, Dubai.
The
awareness is there.
Nobody का.
Surely too difficult of a situation for Smoggy, even with how well he's been playing. There's 15 seconds.
This time pressure could just spell defeat. And for Smoggy to be the hero his team needs in this spot. Devi planting, medal is used first, lowering them down, and spraying them down. Smoggy destroys the hopes and dreams of PACIFIC. Knocks them out of groups. Revenge has been earned, and a playoff picture potential there. EDG, the chances for them to go on a run now to reach greater heights than they have in the past have never been more present.
Congratulations.
Well, after map one, it did not look like we were going to be seeing EDG making their way to playoffs. The second Chinese team to get out of groups behind explosive Trace, who surprised us all. But it is bitter disappointment there for PACIFIC.
DRX
A team used to fighting for trophies, who've been in those spots before in grand finals appearances, overtaken this year domestically by Gen G, and now grouped for the second time at Champions in their history. A rough year sliding downwards for them. It's a long off-season to think over what could have been, but it's hugs on stage. They respect EDG, and how could you not? This team rallied back and put on a show. Smoggy's individual performance was
वैसा वाला बंदा वो स्पेस क्रिएट वाला बंदा मारा नहीं मारा तो टीम ऐसे पोजीशन पे बैठे रहते ना कि मारे ही मारे
being the last to qualify here for our playoffs, they are right on time for it. As I said earlier, the world is essentially their oyster. You get that fresh reset as you head into the playoffs as well. And for them, a chance as well to do a little bit better than the disappointment at Shanghai.
And not just Shanghai, this is only their second win this year at a global event. Had they gone home, it would have been devastating their year as a whole. Not making it out of basically any situation. They got gifted that playoffs berth previously. Didn't necessarily earn it by beating international competition. But here, today, they've turned a new leaf and are looking to try to bring that momentum further into playoffs. It's going to be a tough road ahead, but I have been impressed with this squad.
भाई जेंजी भी गया, PRX भी गया, This year will be China bro. लिख के दो टीम है ना चाइना का, ट्रेस और EDG, दो टीम है ना शायद?
ट्रेस EDG, FKX नहीं है?
नहीं, दो ही टीम है शायद चाइना का। चाइना का दो टीम है, पैसिफिक का एक टीम है।
और सेंटिनल्स और फनाटिक है?
और कर दे जब माता दी, अरे जय माता दी वैसे यार अमर भाई हेटर।
EDG's Chichu here with me and Luna to help
खेला
with
तो
the
अच्छा है,
transition,
खेला
of
तो
course,
अच्छा
for our post-match interview.
खेला तो
EDG의 치추 선수 만나보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
सेकंड मैच भारी पड़ा, मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना, सेकंड मैच बहुत भारी पड़ा,
익숙한
बहुत।
페이퍼렉스를 상대로 승리를 거두면서 플레이오프에 진출하게 됐는데요. 오늘 경기 소감부터 들어보도록 하겠습니다. Congratulations, Chichu. You faced them again. You took them down. You guys are in the playoffs. So what was it like going up against PaperX when the stakes were so high, and especially because you guys were really familiar with each other?
那恭喜你们，现在是进入到了淘汰赛嘛，而且你们再一次面对到 PRX 也是赢下了他们。那在如此紧张的一个赛程之下，遇到这么熟悉的对手，
ड्रॉ बाद में देख लेंगे यार, मेरे को रेस्ट लेना बेशर्मो, रात को स्ट्रीम भी है।
说实话，第一场输的时候，我想到了不好的事情，但是怎么说呢，就调整，然后准备二三场土嘛，因为我们可能是我们也对他比较熟悉，因为我们第一场就是失误太多了，然后后面我们做得很好，我觉得赢得很爽，然后。
इतने लोग बोले जर्सी उतार, नहीं मानेगा हमारा बंक्स, वाह वाह वाह, जर्सी पे डाल दिया। इतने EDG Binks, congratulations, शर्म करो। Bye, thank you for the membership.
We are so familiar to each other, and we made a lot of mistakes on map one, and we'd be able to like fix it on the map 2 and map 3.
사실 1세트 내주고 나서는 정말 안 좋은 기분이 점점 들면서 안 좋은 예감이 들기도 했는데, 그래도 1세트 때 만들었던 실수들 그리고 있었던 문제점들을 2세트부터 잘 보완하면서 좋은 경기를 치를 수 있었고, 그리고 페이퍼렉스를 하도 많이 만나 보니까 또 많이 익숙했던 것들이 오늘 경기에 좀 도움이 됐던 것 같다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그리고 로터스에서 페이퍼렉스가 또 투타격대 조합으로 수비 쪽에서 먼저 시작을 했거든요. 좀 페이퍼렉스의 조합을 보고 EDG 선수들은 어떤 얘기를 나눴는지도 궁금합니다. So last map, Lotus, PaperX ran the double duelist comp and they started on defense. What was your game plan heading into that map?
那其实，在刚刚的莲花古城上面，对手 PRX 他们是防守方先开，但是选了一个双决斗的阵容。那你们当时在进入到这张地图的时候，是当时想了怎么一个游戏计划呢？
说实话，赛前我没有想到他们这张图会换成这样。怎么说呢？就是我们面对不常见的阵容，打得会不好一点，但是我觉得遇到这种常规的阵容，反而会打得更轻松一点。
有想到是吗？
是的。
We have already predicted that they're gonna try this comps. Maybe sometimes we are not good at to face against those comps that not Euro to see, but with this kind of we can see a lot. This kind of comp, we are really good at it.
Okay. So you were familiar. You knew they were gonna pick something like that.
所以其实还挺熟悉的。你觉得你就知道他们会拿这种阵容是吗？
Yes.
사실 페이퍼렉스가 투타격대 조합을 쓸 거라고는 좀 예측 가능했던 부분이었기 때문에 뭔가 그동안 보지 못했던 아예 생소한 조합이었다면 조금 더 힘들었겠지만 그래도 이렇게 해서 좀 좋은 결과를 만들어낼 수 있었던 이유는 아무래도 좀 익숙한 조합이었고 어떻게 대처할지 알고 있었기 때문이라고 얘기를 하는데요. 마지막으로 조추첨이 진행될 예정인데 좀 피하고 싶은 팀이 있는지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. We have the draw show ready coming up next. So is there a team that you would like to face or you would just prefer not to face? We have PRX, Team Heretics, and Trace Esports.
那现在正在看到，我已经在准备抽签了嘛？那下一场比赛有没有哪支队伍是很想遇到，又或者说不想要遇到的呢？我们现在有 Team Heretics， 有 DRX and Trace Esports TE。
我觉得我们不太想遇到 TE 吧，剩下的我觉得都可以。
We don't want to face against TE, and rest of them, oh, it's okay.
Okay. 트레이스 e스포츠 빼고는 다 만나도 자신감이 넘친다고 얘기를 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 츄츄 선수 만나봤습니다. Thank you, 츄츄, for the post-match interview. Good luck in the playoffs.
Thank you.
I'm gonna let you guys go. Bye bye.
#OP.
And with that, that concludes our group stage matches. Now we have 8 teams locked in for playoffs, of course. And next up, we have the draw show ready right here on stage.
Let's go!
Victoria. 네, 이렇게 해서 플레이오프에 진출할 8팀들이 모두
#1seed or
이어서는
#2seed
플레이오프 대진 추첨식을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 추첨식에는 빅토리아님이 수고해 주시겠습니다.
Yeah,
so I'm going to explain. There are 2 basic rules for this one. I'm going to explain them really quick. 1 seeds will only play 2 seeds. And then teams from the same group cannot be on the same side of the bracket. So they'll move forward or swap backward accordingly to make sure that doesn't happen. Other than that, that's all.
네, 먼저 추첨식의 규칙에 대해서 얘기를 해드릴 텐데요. 1번 시드 팀들은 2번 시드 팀들을 만나야 하고요. 그리고 같은 조에서 조별 스테이지를 치렀던 1번 시드와 2번 시드 팀들은 같은 브래킷에 위치할 수 없습니다. 그렇기 때문에 조가 겹치는 대진이 완성된다면 계속해서 한 칸씩 내려가거나 조가 겹치지 않는 대진이 완성될 때까지 계속해서 2번 시드를 움직이는 쪽으로 진행을 하려고 합니다.
Perfect. Let's get started. We'll draw our first seed.
네, 첫 번째 1번 시드.
페널티.
All right, so that is going to be DRX.
DRX입니다.
अपना ही पहला गेम पे
Go into that first
दर्द
slot.
खत्म ही नहीं हो रहा है.
Next one.
ट्रेस दे दो, ट्रेस दे दो, ट्रेस दे दो, ट्रेस दे दो.
DRX와
अच्छा बाद
같은
में कर रहे
브래켓에
हो, बाद में
속할
कर
팀은
रहे
누가
हो.
될지.
ओपोनेंट वाला बाद में कर रहे.
트레이스 e스포츠입니다.
fuck, हाँ ट्रेस फर्स्ट सीड है बे. ओ बाचो. भूल गया था मैं.
다음입니다. 반대편 브라켓에서 경기를 치를지 G2입니다.
Alright, and last but not least.
네, 이렇게 되면 마지막 남은 2번 시드는
We have Heretics.
팀 헤레틱스입니다.
Oh fuck.
Okay. So we'll draw the second pool of teams. We'll start down.
EDG चलेगा.
No group matches on the bracket and move from there.
네, 이제 이번 시즌 팀들을 배정할 예정인데요. 위에서부터 차례차례 채워나갈 예정인데 조가 겹친다면 반대편 브래킷으로 이동해야 된다는 점 유의해 주시길 바랄게요.
Okay. First one.
EDG 대도.
첫 번째.
We have
DRX를 상대할 팀은
LEV.
레비아탄.
They cannot be in this side since they are from Group C, so they will move to the first slot.
트레이스 e스포츠와 조가 겹치기 때문에 G2와 레비아탄이 경기를 치르게 됐습니다.
जो भी वो अच्छा लगा. Nice, nice.
The next one we have Sentinels.
센티넬입니다.
Sentinels is from Group B, so they are good to go here.
No! No! No!
And our next team.
다음 팀 뽑겠습니다.
No!
Fnatic.
Fnatic.
No!
So they are from Group A. They will move all the way down to.
Oh my god!
같은 조였기 때문에 팀 만나게 되는데요. 이렇게 되면서 EMEA 대전이 완성됐습니다.
लवड़े लग गए. लवड़े लग.
트레이스 e스포츠와 EDG 중국 대전입니다. 네, 이렇게 해서 그룹 대진이 완성됐습니다. 아까 EDG의 치추 선수가 트레이스 e스포츠를 피하고 싶다라고 얘기를 했는데 이렇게 해서 대진표가 완성이 됐고요. 이어서 아메리카스 대전 그리고 EMEA 대전 퍼시픽의 유일한 플레이오프 진출팀 DRX는 센티널을 만나게 됐는데요. 직접 뽑으신 빅토리아님 좀 대진에 만족하고 있는지 물어보도록 할게요. So Victoria, we had Chichu from EDG saying, "Oh, not Trace Esports." We also have at the Battle of the Americas, Battle of EMEA. Last hope of Pacific DRX facing Sentinels once again. So, are you satisfied with how the draw has turned out?
I think the Decisive are angry with me, but hey, the way to look at it is if the rematches are here in regions, and that means they're not knocking each other out. So you can look at it as a good thing that way, but I think it's a super exciting bracket. The regions are super strong. It's really exciting.
먼저 이 중국 지역 쪽에서는 좀 피하고 싶다고 했는데 화낼 수도 있겠지만 이렇게 되면서 조금 더 골고루 많은 팀들이 더 높이 올라갈 수 있는 지역별 다양성이 좀 많이 추가가 되기 때문에 그래도 괜찮은 대진을 뽑은 것 같다고 얘기해 주셨습니다. 그러면 이대로 혹시 경기가 진행되는지도 물어보도록 할게요. So, regarding the match schedule, is this how it's gonna go?
It is not. Match schedule will be released within the next 24 hours. So we'll solidify the actual order that's being played.
Okay. 12시간 이후에 여기 보시는 대진이 일정이 아니기 때문에 자세한 일정, 매치 스케줄은 12시간 이후에 발표할 예정이니까요. 여러분들의 많은 관심 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다.
Meanwhile, Pacific countdown.
Yeah, on the 14th, we'll see you back then.
저희는 며칠 쉬었다가 14일에 돌아오도록 하겠습니다.
감사합니다. हो गया अपना यार चक्कर आ रहा है बहन क्या दिन है आज का चलो गाइस छड्डी में हाथ डाल के सो जाओ लोहड़ी का प्लेऑफ्स